All right. Well, welcome everyone to our special Working People Morning Riot collaboration live stream fundraiser for striking Kellogg's workers and their families. Today is December 17th, 2021, and 1,400 workers at the cereal giant Kellogg's have been on strike since October 5th, holding the line, demanding a fair and better contract, demanding the respect that they deserve. And we're going to be digging into all of that over the course of the next 6 hours. We're going to have folks from the different union locals of the bakery, confectionery, tobacco workers, and grain millers international union, or the BCTGM. We're going to be talking to folks from the union locals that have been on strike, where there are Kellogg's plants, which includes Omaha, Nebraska, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Memphis, Tennessee, and Battle Creek, Michigan. So all of us know Kellogg's. We've probably all eaten their cereal and grown up on their products. And, frankly, we put this live stream on because we felt that it was wrong and unjust and horrifying what this company is doing after seeing, record demand over the course of the past year and seeing, a very healthy amount of profit. Kellogg's is demanding that workers give up more, and workers are standing up and fighting back for what they deserve. And they're fighting for each other. They're fighting against two-tier employment systems. They're fighting for the wages and benefits that all workers deserve. And we should all be supporting them. The holidays are coming up. The winter is coming. And these folks, as we said, have been holding the line since October 5th. We did get news as we were planning this live stream and preparing to put it on, that a new tentative agreement has been proposed. And the union membership is currently, as we speak, reviewing that tentative agreement. They will be voting on it in the coming days. So we will know what that decision is early next week. But obviously, we wanted to stay the course, put on this live stream, because being on strike is very hard. Being on strike is very taxing. You make, just strike wages, basically, which are barely enough to get by. And as we said, with the holidays coming, with rent and mortgage payments and everything else, it takes a whole hell of a lot to hold that line for as long as workers at Kellogg's have done. And they need every bit of financial support that we can give them and every shred of solidarity that we can offer them. And that's what we are here to do over the next 6 hours. So anyway, I'll shut up now. I just wanted to give y'all a quick rundown of what this live stream is, why we're putting it on. You can find the link to the fundraiser on GoFundMe in the description for the YouTube stream that you're watching right now. In case you didn't know, I am Maximilian Alvarez. I am the host of the podcast Working People, a podcast about the lives, jobs, dreams, and struggles of the working class today. We have covered the Kellogg strike there. And I am honored to be joined by my co-host, the brilliant journalist and host of the show Morning Riot, Mel Buer, who has also been covering this strike, particularly the Omaha picket line for us here at the Real News Network. I'm also the editor-in-chief at the Real News Network, by the way. Anyway, Mel, why don't you introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mel Buer. I am a freelance journalist and educator based in Omaha, Nebraska. A lot of my news coverage over the last year and a half has covered activism, movements, protests, and now partially the labor movement and the strike, the Kellogg strike in Omaha, Nebraska. I have been following this story since it broke, since they went out on strike on October 5th. I have spent a lot of time on the picket line, talking with workers, picketing myself when I'm not covering stories. This is a story about my neighbors and the fight that they have against a corporation that is, quite frankly, screwing them over. So Yeah, I think this is an extremely important event. One thing to note as well is even if a tentative agreement has been reached with the Kellogg's workers, they ratify it on Sunday. They may not go back to work until the 27th. That means they get to go all the way through Christmas without potentially Christmas presents for their children, food on the table. And again, this is a long-term hit to the finances of every single person who is courageous enough to step out and be on the picket line. So every dollar that you donate over the course of the next 6 hours to the GoFundMe is going to be split equally between the 4 plants and is going to go a long way toward helping them get back on their feet, even after ratification. So huge, huge thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Prior to this fundraiser kicking off today, we have already gotten $2,000 in donations, which is fantastic. Our goal here may seem lofty, but it's $20,000. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we want. Hopefully we can get as far along as we can. Every dollar donated is going to go directly to the workers. And yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. We have such a great lineup of guests as well. I think that's going to be really fun for a lot of folks. Some names you know, some names you may not be familiar with if you're tuning in from elsewhere. But yeah, our schedule is stacked for the next 6 hours. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be fun. And, you know, Mel and I had to repeatedly tell each other, you know, because when you organize something like this, right, you know, everything seems to go wrong, or you get a bunch of surprises thrown at you and you get really stressed about it. And you're like, oh, what if people don't watch? What if we don't hit our fundraising goal? And, you know, ultimately we had kind of a moment of clarity. You know, we're texting back and forth with folks at the different union locals. We're texting with workers around the country who want to voice their support. And we're like, you know, that's what it's all about. You know, like we'll see what we'll come out the other end. Live streams are always fickle beasts, but the point is that right now, even as we start, you know, we, as you said, we're already $2,000 in to the fundraiser, and thank you so much to everyone who has donated. That's $2,000 that Kellogg's workers did not have before this, you know, before today, right? So any amount that we raise, right, is hugely appreciated. It's all, as Mel said, going to the strike funds at the different locals that have been on strike since October 5th. And every little bit helps. So even if you kick in $5, $10, $20, whatever you can, it's so appreciated. We cannot thank y'all enough. Another way that you can help throughout the live stream is, you know, like, comment on the YouTube channel. That kind of tells the algorithm that people are watching and pushes it out to other people. Of course, Mel and I are hosting this, so we can't be as active on social media as we'd like to be. So if you could all give us help in pushing out the live stream link, the fundraising link, help us spread the word, that is also hugely appreciated, because as always, this is a collective effort. Every single one of you who's watching, everyone who's going to be tuning in at some point tonight, everyone who's already donated, everyone who's going to donate, all of that is part of this, you know, solidarity fest. All of that is part of this effort to support workers and their families in this really troubling time, because we have to be there for one another, right? We're going to talk a lot about this as the live stream goes on. And as Mel said, we got a lot of great folks coming on. We'll give y'all a little bit of a hint in a minute. But we're also going to, you know, be hearing from other workers who have been on strike or who have been, you know, embattled in unionization efforts. The point being is that, you know, these struggles are happening in different places and we have to bring them together. We have to come together, right? The more that our political system, mainstream media, and everything else tries to divide us, right, we have to push against that. And if we do, if we band together, if we stand with one another, if we support one another, we can really do incredible things and we can really change this world for the better. And it starts, you know, with small acts of kindness and solidarity, like what we're doing here, right? One live stream fundraiser is not going to change the world, but it gets us more invested in this struggle. It reminds us that every single person on those 4 picket lines is a human being with a life, with a family, with wants and needs that are not being met. And that's something that we can all relate to, and it's something that we all have to fight for, right? And so that's really what we're doing. And speaking of this being a collective effort, we would be remiss if we did not give a huge, juicy shout out to our boy behind the scenes, the great and legendary David Story, who has graciously volunteered to help us run this live stream. David is a whiz. You all may know David from the Valley Labor Report, a phenomenal radio show in Alabama out of Huntsville that does amazing labor coverage that lifts up the voices of working people in the Deep South. David and everyone there, Adam, Jacob, they do incredible work, and we are honored to be standing in solidarity with them and fighting for working people alongside them. And so, David is, he's a modest guy. He's probably cursing at me right now with his mic muted, but we would not be able to do this without him. He's been phenomenal. We love him to death. And so we just wanted to say thank you, David, for putting all of this on for us.
Really appreciate it. There was a question in chat. Thaddeus Stevens said, have the striking workers called for a boycott? The answer to that is somewhat yes. Officially, not really. But they have said multiple times over the course of the last 2 months that not buying Kellogg's products is definitely hurting the company in a way that lends strength to the strike. So as long as the strike is ongoing, I would recommend not buying their products. You also have to think about the fact that replacement workers, scabs, are the ones who are making the cereal. And if we know anything from the last couple of years about the scabs that Kellogg's has brought in during lockouts and other things, is that they don't do a very good job at producing quality food. And you might not want to deal with that at all.
Yeah, you probably don't want a pencil pushing manager who doesn't know shit about how to operate this machinery, being the one who's like producing the cereal that you're going to put in your mouth, that you're going to put in your child's mouth. So, like Mel said, we have heard directly from folks at the different union locals say outright, don't buy Kellogg's products. The question of whether it has been an officially sanctioned boycott, that is not exactly clear right now, but we'll talk to more of the folks from the different locals when they come on the live stream, and we'll kind of ask them that same question. But please do keep directing those questions to the live chat. Tweet at us. Again, we're going to be busy keeping the live stream going, getting guests on, but we will try to be as responsive as we possibly can to that. So thank you, Mel, for that. But yeah, you don't want cereal made by scabs is basically the way that we would put it, right? And we've gotten these reports of Kellogg's trying to say is like, oh, we don't need you guys. We're doing just fine, without you. We're going to replace all of these, trained union workers. And that's all smoke and mirrors, right? I mean, like, we've also seen news stories of workplace accidents that have happened since the strike has happened. We've seen like the hit that Kellogg's has taken to its sales. So obviously, you got to take everything that Kellogg says with a huge spoon of salt, because they're trying to maintain the fiction that they're doing just fine. And they're trying to kind of demoralize the workers who have gone on strike. But, this is really an important point, right? For so long in this country, workers have been told that they're replaceable, that they're not special, that they're unskilled, right? That we're all expendable. And, moments like these really show how much that's bullshit, right? I mean, like, workers at Kellogg's, if you talk to any one of them, they are incredibly proud to feed the country, as they say. They put a lot of heart and soul into the work that they do, and that work is done up to the union standard. And it's because of that they deserve to be paid, a fair wage, that they deserve the kind of retirement benefits that they are demanding, that there should not be a two-tier employment system, which we'll dig into that as the live stream goes on, but that essentially means that you have people on the same shop floor doing the same or similar jobs, but they're getting paid radically different amounts. And they have radically different retirement and benefits packages, right? And we're seeing that kind of two-tier crap all over the place. And we've got to dig our heels in and fight against it, because it ultimately, creates what Bernie Sanders famously called a race to the bottom, right? I mean, if they can effectively cycle out the kind of higher paid first tier union workers, then we all kind of become that crappy second tier. So I think it's really inspiring that, BCTGM members have gone on strike and stayed on strike largely because they are fighting for their coworkers, because who are in that second tier, and they want to raise the floor for everyone working at Kellogg's. Anyway, I'm going to shut up for a second because Mel, I know we've got some great guests coming up in about 10 minutes. But oh yeah,
we actually have one guest about ready to come on. So
okay.
Yeah. Our first guest of the evening is Brett O'Shea. He's the host of Rev Left Radio and the co-host of Guerrilla History podcast. He's a longtime friend of both of us, comes from a long line of fantastic working people, union family. And he's a fantastic person who I think is going to offer some great insight as we head into this first hour. Coming up as well is Tavita UA. He's coming on in the next couple of minutes, 10 minutes or so. And he is also a shop steward down in Texas, who also will have some great things to chat about in this first hour. So without further ado, hello, Brett. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, man. Great to see you.
Great to see both of you so much. It's awesome. Been a while.
Yeah, it has been, man. I mean, I feel like we must have recorded something on the other side of the pandemic, and little did we know what we were in store for. But like Mel said, if y'all are watching and you don't know about Brett's work, you got to correct that as soon as possible. Revolutionary Left Radio is a phenomenal resource for anyone who wants to learn more about the world that they're a part of and think critically about that world, and to, engage with, more radical perspectives, more left thought. It's been a tremendous resource for me, and I know many of working people listeners also listen to Rev Left Radio. Guerrilla History, as Mel mentioned, which Brett co-hosts, is also a phenomenal show. So definitely go check them out, support them, subscribe to them. Getting that plug in first before we get to talking to you, Brett. But again, thanks so much for joining us, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Very kind words. And same goes for working people. It's absolutely essential listening.
Thank you. So let's talk about that. So you and Mel are in Omaha. And Mel, I was going to ask you before Brett came on if you could say a little bit about your experience kind of going to that picket line at the Kellogg's plant in Omaha. But I guess why don't we kind of make this a sort of intertwined conversation? Yeah. I'm curious to know what the vibe is over there in Omaha. Have y'all been engaged with it? I guess let's give viewers a sense of what's been going on at that particular picket line.
Quite a bit, actually. There's it's quite a let me start by saying that the mood is high on the line and has been the entire time. Folks really are there to fight for a fair contract. And these legacy tier, or if that word goes away, full-time tier, whatever they're going to call that, we'll get into what that is exactly in a couple of minutes. But those folks are materially not benefiting as much as the lower tier folks would if they can push through the right kind of contract, right? And that was the whole purpose of the fight. And Brett and we recorded a podcast in late October, kind of talking about this. sort of sense on the line that, the solidarity comes from not giving in to the divide and conquer tactics that the corporation loves to push forward, right? And to really kind of feel the strength and solidarity of holding that line, right? And the BCTGM sort of slogan is one day longer, one day stronger. You know what I mean? And they're no stranger to the BCTGM is no stranger to having these contract fights. They've had 3 strikes this year now. And so I think that combined expertise and the sense that folks feel supported, both the community supports them. There's a strike support group that sends food and coffee and hot chocolate with regularity to every shift on the line every weekend, local unions here have also stepped in to stand on the picket line with the strikers, to build shelters that after the other day, what is that, 2 days ago now, that storm that happened here in Omaha, I drove by yesterday and nothing got knocked down because the bricklayers put in storm shelters essentially that could withstand any conditions, which was super cool to see.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite details of the Omaha picket line is that the Bricklayers Union came out and built these little like temporary shelters for workers standing there on the picket line. If you're watching this, if you've seen the poster that we made for this live stream, you probably all know that picture of the striking Kellogg's worker holding the sign in the middle of the night in the pouring rain. That's from the Omaha picket line. So it's, it's not exactly, easygoing conditions there. And so the Bricklayers Union built these little shelters, and they do such a good job because again, that's the union difference, that even like a massive storm that like came through didn't even, budge. That's just really cool to me.
Right. Yeah.
And and just, I guess for folks who are listening, the other 2 strikes that Mel mentioned that happened earlier this year and that involved workers with the BCTGM, that was Nabisco and Frito-Lay, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Brett, how about you? What's your sense of the vibe there in Omaha?
Yeah, no, it's really a beautiful thing to see. You always love to see a solidarity, and here in Omaha, when other trades step up and show solidarity with a different union that's on strike, it's always a beautiful thing. All of my like high school buddies are all in the trades here, the electricians union, steam fitters, insulation union, and they're all abuzz with what's going on. Eyes are on Kellogg's workers here locally and obviously nationally. And zooming out a little bit, I'm sure this is a 6-hour stream, so there'll be a lot to touch on and talk about. But we live in a society right now where the private sector union rate is only about 6%. We're coming out of a 2-year pandemic, over which workers all across the country and the world really, but particularly in the US, were asked to be on the front lines. We know for a fact, and Mel and me have talked about this, how Kellogg's workers really stepped up and during the pandemic, working long hours, on the line. And this is what they get from corporate. The moment that corporate has a chance to sort of strike back, the moment they feel like, oh, now the workers are going too far, et cetera. And so, you can't divorce what's going on with Kellogg's from the broader, sort of strikes happening around the country, as well as just this. It seems like there's a shift happening, and this has historically been true after pandemics, where there's a little slack in the labor market, and workers have just been put through hell for the past 2 years. Many workers, blue collar workers especially. And they're seeing in real time just how valuable they are to these companies' bottom lines, and they're fighting back. And when one group of workers starts doing it, it's a little contagious. Other workers are saying, hey, they're dealing with similar stuff, and that's the power of solidarity. And we're seeing it alive and well in Omaha. It's a beautiful thing.
Hell yeah. Well,
yeah,
go ahead, Mel.
Well, we're also seeing, something that Brett and I talked about last month as well is this idea that we used to be a very staunch union town back in the 80s. Many union bosses had more political power than the mayor, which is, not unheard of, right? And I think a newer generation of folks is kind of seeing what a united labor movement can do, which has been really sweet to see, sort of seeing what happens when newly politically engaged folks who became quote unquote activists last summer have been looking for more ways to get engaged with their community, more ways to get engaged politically. And many of those people who became radicalized or, started thinking about these issues a little bit more deeply after the protests in 2020 are now at the picket line. And speaking with workers and having these conversations and trying to be supportive from a community standpoint, not necessarily about talking politics, because as we know, the political range on any picket line is going to run all the way from left to right. It's not necessarily about that, right? It's about sort of raising the class consciousness and understanding where we sit and how we can kind of move forward when we are in an economically, socially, and politically depressed sort of space. And it's been really cool to see how certain activists have kind of moved into these community projects to support, right? And it's been fantastic from my perspective here in Omaha, watching both established activist groups as well as new ones that became sort of coalesced last year, coming together and working together to support the strikers on the line and forming these partnerships and these relationships with people who may be apolitical or moderate or whatever you want to call it, right? And being able to sort of discuss these things. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely important, right? And that's, I think, one of the things that we all have felt ourselves, and one of the messages that we all kind of try to communicate on our respective shows, right, is, as I was saying a few minutes ago, so much in our public and civic life is designed to keep us apart, to keep us at each other's throats, right, to see people as in these boxes as Democrats or Republicans, or we divide each other by state, race, gender, so many things that we use to push ourselves further away from one another, while we're all getting robbed and screwed over by the ruling class, by the bosses, by the business class, by the people who have been making a killing over the past 2 years, and the people who have been running companies that have been seeing record profits and record demand. And that's another kind of common thread that we've seen in a lot of the strikes that have been happening this year. We just had the largest strike last month was John Deere workers. 10,000 of them at the factory equipment giant John Deere went on strike, and they rejected not one but two contracts before ratifying a third. And one of the things they always said was, look, we're not only fighting for what we deserve, but we're not dumb. We see our John Deere, our parent company, is posting its most profitable year ever, at like over $5.7 billion during a pandemic. And yet they're trying to take more from workers. They're trying to squeeze more out of us. And this is kind of that what Brett and Mel were kind of saying is like, enough is enough. People are waking up, and we're realizing more and more that, the more that we're at each other's throats, the more we're dividing each other up, the easier it is to kind of exploit us and take advantage of us this way. And it's really inspiring for all of us to see workers in different industries in different parts of the country banding together to fight for what they deserve. I have more questions for Brett, but I know we've got another great guest in the waiting room now. So why don't we bring him in and we can kind of make this a fun four-way conversation.
Hello.
Hey, brother, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you now. Oh, a little bit of a lag. This is the beauty of live streams.
Yep. Okay.
Well, so yeah, I was gonna ask, Brett, I know that you have shared this story on your show, and you and Mel actually recorded the inaugural episode of Mel's new show, Morning Riot, which was a phenomenal episode. Everyone should go check it out. Everyone should listen to Morning Riot. But I was wondering, if we could kind of connect that thread, right, of what you were saying, Mel, about how the town of Omaha has changed, how people's kind of political consciousness has changed. Brett, I think that your own story of how you came to kind of your own political awakening kind of like really, you know, it was really powerful in that regard. I was wondering if it's not too much, if you could tell viewers who haven't heard the story a bit about how you came to kind of having the politics that you do as an Omaha boy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just, I mean, you know, not to be too long-winded about it, but, you know, you're growing up in a lower working class environment. You know, I'm seeing my parents go to work every single day, work hard, do everything they can to keep, you know, our family afloat. And we would have things like a car being repossessed or the electricity being shut off. And I was told by, you know, elements of society that, you know, if you're failing, if you're struggling, it's because, you know, you don't have good moral character or you're not working hard enough or whatever it may be. And I knew that wasn't true. And so that little seed germinated over many years into a more robust working class centered politic. And then when you zoom out and look at the political conditions that were existing in over the last 40 years, you know, some say after the advent of neoliberalism in the 70s and 80s, you see this systematic attack on working people by the ruling class, by capital. And one of those attacks was to de-unionize the working class. And so over 40 years, we saw, you know, multitudinous declines in union membership and jobs being shipped overseas, right? What does NAFTA do? Well, it allows capital to go across borders while workers can't. And if it also helps capital to be able to leverage that against workers if they start getting uppity. We'll just shift your job over to Mexico, right? And so we're living in the sort of ruins of this moment where the working class, after 40 years of being beaten down, are finally finding their own feet. And that had its own, you know, reverberations within my personal family. My stepdad, for example, just led over the past 2 years, led a fight to get his dairy factory here in Omaha unionized with the Teamsters. And that was successful. And so I got to see firsthand how you go from a non-union workplace to a union workplace and what the corporation and the management will do to try to stop that at all costs. And it veers into the absurd quite often what they're willing to do. We see it with Amazon, we see it with Kellogg's, we see it with any time, you know, corporate goes against the working class. And so, yeah, my life in some sense, you know, born in '89 has been, you know, tracking with the decline in unionship and then this new rise coming in the past couple of years, which I'm very excited to see. And just really one quick point before I hand it over. You guys were talking about the ability for class to unite people. And in our media environment today, I think what we're really seeing is, you know, the powers that be want us to fight each other. You know, they want you to hate your neighbor, to distrust your neighbor, to see them as the real enemy and to not point your eyes upwards to who has all the wealth and power in society. And when you have class struggle, when you have a picket line, it unites people across different political opinions and across identities. It puts a lot of stuff into perspective, and it says, when we fight together, when we join arms together, regardless of our differences, we can make a real difference for our families and your families. And only way we do it is by having each other's backs. And that's beautiful, particularly, as Max said, in a society where we're all hyper individualistic and willing to stab somebody in the back or step over somebody to get a little higher on the social ladder. And so it's a beautiful breath of fresh air in that regard.
I agree 100%. Before we move a little bit forward, I just wanted to introduce our next guest here, Tavita. He is a local 513 shop steward out of Texas, air transport worker. If you want to just introduce yourself to everyone who's watching, and where'd you get that T-shirt?
Hey, good evening,
viewers want to know.
Y'all, my union mom made this for me. So she's executive board member, the first female for my local to hold that position. She makes all my shirts when I visit different strikes, and this was the one she made when we found out that Kellogg's was going on strike. On the back of it, it says, you know, support American workers with Kellogg's with a big old cross around, over the name. But yeah, I'm just thrilled to be here. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Maximilian, for inviting me to this live stream fundraiser. I'm just so glad to be here today.
It's an honor to have you here, brother.
Yeah, you've brought in some good donations by really digging into your union brothers and sisters to publicly to get them to donate. And I appreciate that. We've raised, since we've been live, about $500 more. We are now at $25.90, which is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
If you're watching now, please continue to blast that strike fund, GoFundMe, and keep watching. We have a lot of fun stuff coming up. But I think a good question, just to continue this conversation we've been having, and I think, Tavita, you might have a pretty interesting sort of perspective because you have traveled around to many picket lines over the last couple of years, and sort of lent your support across the country. And I think it's important to kind of get your perspective about where we're at in terms of where you think the labor movement is moving in the future. And if you think this sort of strike wave, labor wave that's been happening over the last year is going to continue moving in a positive direction.
And I also just want to really quick before you hop in, Tavita, I just wanted to stress for people viewing, Tavita is a force of nature because like we had a hilarious exchange because, as I said, Mel has done 2 great on the ground reports for the Real News Network on the Kellogg strike at the Omaha picket line. And in the first one she filed, she was like, oh, dude, I talked to this amazing guy, Tavita. And I was like, wait, is that the same Tavita I saw at the Nabisco picket line or, you know, like in Alabama, like any picket line that is going on in this country, it's like, where's Waldo? You're going to see Tavita there. Which
is really cool. So cool.
Well, I want to mention the great work that the Real News does. Mel's article, I haven't, spoke about this publicly, but because of Mel's article, I was on the Today Show. So the producer, when you released your article about the Omaha strike, the following Monday, a producer from NBC News by the name of Kayla McCormick, she contacted me and was asking me if this is all true, like you're traveling around the country. And I said, yeah, and you should support the Real News because that's the people who are publicizing me right now. So if anything, thank you, Mel. You're welcome. Are the reason why I was on the Today Show.
That's awesome. It's a little nerve-wracking that they read my stuff, but also really cool.
Awesome. It was high praise from that NBC producer, and it just the article itself, Mel, was great, but just the fact that we can put mainstream media caught on to Striketober and due in large part to your article. It was good. Really it really helped catapult this issue, these strikes, into the national public's view. Before that, it was just a lot of labor organizers and labor publications that were speaking about the strike wave, and it was not until your article was published that I was on TV.
That's great. I'm glad that my work has an impact. Yeah,
of course. Really I'm just cool. Really, just so everybody knows, I've only been a union member and part of my union for 6 years. So I'm very new to the labor movement. But since I got involved, just to hear how it was within the last 40 years after Patco strike and to today, I've seen, just from my view, I've seen a lot of solidarity, and I've seen a lot of different organizations, different unions finally starting to use social media to kind of, support each other. They used to, pen letters to each other, and then they'd release it on the press release. Well, today, we're just, I'll throw on the TW hat. I'm a representative of TW, and I'll show up to a strike in Alabama or Omaha, and people are, the rank and file members especially, they're the ones that are happy. They're the ones that see the visitors, and they're the ones that get to tell their stories to people like me who visit the picket lines. And, they're just the, I don't know if the word is, they're just thankful that people are recognizing, a picket in Portland, and how that that solidarity is giving them strength to move on and to keep fighting, because this isn't just a fight for Kellogg's workers. This is a fight for the overall labor movement. This is showing, like, my generation of workers that didn't get the curriculum of learning about unions in high school and junior high. They're learning and they're seeing in real time, action. they're seeing this, the words become action, and that people are really, really tired of being second-class citizens in the world's richest country.
Yeah, and I want to bounce off that because I think that's really important. The richest country in human history, and we have, gilded age levels of inequality. And talking about the importance of unions in the workplace, it reshapes your entire experience of going to work. When you are just a non-union member scraping by, living paycheck to paycheck, you feel powerless. You are totally at the whims and the will of your bosses, and they can fire you for any reason. They can make you dress in any way they want, show up in any time they want, and almost no concern for your life at all, because to them, you are just a tool for their profit making. But once you're in a union, it actually gives you a sense of meaning, of belonging, of community, things that we're so often in this society stripped of. And I think you can't, overstate how important that is for many things, including the well-being and mental health of working people, to feel, hey, I have some control over my life. I have some control when I go into work every day. I'm not clocking into a dictatorship, but I have friends and comrades and coworkers that have my back. And that just radically reorients your day-to-day life in a positive direction. And more people are working in worse and worse conditions and seeing this and becoming inspired. And we just saw, for example, what happened in Kentucky during these storms. The Amazon factory workers are saying, hey, can we go home with our families? This is crazy. The tornadoes in Kentucky in December, right? To speak of the climate change as well as other crises. Can we go home to our families? No, we'll fire you if you do. And that should be illegal to tell somebody that. But it's precisely Amazon and lobbying groups that worked with Amazon that got that passed such that you could sort of muddy the waters and do just that. And what happened? Workers died. Families are going to go into Christmas without their fathers, their mothers, their brothers, their sisters, because, an Amazon manager or a candle factory manager said, don't you think about going home to your family. We need you here working even during a historic tornado weather event. And so that is what's at stake here. It's about meaning. It's about life. It's about family. It's about community. And it's about having control over your own life.
Well, to add to that as well, to bring this back to the union's importance inside the Kellogg's factory. When I was walking the picket line the first time I went out there, and I was talking to workers, and they were telling me about conditions inside the factory, the way that they are sort of, quote unquote, motivated to work, right? It's a very unsafe place just by the nature of the machinery inside the factory. And when you're working 16-hour days where you get off work at 3 a.m. and go back to work, at 8 a.m. or what have you, right? You're tired. You're standing next to your coworkers and you've been working 7 days a week for 3 months straight, right? And many workers that I spoke with, their hands are damaged from getting caught in the machinery, or, their relationships are damaged from working so much, right? And a big part of this contract fight was this sense that, the company asks so much of them, and the workers freely give it because they believe in the work that they're doing. They do amazing work inside the factory, and they're asking for a fair contract, and they're not getting it, right? They've been jerked around for over a year. It was supposed to happen in 2020. It didn't happen when it was supposed to happen, and this fight is a really important one for these folks who are, generational workers at this plant, right? Second generation, third generation, want their kids to work there, and it's important that the union remains there because they have a way to address grievances with management, especially when HR likes to close their doors on the factory floor, but not on each other in their little HR office, right? So there's this big sense that everything about this contract fight and the way that the union operates within the plant means that it's extremely important that it continues, right? That the union still has a presence there because it does help, especially if you're injured, or if you're feeling pushed by management. The union can step in and say, no, this is not safe. This is not how we do things here. I would prefer it if my union brother kept all 10 fingers. You know what I mean? Like, it's from the outside, it sounds basic to me, like bare minimum standards in a workplace, right? And yet the company doesn't want to shuffle that power out of its grasp for the sake of its workplace, happiness, healthfulness, whatever it is, which is just wild to me, just an absolute wild thing that this is the kind of treatment that workers across industries get, because bosses don't want to give up power. So.
Yeah, and I mean, what y'all are saying, we have a comment here in the live chat from Logan saying that there was a tornado at my old work. The people who left got fired, right? Like, that is bonkers. That is inhumane. That is unacceptable on so many levels, right? And that's the real stakes, I think, of what we're talking about here. This is why we're all doing this, why we devote so much of our time and attention and every bit of energy that we have, whether it's Tavita going all over the country to lend that visible support, to be there and say, like, I am with you. I mean, that means so much when you're standing on the line. Like, again, imagine that picture that we used for the poster. You got, you're standing out there on the picket line in the middle of the night. You feel just so alone. And then when you see any like sign from people in your community, or people kind of flying in, or people posting online that you're not alone, that people are with you, that people understand, what you're fighting for, and they support that cause, like, that gives you that little bit of extra energy to hold the line for another hour, right? That gives you the energy to not back down. And when we talk about not backing down, it's not just like in the abstract, right? We're talking about these real issues that impact our lives, like whether or not you can leave during a tornado, whether or not you could have a phone on you during a major weather event and get the update saying you need to vacate now, right? But also, like, even all the little indignities that we just sort of accept, right? Like, the one that I always think of is like the last time I saw my oldest brother Jesse, he had his goatee back, and I was like, I haven't seen you with a goatee since high school, and he just looked so good, and I always loved it when he had his goatee. And I remember that it's like, oh, it's because the restaurant you work for does not allow you to have facial hair. Like, and it's not even a health thing. It's just like they want to have this sort of 50s vibe, and so no one's allowed to have facial hair. And it was just something that little that changes who he's allowed to be, not just at work but afterwards. Just having that sort of sense of control, and having, as a worker, just kind of feeling like, well, what am I going to do about it? This is the way the world works, right? Unions like the BCTGM, or workers anywhere who band together and say, this is not right. We won't accept this. They are speaking, I think, for all of us in some little way, and reminding us that it doesn't have to be this way, that we don't have to accept this, that this is not necessary. And Tavita, I wanted to kind of throw things back to you as someone who has been traveling to different picket lines. I was wondering if you could kind of communicate a little bit more to folks watching, like what you're hearing from folks who on the surface appear so different and appear and do such different work. I guess what have you been hearing at the different picket lines that you've been to?
Well, one of the biggest, I guess, the consensus amongst all the different picket lines that I visited so far is that the management doesn't care about them. That they wanted us to all go to work during the pandemic. We were deemed essential workers. We were giving special privileges to go to work and then come back home. And then when 2021 came around and we were talking about reopening and the country was going to reopen and all that, they feel like they were left behind, and that things that were left on the table during negotiations to, a lot of these people don't realize is negotiations could go on for years. And, some negotiations were put on the table because of the pandemic. And, that was big from the union and the worker standpoint, to hold off on something that they deserve, because collective bargaining is our way of getting a piece of the pie. That's just the way. That's just the way it is. Like, they're not going to just give this stuff to us. We have to go and negotiate. We have to fight. If there's concessions we're fighting for, we got to go back for those. So what people don't realize is we not only did we sacrifice our lives, but we've also sacrificed our right to negotiate and give the company a break until we can get this economy back up before we start going back for what we really deserve. And that's what the consensus is right now, is people just don't feel like they're being valued. And there's like, for example, the strike in LA, which is going on with the richest dessert factory workers. A lot of those workers it's a predominantly Latino workforce. So not only are they being not only are they dealing with having to make bare minimum just to get by, but their managers are also telling them, we don't care if that's the offer that you don't want. That's going to be the best offer we give you, and that's it. Living in LA for $15, you can't even live in Dallas, Texas, and make $15 an hour, let alone the state of California. How is this? Why is this okay? Why are we allowing this to happen to people? And the worst thing about the whole ordeal anywhere with this is that people are, they're putting a lot. They're putting a lot on the table in terms of sacrificing more for the company, showing up early, leaving late, lost time. That's time that they don't get back. The Kellogg's workers who have to work 16 hours a day. When do you have time to go and see your daughter's recital or your son's football game? When do you have time to do any of that and still get rest, still be able to eat, and still be able to drive back to work? Because remember, you got to if you're working 16 hours a day, you're barely eating, you're going to probably shower, that takes time. By the time you make your commute, you probably would have had only maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And then we're entrusting these people to make good quality products, which I believe that the union will make the best product out there, or none. But if we have scabs that are doing the same thing right now, that don't care, that don't know about the union difference and what it means to really make a union product, that right now, that it's just, I'm flabbergasted that Kellogg's even decided to say that they were going to hire scabs, because I'm looking at it from, a parent standpoint. My kids eat Kellogg's, they eat Rice Krispies and all that. If I have somebody that doesn't give a damn about their job and, word is they might not be there long if there's a contract ratified, whatnot, what are they going to really hold up the standards and the quality that the union members have did, when they were working those machines? And of course, they're not going to know the machines like the union members are, so we're going to be the ones that know, because a lot of times these plants, the machines are not the same in every plant because they make different products. So, there might be like a union member in Omaha that specializes in this one particular machine. Well, management only has the instructions, but they don't know all the little things that make the machine continue to work in proper fashion. They only got what the manufacturer tells you. But we as workers, we're the ones that go around the machine. We look at it, we study it, we find the ways to make the product with efficiency while not compromising safety. See, those things are not happening right now because the professionals are not there. So the products that are going on the shelves now, I wouldn't trust it. Even if they didn't call the union didn't call a union a boycott, I'm not trusting my kids to eat something that came from a scab worker who doesn't care. I want that union worker in there because I want a union bug on there, so I know that whoever made it, they were paying attention and that they cared about me and the people who are consuming their products. So that, it's just the overall consensus that their managers don't care is what I hear from John Deere to the richest desserts to even Nabisco, in Chicago and Portland, they were saying the same thing. It's just management doesn't care. What they say goes, and if you have a problem with it, grieve it. That's not how it works. The grievance process was there to to uphold the contract when you break it, not to just blatantly break it and tell us that you to grieve it. I mean, who, that's like, it's like telling somebody you're gonna kick a. I mean, I just don't get it, and that's what I'm agitated about right now. Just thinking about all those workers who are out, and all the specialists. These are professionals. These are the people that we want to be on the line. Whatever work you do, we want the professionals there to keep us safe, to keep the food we eat, consume safe, so we can go about our lives, right? And that's not happening right now.
No, I mean, yeah, you're I'm feeding off your energy, man, because like, yeah, you're expressing, I think, a lot of frustrations that all of us are also feeling and doing so pointedly and eloquently, as you always do. And I wanted to kind of make one quick note that I'm sure that folks are thinking this on the live stream. It's something that comes up a lot on my show, Working People, when we have folks reaching out to us, right? As Brett mentioned, union density in this country is at like a historic low. So most people don't know what it's like to be in a union or to be in work in a union shop. And there are, people who have only had a bad experience, like working in a union shop, because as we all know and are all believe in, the labor movement has a lot of ground to make up, has a lot of improvements to make, but that is a fight worth fighting, a fight worth investing in to make this better so that we can stand together and fight for one another. The reason I bring that up is because we are going to be talking to some folks later in the stream who have also been working to unionize their shops. Brett was just talking about, his dad unionizing, his workplace, right? So we want to be clear that, like, the mainstream media for so long has tried to make us feel like union workers think they're all special and they're just this kind of protected class of workers, and they try to pit us against each other. What I hope is coming through here is like, no, like what unions are able to do because they are unionized, and because workers are organized, because they lock things into a contract and have that bargaining power with management. That's something we all deserve. That's something we should all want and all be fighting for. So please don't see this as union workers have this, I don't have that, why should I care, right? You should see this as part of our collective struggle against kind of being so thoroughly disempowered every day at our workplaces. We got a long way to go, and we got to stand together. I could talk to you guys about this for days, and I may have to force Tavita and Brett and Mel to come on a Working People very, very soon. But we do have more kind of guests coming, and I want to be respectful of people. So I was wondering, by way of rounding out, if Brett and Tavita, if you had any kind of final words for Kellogg's workers and people viewing, and also, kind of any final words about what's going on at TWU. Brett, what's going on with the work that you're doing? Give us some plugs. Tell people where to go.
Sure. Yeah, I'll start off really quick. And I just want to bounce off something that Tavita said about quality control. We saw day one when John Deere workers went on strike, they tried to move some of their white collar workers onto the shop floor. Ambulance were immediately called. A tractor got slammed into the wall. So, quality control is essential. Also, Tavita's talking about, we want time to go home and be with our families, to rest, to take care of ourselves, to clean our bodies. 150 years ago, the union slogan was, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for leisure, and 8 hours for rest. And we've fallen so far back after an onslaught of capital that, we're struggling to even get to that level now. And then the very last thing I say, and I always want to drill this home, especially to non-union workers, because this does come up, and you're right, Max, there is this attempt to pit union workers against non-union workers. I tell every non-union worker, if you don't have a union, I hope you get one. I believe every worker deserves a union, but also unions being successful lifts the floor for all workers. It rises the wages and the conditions for all workers and creates a broad base of working class solidarity between union and non-union workers. And that's essential. So when a union wins, non-union workers win too. And I think that's really essential to remember and to fight against that attempt to pit us against each other. And the last thing is, working class organization, i.e. unions, are the way that working people get a seat at the table of power. And when there's not a strong union movement in a country, It's just CEOs and bosses and politicians talking to one another, and their interests get prioritized, their taxes get cut, their profit margins are protected. And so if working class people want political power, if we want to decrease economic inequality, working class unions are the main vehicle historically to get that done. And we should all support them all the time. If you want to find me, you can just go revolutionaryleftradio.com and find everything I do.
Thank you, brother. So I got some final thoughts and some final words for the Kellogg's workers. It's just, so I visited all these strikes, around the country, and the Kellogg's workers have been the ones that have been on my mind the most, no matter where I am, because you see Kellogg's products at airports, at restaurants. So you see the products. Like, it takes me back every time. I was at a rally for the mine workers, for Alabama mine workers in New York City. And we finished the rally, and then we went and ate after with a bunch of union activists, Kim Kelly, who Maximilian knows is a great friend of mine's. But anyways, we go to this restaurant, and I'm sitting there, and you're looking at the breakfast items, and you see Kellogg's all over the place. And I'm thinking, I can't escape what my heart is telling me, that I feel for the workers, because I see the products, and I know that they're still out. So growing up in my household in the tongue and custom, which what I am in the Pacific Island, we are a close-knit community, and I've kind of, I don't know if it's mutated the labor movement in my own mind to think that if you're a union member, you're a family member of mine. So people in my family are suffering right now, and I'm not, and that's not okay. So to you Kellogg's workers who are still on the line, those who I've spoken to, those who have visited the lines, please continue to fight, because the alternative is you guys to go back to the plant with lesser rights and lesser benefits, and then we're worse off as a whole collective, because you're not right. If you're not right, if your family's not right, then we can't all be right. We can't all be good if you're not good. And I just want to really, my heart is with the Kellogg's workers and their families, their kids. The kids that I've seen on the picket lines, it really hits me, because I have a 7 and a 5-year-old of my own, and knowing that these kids may not have gifts under the tree this year, because their parents are making the ultimate sacrifice to fight for their future and for future of millions of workers. It's a sacrifice that I don't take lightly. So, solidarity to the workers, to the Kellogg's workers, to the rich factory workers, to any workers who are going through negotiating and not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I know it's a lot to make the step to go on strike. It's a big commitment, and it's a sacrifice. But any sacrifice you make, trust me, I will be there, because as Tongan people are, when our families are suffering, we drop everything when we go. So when I go to a picket line, I'm taking time off my day, taking time from work, wages, whatever, because I want to be there with you. So to all you Kellogg's workers and anybody on strike right now, I got so much love for y'all. Solidarity forever. And, back to the TWU, we just ratified a contract with the flight attendants for JetBlue. So the union factor means that it's going to put pressure on non-union airline flight attendants like Delta. That union factor, now it's going to put pressure on them to say, well, these union workers for JetBlue just got a really sweet contract. How can the heads of Delta say that they can do that equally freely without with a straight face? Because we know these managers, we know these bossmen, they lie. I mean, just like the pandemic, they told us we were heroes, like I said earlier. Now there's a hiring frenzy, and we're all back to being employee numbers again, from being essential to being employee numbers. Well, I'd rather stick around with the employee numbers with the people who have employed them, because we have more in common than everybody's telling us. No matter if you're left or right, whatever you vote, we all have families. We all have people we care about. We have things that we care about. And that's what's going to bring us together is all of our what we have in common. I may be Tongan and you folks may be something else, but what we have in common is that we have a love of people. We have a love of the work that we do, and this work right here. Just thank you all three for the work that y'all do. You put our issues to the forefront, and you've even taken us all the way to the Today Show. That's amazing, and I'm so thankful to be a part of a movement going on 6 years, almost 7, and just being a new energy for this movement. It's all about family to me. And the union, the labor movement, no matter who you pay dues to, you're my family. So solidarity forever.
Amen, brother. I mean, solidarity forever. You got me and Mel and Brett crying over here. I mean, like, you guys see why Tavita is such a fierce warrior in the movement and why we love him so much. And we just value everything that you do, brother. And thank you for keeping the fire burning. Thank you for spreading that fire to workers all around the country. Shout out to TWU on the new contract. Y'all should go follow Tavita. And like I said, I'm going to force you to come on Working People very soon, brother. But, I cannot thank you enough. Brett, I cannot thank you enough for doing this, taking time out of your guys' Friday to help us spread the solidarity. I know we've been getting more donations since you've been on. So yeah, just thank you so much for spreading the love. Thank you for everything that you do. Solidarity forever to both of you.
Love and solidarity.
Thanks, guys. And for folks watching, again, we want to thank you as well for letting us into your Friday night, letting us be part of it for 6 whole hours. Thank you for caring about this. Again, we grew up in a country where something like this would have been unthinkable. Granted, before the internet, right? But even then, like, worker issues just were not really an important thing for so many of us growing up. In that sense that we were closer together than we were farther apart. It's taken a long time for us to kind of build that sense of solidarity. And it's because of the work that people like Tavita do and Brett does every day to just put people in conversation with one another, to talk to people, to listen to each other like that. Every little bit helps. And every little bit that you donate tonight is going to help Kellogg's workers and their families. So we're going to make a habit of at the top of every hour, we're going to remind everybody, we're going to welcome everyone who's joined to please head on over to the GoFundMe fundraiser for this event. It should be pinned in the description for the YouTube live stream. You can also find it on a lot of our social media posts. But please give whatever you can, share it, with your networks. Let's keep the love going. And speaking of love, we've got 2 beautiful people whom we love dearly calling in to the live stream right now. Let's see, who do we got? So we got the amazing, the one and only Hayden Wright, from the United Mine Workers of America Auxiliary. Folks may know Hayden. She's been holding it down for union mine workers in Alabama. She is actually calling in from the strike pantry down there in Brookwood, Alabama, where workers at Warrior Met Coal have been on strike since April 1st. They have been holding the line for months and months and months. And as you see behind her, they have really, shown us all what solidarity looks like. And we've also got another special guest. Mel, why don't you introduce our other guests? And then Hayden, I want to get your thoughts on what we're looking at here.
Our other guest is a journalist out of Dallas, Stephen Monticelli. He's also the publisher of Protean Magazine, which is a leftist, anti-capitalist magazine that's been publishing for the last couple of years. former co-worker. We used to work together at Protean. And a lot of the work that he's been doing in Dallas has been covering all sorts of things, activist movements, protests, and more recently, the QAnon conspiracy cult, which has been quite interesting. So, Stephen, if you want to say hi.
Howdy.
Welcome to you both. Thank you both so much for joining us. Hayden, let's hear from you. Could you introduce yourself to the folks watching and tell us a little bit about where you are?
My name is Hayden Wright, and I'm one of the UMWA auxiliary presidents here for District 20, which is UMWA locals on strike at Warrior Met Coal. So I've actually been here, so you'll have to apologize if I look tired. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. We're gearing up for Christmas on Strike, which is the big event for our UMWA children. So through mutual aid, through donations to our other UMWA locals, through the labor movement in general, we've been able to do this huge event. So the kids are going to get 2 additional Christmas toys and a coat and a pair of shoes when they come, because we noticed that was a huge need as it's getting a lot colder here in Alabama. And you can see the stack of coats here. We have them already hung up by sizes. That's what we're working on today. Shoes we have organized to take over. And then we have it organized by age group. So like for our toddlers, our girls, neutral, and it goes around. And then we even made sure our teens were taken care of as well. And then in this other part of the hall, this is actually our strike pantry, where we put together bags. We do about 200 pantry bags a week for families for meals and food. So this is what we would use for 1 week, all of this to make pantry bags, to make sure that the families are fed here on strike. And then locally, we do a clothing drive as well. So our other part of the hall is actually used clothing and shoes from infant through adult that they can come in and get as they need it. So we have a lot going on here in Brookwood, and it's just been incredible to see the amount of love and support and solidarity that has come out for us.
Man, I mean, y'all are truly an inspiration. I mean, you know, I can even just think for myself, right? That is like seeing what, you know, you and everyone at the UMWA Auxiliary, everyone, you know, who has been on strike at Warrior Met Coal since April, you know, again, we're doing this fundraiser for Kellogg's workers who've been holding the line since October 5th, you know, and we cannot forget about other workers who have been holding the line for months before that, including workers at Warrior Met Coal, 1,100 workers there who've been on strike since April. We also have over 600 healthcare workers at St. Vincent Hospital in Worcester, Massachusetts. Again, we have to help one another hold that line, because the deck is so stacked in favor of bosses and the companies and their investors. We need to counteract that with people power. And you are seeing on Hayden's feed the result of that people power, and Hayden herself and everyone there at the auxiliary has really just shown us like what heroism looks like, because you don't put that together overnight. You do that through a lot of love, a lot of labor, and we know it's not easy. And Hayden, I was wondering if you know, before we toss things to Stephen, for folks watching who maybe are just kind of hearing about the strike, or who maybe don't know where things stand now, if you could maybe just tell folks a little bit about what's been going on there down in Alabama.
Yes, well, as y'all probably are aware, Alabama is a right to work state, so automatically the deck is stacked against workers. That's what that means. It was a catchy title that people didn't understand, and they voted it in. They didn't realize it actually was working against their best interest. So starting with that, we have faced, since the start of the strike, numerous injunctions from the court. Warrior Met has a judge in Tuscaloosa that grants these injunctions that they've attempted over and over to limit the number of picketers on the picket line. This last one that actually happened in November was a temporary restraining order that a judge granted, and it wasn't just against striking minors, and it wasn't just against people they said had done something wrong on the picket lines. This temporary restraining order said anyone that's an affiliate of the UMWA, anyone that's an associate of the UMWA, or a supporter of the UMWA. So, for example, if you had contact with me via Twitter, social media, we had met, you went out to the picket line, they would say that you're an associate of mine, you would have been held in contempt of court and arrested on the spot as well. It was a blatant disregard for First Amendment rights. We have the right to assemble. I have the right to free speech. I can call a scab if I want to. That's what you are. You made that choice to be a class traitor. You turned your back for capital. That makes you a scab. Sorry. If it hurts your feelings, maybe you should have made better choices. So that's what we've been dealing with. And it wasn't until about 2 weeks ago we were able to go back to court. It went back to an actual formal injunction. It's 28 pages long. We can now have 2 people picketing at a location, but we don't get to decide them. So it's not at the entrances and exits. It's in a diagrammed area set up by the court in Warrior Met. So those are the type of things we've been facing here, as well as just the police presence consistently coming in and escorting scabs into work. So we're seeing our tax dollars that we're the workers, we're paying into, and it's being used to police a company to bring scabs in and out of a place of business and to stop us from being able to stop production. So I think it's been really eye-opening for people, the lack of support that we've seen from some of the political factors that people here kind of thought would. Personally, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't expecting KIV and the Republicans to jump up and down, but a lot of people were, because they had claimed before, oh, we're going to be pro-coal, That hasn't been the case at all. It's been our fellow workers, labor unions, Democrats, Democratic Socialists. It's been those people that have actually been here on the ground and giving support. So I think that has been kind of an eye-opening thing here in Brookwood with us.
Sorry, I'm getting text messages from union president here in Omaha local. Anyways, the question I had for you, as I'm looking at this incredible pantry behind you, what is really, in your mind, what is the importance of, keeping this stocked and being able to provide this material support to striking miners and their families? How big is the group of people who put this together? Is it just miners and their wives, or how does that work, and how important is it to keep this sort of donation cycle moving, if that makes sense?
Well, actually, it's a relatively small group of us. The ones that are actually in the auxiliary for 2245 and 2368, which is the auxiliary I'm the president of, we actually have about 10 members. So it's about 10 people that are here every week. We're putting in normally 10 to 16 hours or more when we have an event like this going on. All of us are also parents. We're spouses. We have young children. For 2397, which is another auxiliary that's on strike, it consists of retirees, so actual female and male retired miners, to where we are all spouses. And so it's a big mix, and it's a big age mix, all the way down from the youngest member that we have being in their late 20s, all the way up to the oldest ones they have being in their 70s. So it's generational, it's everything that you could think of when you think about what solidarity should be and what we should be doing when we come together for a purpose. The big thing is providing for families. Like, the big thing for us, and especially me as an educator, making sure that the kids were taken care of. So even back in August, we did a big push and did back to school bags. And I actually have one of those right here too, like to make sure that the kids had not just backpacks, but they were full of school supplies. So it takes some pressure off families. And especially since a lot of our miners are parents, it ends up being about 80% of the people on strike are a parent or guardian of a child, at least one. One of our biggest needs that we see every week is, actually, you can see behind me here, is baby items. If any of you have children, I know you know that things like diapers, formula, wipes are extremely expensive. And sometimes when you're on strike, you don't have that. Even if you've taken on a part-time job somewhere else so that you can still do your duty, striking, you sometimes run out at the end of the month. Things that I know that I personally took for granted, like when you were sick, being able to go buy new toothbrushes for your family. You don't have that now. So we provide that here. We have baskets. They can come get toothbrushes, razors, deodorants, things that you think about as being the things that kind of make us human, that make things feel normal, that when you've been on strike this long, sometimes it's hard to be able to afford. So
Right.
just to be able to take that stress and the pressure off families, that they don't feel like they need to cross, and that the kids, because I know like my own daughter and all of our kids are here at the pantry. Like mine, we were just in a store yesterday here in Brookwood, and she was like, "Look, Mama, there's a scab." They know because they've lived it.
Right.
My 1-year-old has been, most of her life has been here at the pantry and on strike. So I think it's important that we're teaching them that you fight, and you fight for as long as it takes. And it might
Right.
be hard work, but it's worth it because we're fighting for everyone. Because we can know that if Warrior Met and BlackRock get away with what they're trying to do here to us, the next fight will be even worse, no matter what your industry is, because it's going to set a standard of that.
Right.
So we want to help everyone by not allowing that to happen.
Right. Well, especially when you're on strike for as long as you have been, what, 9 months now, it gets it, you would do anything for your children. You start running out of the things that that are used the most, diapers, right? Formula used all the time. It becomes really difficult. And same thing with what we're doing here with this live stream, right? These striking workers have been on strike for 2 months. They lost their health insurance immediately upon going on strike. Many of these folks have family members who relied upon medical treatments. One worker on the picket line had a stroke in the factory like 2 months ago, and he's out there, and you think about these sacrifices that need to be made in order to remain firm in these contract fights, right? It's a lot. And being able to do fundraisers, being able to do, to bring in support from the community and to be able to build these things up is extremely important in keeping these fights moving forward, because certainly if it's an impossible choice a lot of times, especially when you are a union worker who believes wholeheartedly in solidarity and standing firm against the company. And the company is going to do whatever it can to divide and conquer. And a lot of times it's the loss of the resources that divide and conquer in these fights. So I think it's really important what you're doing. And I think it's an important lesson for anyone who is even remotely sort of adjacent to a picket line like this, that our support, even if it's minimal, is important, right?
Exactly. And we're staying with Kellogg's. We were talking about we were talking about the Kellogg strike and possibly trying to link up with them to do some bigger demonstrations at our rally on Wednesday. So we are all boycotting Kellogg's products if they don't have the union made logo. And even then, it's questionable to me because you're still giving money to that company.
Right.
So we're supporting y'all. We're hoping that we can link up with some of you soon. And I'm going to have to run. My baby's actually screaming for me to come on because she's ready to go.
Thank you so
But
much
I'll be
for
back
coming
on later. Thank y'all.
Absolutely. See you
Thank
later,
you.
Hayden.
Thanks.
So
Just remarkable.
absolutely, 100%.
It's amazing stuff.
Stephen, for your information in the chat, John says Stephen is the most valid Italian. So
Look,
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Yeah, I know we've really been, as a nation, experiencing the impact of Italian excellence lately, with Nancy Pelosi and Joey Mancini doing their thing. But, fuck that. What is really cool, and I'm glad to be here to talk about, is just like the resiliency of these strikes and how, it is so much work for these strikes to go on for this long, 9 months. Max mentioned the St. Vincent strike, which I reported on when they a few dozen of them came down to Dallas to protest outside of Tenet, the corporate headquarters that owns St. Vincent. And, the longer these strikes go on, the more I think it becomes clear that the workers are actually the ones that know what the fuck is going on and know how to get things done and are essential really to how these companies work, no matter how much they want to deny that or threaten that they can easily replace these workers or move their production elsewhere.
Right.
They bring in these people who are inexperienced or are third parties who don't have a stake in the community, and you know, they make it work for a little bit, they muddle through, but it all starts to collapse. And you know, it's pretty awesome to see, you know, for example, the St. Vincent deal, like they got all their jobs positions back guaranteed in this latest offer. You know, whether they decide to choose that or move forward with it, that's entirely their choice. But I think it's pretty amazing to see, you know, the outpouring of support to allow for that to play out and demonstrate itself, because this is like a big myth that we have to fight against constantly, is like, where does the value actually come from? Who gets the work done? And I think we all understand why, that's why we're here. We understand what that actually is. And it's just nuts that, you know, folks who are already dealing with rising cost of living, while corporations have massive piles of cash, like fucking dragons in fantasy novels, just like clawing on top of them, saying that we create all the value. It is amazing that they are playing chicken with these dragons, and are capable of actually winning. And it's only possible through people chipping in with what they can, which is it, you know, everybody knows this, right? Like the people who have to fight the most to get their liberation are the people who are the most oppressed. And it is awful to, you know, watch that and not do anything to support it. So like, I'm really just glad to be here to be able to lend whatever little stuff I can. Because 9 months is a long time. That's scary. Most people don't know how to commit to a fight like that for that long.
Yeah.
I'm in awe.
Yeah. And, you know, 2 months is a long time as well with Kellogg's. Like, you know, you have this momentum that you start with, you know, uneasiness, but excitement, militant excitement that happens on a strike is what I witnessed, right? We're ready to do this. We're in this for the long haul. And then the weather gets colder. And then the company starts suing individual plants, right? And, you know, now the negotiations break down and they drag them out, and they, you know, they walk away from the table with nothing but like disappointment, and the feeling of betrayal grows, right? You would think that a company that, just like Tavita said in this previous hour, a company that calls you essential and then doesn't treat you as if you are essential, it's hard to reconcile with, because you understand your own value. Your own labor is your own value. And when you are at an impasse like the Kellogg's workers were back in October, the only option you have is to withhold your labor collectively, because what else can you do when you're up against, you know, a giant dragon like Kellogg's, you know?
Yeah, when these, you know, there's a huge difference in the sort of resources that they have access to just at a whim, right? Like if you're a big corporation, fuck, even if you're just like a wealthy capitalist, you can get lines of credit and just float. You can float that shit for years. Like that's why so many of these motherfuckers, excuse my French, I don't know if we're doing that here. So many of these people don't pay income tax and stuff because they're floating it like that. And then they wait for these advantageous years to like report certain things. And, you know, the average union worker or union even doesn't have that ability to just like take out money from the bank, and the bank's not going to give it to them. It's a completely different landscape. And just so cool to see the outpouring of support to support these people and their fight. I'm inspired. I don't know. There's a lot of, for as fucked up as things are right now, there's a lot of inspiring things that are also happening.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I just wanted to thank you and Protean for covering the St. Vincent strike, because it's hugely important, you know, for a number of reasons, right? For all the reasons that we've been saying here, you know, about why we got to support Kellogg's workers, why we got to support, you know, anyone fighting for more power in their workplace, for more say in their workplace, But also, I mean, like, we all depend on healthcare workers, and they have really borne the worst of this pandemic. They have been pushed to work harder and longer, and they have been doing so under the kind of control of companies like Tenet in Texas, who own this hospital in Massachusetts and who are basically trying to turn it into I mean, Tenet made just an incredible amount of money this past year, and they're trying to just squeeze as much profit as they can out of healthcare, and workers are the ones who are being run into the ground there. So I wanted to thank you about that, Stephen, and I wanted to ask if you could maybe like tell us a bit about the importance of what y'all do at Protean and how it plays into this, because then we got more great folks in the waiting room, but I wanted to make sure that folks follow you and follow the work.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually really thankful to be able to publish that article in like a local paper, because, I think we need to be imbuing class analysis and labor struggle into reporting that can reach as many people as possible. In terms of Protean, I mean, yeah, we publish a lot of stuff. We publish sort of critical essays, we publish fiction, we publish poetry. We also publish some what I would call sort of, news analysis. We're not breaking news because we're not a large journalistic institution that's focused on, a geographic region. But we put out stuff that, whenever I think it merits attention and we have the capacity, we like to focus on it. So for example, in collaboration with Strikewave, or at least one of the editors there, we put out a great piece on the upset in Buffalo, for example. We just put out a really wild piece about how in Mobile, Alabama, the right wing they tried to elect a dead man in order to basically in a plot to annex a part of the area that would make the town white majority. Just a bunch of nuts stuff. We also publish poetry and fiction that can hopefully help you think and view the world through a couple different lenses, because I think we all need as much imagination as possible right now, given what we're dealing with. We got to, invent the future and imagine it and all that good stuff. So check us out on Twitter, on our website. We have a Patreon and all that. And then also in terms of my journalistic reporting, I try to, place it in places where people who aren't already going to agree with me might read it, because as much as I love to, work with my comrades and exchange ideas, I think we're in a fight for minds in a big way right now. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to do that. I think we have a lot of opportunity to get people to realize how much they have in common with the Kellogg workers or the St. Vincent workers. So
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that we do. It's all
Great.
good leftist stuff, and there's no advertisements because fuck that. So
Well, speaking of Protean Magazine and lifetime supporters, we have director, documentarian, actor, and writer Alex Winter, who's about to come on. He just recently finished a documentary called The YouTube Effect, which is about the rise of the YouTube. He also did a documentary on the journalists who published the Pentagon Papers. And he's also a very longtime supporter of Protean Magazine, has supported the Protean from the beginning, I think, or at least the second issue. Alex, hi, how are you?
I'm good to
Great.
see all of you.
Yeah.
And, Panama Papers, not Pentagon Papers.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm too young. I know I'm old as hell, but I'm too young for the Pentagon Papers.
Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Before we move forward, I just want to make a note to folks watching and to anyone who is interested in donating to the Livestream fundraiser. We have reached $3,225, which is fantastic. Hopefully we can push that to 4,000 before 7:30. Sorry, what time is it? 8:30? 8:30? Sorry, I'm Central Time. So
Around Central Time. So it's 7:38 Eastern Time.
Yeah. We also have in the waiting room BCTGM Local 50G President Dan Osborne, who is part of the local here in Omaha, Nebraska. He just got off the picket line not too long ago and spent most of the day talking with workers about their tentative agreement. So we can bring him in as soon as David can get him in.
Yeah, and I guess while we're waiting for that, I just wanted to say one more time, thank you to Alex, thank you to Stephen for doing this, for taking time out of your Friday to join us and show support for striking Kellogg's workers. It genuinely means the world to us.
It's a big deal. I mean, we've been, a lot of people have been tracking this story for a long time, and there's been a lot of movement around it, even in the last few days. So that's a good thing. Well, I'd love to hear from Dan because he's actually on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, yeah, we got
Hi,
Dan,
Dan.
from the picket line. It looks like. What's going on, brother?
Hey guys, we got everybody out here. Hi from Omaha. Look.
Hey,
Love to see it.
Dan, just so you know, we've raised $3,225 so far, and we have what, 4 hours left in this live stream, so we're putting money together.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody that has donated.
Man, I mean, thank you guys for showing us what solidarity looks like, for holding the line, and we just wanted to say to all of you that we are with you. We are behind you. We've got amazing director Alex Winter here on. I don't know if y'all can see him, but we've also got Stephen Monticelli of Protean Magazine. We've got more great folks coming on, and they are all sending all of you guys all of our love and support.
Yeah, I don't know. You can hear the horns of the people honking in support. But I just wanted to say hi to Alex Winter. I love that guy. I love you, man.
Back at you.
Yeah.
We're all behind you guys, so there's a lot of support.
As soon as Max gave me your name, I thought I was very excited to meet you, man. That's cool.
Very cool. I'd love to say I was there with you in Nebraska in the middle of December, but I can't say that. How cold is it there right now?
They call it a flyover state for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I grew up in Missouri, so I get the winters there.
Yeah. It's about 40 degrees here now.
That's balmy.
Too bad for December. We've been pretty fortunate up to this point with the weather.
Yeah, especially
Minus
if you're
the
picketing.
tornadoes we had the other day.
Yeah, it can be a real concern if you guys are out in the cold. So
Yeah.
that's good.
Well, we got this fire.
Cool. The heater,
burn barrel that one of our members made for all our gates.
That's great.
So we huddle around that. We keep warm, and we get.
Woo! Keep the fire burning, baby.
Love it.
Yep.
How you guys, I mean, can we ask Dan how you guys are doing? I'm sure everyone watching is very eager to know how y'all holding up. We know it's been a long slog. You guys have been holding the line, and it has not been easy. So I was wondering if you could just tell folks a little bit about how y'all are doing and remind folks why they should be donating to the fundraiser.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going on 2 months and 3 weeks now of not earning a paycheck, not having our medical benefits, in an effort for this fight for the middle class. We're all standing strong. We still all completely believe in what it is we're trying to accomplish here for labor and for workers around America. We know it's not just about us anymore. So it's definitely something we all believe in, and the only thing that's been keeping us going. There we go. Hey,
man.
So like I said, really the thing that's been keeping us going is the support from people like you and people in the community. Even if it's just driving by and honking, or if it's people driving by the picket lines and giving us sandwiches and pizza and donuts and coffee, or donating to the fundraiser. All that money we were able to release $220 at Thanksgiving to each one of our members for their Thanksgiving dinner. At Christmas, we were able to release $150. And then also we were doing a Christmas card drive where at first we were trying to get $50 gift cards to the families of kids. They have kids 18 and under. And there's been so many donations that we were able to give a $50 gift card to every child of those families.
That's great.
as well. So it's been amazing. The support's been amazing. And, you know, that's what keeps us going forward and standing out here in the cold and fighting for what we believe in.
Amazing.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, again, we are all with all of y'all, even if we can't be there physically. You know, everyone who's watching, everyone who's here on the call, everyone who's going to be calling in, we're all there. We're all here to support you all. And yeah, we know that with the holidays coming, with the winter coming, you know, we need to band together and support y'all as much as we possibly can. And I was wondering, you know, if maybe for folks who maybe don't know like the basic background, if you could kind of tell us a little bit about, you know, what brought y'all to the picket line and you know, kind of what y'all are fighting for over there.
Sure. You know, at the beginning of this, when we first went to negotiations, the company was, you know, we already had a two-tier wage system that was implemented where the lower tier employee makes about $12 an hour less.
Yeah.
They pay higher insurance premiums. They get less vacation and less vacation pay, but yet they stand with us 7 days a week. We work 12 hours a day most weeks, and you know, they do the same job as us. So you know, the majority of us are out here for the equalization of wages, and they were also trying to take our cost of living away from us. Cost of living, you know, in a nutshell, is the only source of our wage increases. It keeps us even with inflation, and the company was trying to take that away from the beginning. So we felt to you know, to secure our futures, and not just our futures, but future generations of workers that are going to come through the ranks. You know, we felt like you know, we had to do this fight now. We had no other choice but to go on strike. You know, if we would have ratified that contract, we would have lost everything. You know, eventually all of us would have been on the lower tier, making that $12 an hour less. And meanwhile, the CEOs would continue to take their increases in compensations. Our CEO, Steve Cahalan, makes $6,400 an hour. So I'm hoping.
And company profits are up, right, Dan? Like the general company profits are up this year, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've made record profits. They've profited about $5 billion in 2020 through the pandemic.
There's plenty to go around.
Absolutely. And I think when his job comes open, I'm going to apply for that.
You can bring everybody with you.
Yeah. You know, I might decrease my salary to $3,200 an hour. That way I can get everybody a little bit more too.
Well, man, I mean, I think that's one of the many things, right, that has been so inspiring about your guys' fight, you know, there in Omaha, also obviously the locals in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Memphis, Tennessee, and Battle Creek, Michigan, right? I mean, that's really a lesson in solidarity for all of us where, you know, I know you and I have talked about this, you talked to Mel about this in past conversations. But like, you know, you've worked at this plant for 18 years, right? You know, you are in that kind of first tier. And for you and the other, you know, union brothers and sisters to go to the mat for your coworkers because, you know, this two-tier system is such a monstrous injustice, like that's something that, you know, is really, I think, shown the rest of the country what it looks like to stand together, and instead of just kind of holding on to what you get and kind of run to your own little corner. And that's really something that we should all be supporting.
Right, correct. Yeah, from the beginning of this wasn't about money. This wasn't about pay increase for the upper tier employees. This was about, like I said, securing the future for generations of workers to come. You know, not everybody wants to go to college and accumulate $100,000 in student loans. And you know, I myself, I'm prior military. I got out of the military. I still didn't know what I wanted to do, and I was fortunate enough to get on at Kellogg's and make make a livable wage, you know, and be able to raise my family the way I saw fit.
And you guys there was a recent contract, another go at the contract that also didn't address the 2-tier issue, right? Just even a couple days ago, even after all this.
Sorry, I had a phone call coming in. I didn't catch.
I was just saying
last.
that they came at you again with another attempt at a contract, but it still didn't address the 2-tier issue. Is that right?
Yeah. So we do have another tentative agreement that we're going to vote on Sunday. We were able to secure, you know, that cost of living that I was talking about,
Right.
For the lower tier, but that's really the only change from that last contract to this contract. They didn't touch the 2-tier language and make it any better. So it's up to the body now to vote on whether they want to stand strong and continue the fight or get back to work. You know, it's a democratic process, and whatever the people decide, I'll respect that. If they want to keep fighting, you know, I'm going to keep fighting. You know, I got a lot of fight left. But
sorry to hit you with one more thing, but just from the punter side, isn't the concern with the 2-tier situation that if you guys agree on it, that they're just going to use it as a door to jam open in order to lower wages in the future period? Doesn't it give them that possibility? Isn't that why it's important?
Yeah, sorry. Let me move over here where I'm out of traffic a little bit.
All right.
So could you repeat the question?
I think that's something the public wants to wrap their head around. Like, it seems to me the 2-tier issue is important because companies will often use a precedent like that to drive wages down in the future for everybody. And it gives the workers less protection. It isn't really just about 2 tiers and you versus someone who isn't in that tier. It's about a future where nobody's in a top tier, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they attempted to do this time, you know, by making it a permanent system. Eventually there would be no upper tier. We'd be on the lower tier.
Right.
You know, I think it's important to say that, you know, the 2-tier system, I believe, was implemented in the 80s, and it's a union busting tactic because what it does is it creates division amongst the ranks. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? In 2015, when that 2-tier system got voted in, you know, they were threatening to close 2 North American plants. They were so yeah, they were closing to threaten 2 of our North American plants. They were saying cereal sales are down. You know, you have to take concessions, and you know, fear's a great motivator, and you know, they basically scared us into that. You know, knowing what we know now, you know, with the 2-tier, you know, you're working side by side with somebody every day, and they're making that way lower wage. It definitely creates animosity in the workplace.
Right.
And that's the division that the company, you know, these companies use as a tactic, and they know it's effective. So, you know, we believe, you know, through the pandemic has been a big driver as far as you know,
profits, right?
The company called us essential. They called us heroes. They called us frontline workers. But when it comes time to get a fair contract, now all of a sudden we're zeros. We go from hero to zero. So yeah, that's kind of what the pandemic shed some light on that, you know, as far as the importance of our frontline workers. And, you know, we just want our fair shake. We just want our sliver of the pie.
Well, it's pretty chilling what just happened in Kentucky, right? I mean, being in the middle of the strike that you're in, and then to see really like the ultimate worst case scenario of workers being forced to continue on in adverse conditions for, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and if that candle factory was unionized, that would have never happened there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. This is like a problem from like 300 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would have never happened in our plant. We've practiced tornado drills here, you know, and to tell people they can't go home and they force them to stay through a storm, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So, you know, my heart goes out to all those people suffering in Kentucky. You know, we had some devastating storms come through here in Iowa, a lot of damage, and you know that's worst case scenario, and it's unfortunate. We were fortunate enough here, you know, at this location. You know, we suffered some damage with our structures. You can see they're just scaffolding with you know, plastic wrapped around them. We had some damage, but we were able to repair it pretty quickly. That we didn't get hit too hard with that storm.
So we're gonna try a little bit of Zoom magic here. So it's great that folks in the live chat are excited that we've got Dan and everyone here at BCTGM Local 50G. What's up, everyone? We were able to talk to them from the picket line, and we actually have in the waiting room Trevor Biddleman, who's the president of the BCTGM Local 3G in Battle Creek. So we're gonna see if we can get everyone on the same call right now. So let's see if we can get some solidarity from Battle Creek to Omaha.
I think you can do it, Max.
We're working on it, brother. We got the amazing David Story behind us, and we can do anything. And just a reminder to everyone watching, we are currently joined by the amazing Alex Winter. We are joined by Dan Osborne, president of the BCTGM 50G. We've got our boy Stephen Monticelli from Protean Magazine, and we are now. What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just Italian jokes.
Oh, did I get it? The Italian. And we've got Trevor Biddleman calling in from Battle Creek. Trevor, can you hear us, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not sure if that's me giving you all that feedback.
Well, it's probably us giving you feedback because we got Dan Osborne from 50G. He's on the picket line calling in, so we're hearing the traffic sounds there. But you're on, man. It's great to hear your voice.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I'm actually driving down the road right now, so I can't really do a whole lot of audio or video with you. We just got done having a rally there with Senator Sanders, and that was went off pretty good here in Battle Creek.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I'm sure folks watching are very curious. How was it with Bernie coming to town today? Did it scare the shit out of corporate or what?
I'll tell you what, I think the notion of him even coming, and when they found out that he was coming, is what really accelerated their push on this last tentative agreement to get it voted on immediately. They don't like the press, and for us to be standing right out front of their headquarters with someone that's got, you know, a few million followers, and somebody, you know, in Bernie that has always been an outstanding leader of labor and fighter for labor. Yeah, I think it shook them right down to the core, to be honest with you.
That's the first government official that's come down, right, Trevor?
Or
high level.
There was one other. It was the labor secretary.
Right.
They sent the Secretary of Labor to Marty Walsh to the Lancaster picket line.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yep.
Well, that's good movement forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Stephen, I have to apologize because I see what your Italian fingers were coming up, and I've been getting your last name wrong like an asshole. It's Monticelli. So that's my bad.
Hey, no, it's all good. I respond to both.
Well, Dan, I don't know if you can hear me. We had to mute you real quick so that we didn't get the feedback. But I was wondering if you guys had any messages for Trevor and your union brothers and sisters over there in Battle Creek.
Yeah, we're standing strong and we're holding the line. You know, we had our membership meetings today. You know, we addressed the members and our concerns on the current agreement. So, you know, again, you know, we respect the democratic process of voting, and we'll see what the body has to say about this contract.
Great.
And Trevor, I guess, again, we've got folks donating to the fundraiser. If anyone's watching, you can see the video of BCTGM Local 50G members there on the picket line in Omaha. You can't see them, but we've got Trevor Biddleman from BCTGM 3G in Battle Creek, Michigan on the phone. We're joined by the brilliant Alex Winter and Steven from Protein Magazine, my amazing co-host Mel Buer. But we just wanted to remind everyone to please donate. Every little bit helps. Donate what you can so that these workers can keep holding the line, that they can, have a good holiday. They've been out there since October 5th. Trevor, I guess, did you have any kind of other sort of updates from, how y'all have been doing for the past 2.5 months at Battle Creek, and any messages to folks watching, kind of given extra encouragement to donate to the fundraiser?
Well, obviously, after being out of work for 10 weeks, everybody's budget's got quite a bit tighter. Everybody's kind of going to find some different jobs and all that stuff. But, really the spirit here in Battle Creek is still just as strong as it was the day that we walked out. It's actually stronger. The community support that we've received, the people coming by, you got to understand, in Battle Creek, the kind of the home of Kellogg's here. There's all the buildings all say Kellogg on them, so we weren't really sure kind of where the local community would be, on what we were doing, and the outpouring of support from all of those people has just been amazing. I mean, you talk about people driving by, I thought maybe it'd be like a 50-50 type deal, one horn, one finger. And, no, we've really been, it's been 95-5 across this whole 2 months, and we're prepared to hold the line. We'll hold the line as long as it takes. When we say one day stronger, one day longer, we mean it. When you look at this tentative agreement, versus the one that we already voted down, we didn't address the things that we set out to address. A lot of the support that we've been getting is really, it's because we're fighting a 2-tier system. We're fighting against an insane amount of work hours, and we're fighting for, jobs not going to Mexico. And at the end of the day, we have not attained those things, so to me, we don't really have any choice but to keep fighting, and the longer this fight goes on, the more support we're going to need. But you look at this message really, and it's resonating with, all across the country with middle class America. Middle class America is tired of, both people in a household having to work 60 hours a week just in order to put a little bit of savings away for your kid to go to college. All the people, across this country in their late 50s and early 60s, their retirement without something secure that's there because they've lost all their pensions, they've gave all that up, they've spent all their money on healthcare. Everyone is fed up, so we set out to do something here. We got the leverage over a company. We got the company on the ropes. They're down. They're beaten. They're bloody. I'm just hoping we don't make the mistake. You talk about like an MMA fighter. And here we are. We're into the 5th round of a fight. We've been beating the snot out of them, and they're kind of laying in the back of the cage, just kind of hoping to catch a haymaker. And we really need to make sure strategically and wisely what we set out here to do. We need to make sure we're doing. And to miss this opportunity to address the long-term issues that we've always been facing, and not do something to fix those, kick that can down the road. That's a big mistake that I see.
100%. We have a couple of guests who are waiting to come into the room, and we also have a couple of guests who are ready to head out. Steven and Alex, thank you so much for taking the time to come and join this live stream. Just over the last hour, we've raised nearly another $1,000. We're almost to $4,000.
That's all Steven, but that's great.
$3,915. Thank you so much. You too, if you have any final words for our viewers, or a place to, check out further work, you're more than welcome to use this
I mean,
time.
I would just say get on and throw a little money this way. This is a fight that I think has really caught the public's imagination because it involves everybody, and it involves everyone from the working class, the middle class, into the upper class. So, we're kind of at a crossroads with the way compensation is both held by a very select few and distributed to everyone who's doing the actual labor. And not to be grim, but as the climate crisis increases, we saw what happened in Kentucky. It becomes a crisis of the working class as well, because that's who's going to end up carrying that load and getting hit by it. So we just had a major IATSE, that's sort of mostly the Teamsters and other workers in the entertainment industry. They were working on a new contract. They took what was given to them. Maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't have, but it's there are many, many fights in the future that need to happen to make sure that people are compensated, or we're all going to be driving Ubers. We're all going to be gig workers. That's where we're headed. So we got to fight to make sure that doesn't happen.
What he said.
Thank you
you
so
guys
much
both
for coming
so
on
much.
both.
Thank you guys. Love your work. Thank you.
Keep it up, Dan. Keep it up, Trevor. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, Alex and Steven, what can we say? We can't thank those guys enough for hopping in. If you are just joining the live stream, we've been going since 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be going till midnight. Right now, along with my amazing co-host Mel Buer, we have Dan Osborne, president of the BCTGM Local 50G down there in Omaha. He is on the Kellogg's picket line there in Omaha. You can see his union brothers and sisters behind him. And we've also got Trevor Biddleman from BCTGM Local 3G in Battle Creek. You can't see him, but he's on the phone. And we also have two more special guests who we're about to bring in, who I'm sure want to send all their love to Trevor and Dan and everyone there on the line. So, David, let's go ahead and bring in our next amazing guests.
Hey.
All right. Hey, so
How are
we've
you?
got we're great, Marianne. So thank you so much for doing this. To everyone watching, we have the one and only Marianne Williamson here calling in, standing with striking Kellogg's workers. Marianne, I don't know if you caught the last part before we brought you on, but you may be able to see here on the Zoom, we've got Dan Osborne from the Kellogg's plant there in Omaha. He's there on the picket line.
Nice to meet you, sir.
His members are there behind him. And
Hi.
we've got Trevor Biddleman from the Battle Creek local. He's on the phone here too. So yeah, I'll shut up real quick and just let Marianne say her hellos to the folks out there on the line real quick.
Well, hello to all of you, and thank you, Max, for doing this, and thank you, gentlemen, for making such a brave and powerful stand. I'm old enough to remember the 1980s. I'm old enough to remember when this advent of trickle-down economics really began the war on labor that we have seen over the last 40 years. When I was growing up, it honestly was different. I grew up in a home where my parents would say, you cross the picket line, don't bother to come home. And everybody kind of knew that, whether their parents told them that or not. There was a sort of general consensus, you don't mess with the picket line. I've been really shocked as the years have gone on, as generations have been born into this sort of post-Reagan era, where people really haven't even known what was going on here. The massive transfer of wealth, this horrifying philosophy where, the only fiduciary responsibility of the corporation was to its stockholders at the expense of other stakeholders, primarily the workers. And the way I see it, Max, and everyone else here, the bad news and the good news is that people have had enough. And it was going to take it getting like this. And now the resurgence, whether it has to do with Kellogg's, whether it has to do with Nabisco, whether it has to do with John Deere, whether it has to do with Amazon, whether it has to do with Starbucks, I just think that all of us need to be involved. because this is about the economic system of the United States that imperils our democracy. It's not just what's doing to workers. I loved Bernie's speech today. I didn't quite understand reading the letter at the end, because I want to hear more from a Democratic president than that you should keep the faith. I want to hear a Democratic president take a stand for the PRO Act. This is not a moment for performatives or, a little bit here. This is not a moment for incrementalism. And especially when we're seeing the bravery that's being displayed by so many people on these lines. So at this point, there does seem to be a rediscovery of labor. It seems to be a resurgence. But like I said, I'm here because this matters to our democracy. You and I were having a conversation the other day, Max, that, more Americans are workers. And I love Bernie Sanders' line today, you can't love America without loving its workers. So I think, and I hope anybody who is listening will remember the importance of the fundraising going on tonight, because people can't afford to strike if they can't. I mean, that's part of what survival wages are all about, is to put you in a position where you are not financially able to complain. You are not financially able to mount a serious complaint or strike. And that's what makes all of these actions that are going on now so powerful. And the fact that, at least from what I've read, what Max, you have told me, there does seem to be a tentative agreement. I know that you're on the move here, but this is not a moment for any of us to let up. And I'm just glad to lend my voice to that of millions of Americans that were saying, it's not just that it's time, it is so beyond time. This assault should not have been able to be this successful for 40 freaking years. And there's a revolutionary fervor in the air now, and there needs to be. It has to be a peaceful revolution, a nonviolent revolution. But people on these lines, such as those that you're showing here, are showing that they're serious, and the rest of us have to be as well.
Hell yeah. And I mean, again, Marianne, I cannot thank you enough for lending your voice to this struggle. As you can see, you got folks there on the picket line kind of watching Dan's phone right now. We know we got folks on YouTube watching, and Marianne's been sharing it with her millions of followers, and that is translated to money that is going directly to these 4 union locals where workers have been holding the line since October 5th. Dan, I know we had to mute you real quick because of the traffic, but I was wondering if your folks over there had any words you wanted to say to Marianne Williamson. We got to unmute you. Oh, Dan, you got to unmute yourself.
Oh,
I'm
there we go.
Perfect. I was like, points well taken. And then just throwing back to when the time and age of like during Reagan and we're corporate, and then how progressively we move where we're at now. It's to see that, we as a people still stand, and how that baton is always passed. Sorry. Thank you. Like, all the support. And just being able to share words, know that, just across the board, how we're all able to come still together. And it's just an unconditional amount of support all the way around.
And those honks mean people are saying yes and supporting you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, we come out here daily, and it's just having you come out just to share your words. Like I said, just, and looking at the overall review is just amazing. And again, it's support from everybody, and just even passing buyers, even the kids that wave. I had even put a little post. It was a little girl who came out and just handed out thank you stickers with her dad. And I got to tell you, I hope that maybe we'll be able to post that and send that out. But she was so adorable. She came right up to me and she was like, thank you. And I was like, just thank you. It's you who we take care of, She's
got good parents. Mm-hmm. These are things we have to teach our children.
Yep. And
I mean, people are not being taught in school the history of the labor movement. Too many people not being taught the struggles and the sacrifice. I mean, I was taught that when I was a little kid. My father talking about how his father took him to see Eugene V. Debs. I mean, Joe Hill, don't grieve, organize. I mean, these were stories I was taught as a child. And I hope you feel not just, the support from the honking where you are and the little girl, but, all the people Max is bringing together. People are waking up. People are and looking at you guys and going, wow, they're really doing it.
Yeah, we're the face of it, and along with everybody else, and just having this moment to share it with you. And like I said, I really appreciate just how you brought it in with how your parents and how you're raised. It's something else that where I can share that as a moment with even my own mom, who's back in the days when she striked, and it's like a repeat of history, but again, it's that strong movement.
And I think also, you know, talking about this river of history, one of the things I've been saying to people, and Max, you and I have had some of this conversation, it is the most traditional and patriotic thing in the world to push back against capitalist overreach. We're the patriots here. And these things have become so inverted, right?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, and you brought up a really good point, you know, as far as the labor movement not being taught in schools. And I mean, I can't speak to around the country, but I know a lot of schools in Omaha, you know, they cut shop classes, you know, and as far as children, you know, learning those skills at a young age, to be able to get into the trades and to be able to get into the trade unions, we're losing that as a country. And I feel like that's really important. You know, to get those shop classes back into school, because you know, you could do a 2-year trade school and start making $60,000 a year. You know, not everybody is cut out for universities, and you know, is that whole thing with that. But it's definitely important to get that back in schools.
you are so right. When I was a kid, there was shop. It was called shop. Absolutely. And also, when we do talk about free colleges and universities, we need to make sure that we include world-class tech schools and trade schools like you're talking about. But you know, you're even putting it out there just now. This is just starts being the conversation, and people go, "That is so true," because you're absolutely correct. That's and you know, I remember reading in a Tom Hartman book that the average worker in the 1970s had a decent job with good benefits, could own a car, could take a yearly vacation, could own a home, and could send their kids to college. What has happened now, this assault on workers, this assault on really more than 90% of the American people economically, is an aberration in our history. It's never gone unanswered before. And we're just living, that's where the pendulum is swinging now, the pushback.
Well, and you know, like, and one of the reasons that the Kellogg strike is so important, and like so many of the other strikes we've been seeing, is you know, these folks are taking direct aim at the mechanism by which corporations like funnel us all downwards, right? And that is
like the two-tier system, that
like
type
the
of thing.
two-tier system. So you know, Trevor, I know you're driving, man, but if you're able to unmute yourself, I was gonna ask if you could say a little bit about why the two-tier system is something that needs to be fought against, and how it plays into like all of that kind of race to the bottom shit that we're all trying to fight.
Well, yeah, I think really when you look at that, it's kind of what our whole problem that we have right now is. And with you have those two tiers, you have a totally divided workforce, and it's hard to expect this person working next to you, you know, that's making $13 less an hour, that has less benefits, that's not accruing any pension, and expect them to do the same type of work you're doing. You know, I think there's something to be said about progression. Right. You know, you start at a place, you know, you obviously don't start right where the 30-year guy does. So some kind of progression of things is one thing. But, you know, when you think about the fact that people can be stuck in this spot for up to 9 years, you know, and that's really only currently looking at it, you know, you start looking at a thing where now the cap is removed on the amount that they can have. And you're just kind of opening up the floodgates to this whole entire, you know, two-tier system. And that's what it is. It's a race to the bottom. You know, you get used to somebody that, you know, the thing that amazes me is the amount of people, you know, when you kind of get back and forth on some of the Facebook conversations, and they talk about just being lucky to have a job.
Oh.
In corporate America, that's what they've done. They've convinced us that we're lucky to have a job. We forgot to remind them that they're lucky they have our labor.
That's absolutely correct.
You talk about, you know, what's transpired and how, you know, now you got to work two people in a household, are now working 60 to 70 hours and still not even being able to put that money away for college. And I think people are just, across the board, they're fed up with these things, and that's why we have to do something to fix it. And that's why it's so important that the contracts that we do look down the road. I think organized labor as a whole, it got very complacent. It was very good with what it was getting. To avoid fights, future things were what were sold. This for the future hire won't happen, and that for the future hire won't happen. So now you look across the board, and 100-0 healthcare, it is unheard of because it's been given up by everybody step by step. Pensions, not many people have them because it's been given up step by step or taken in some circumstances. The unique situation that we have is there's 1,400 of us that operate 4 facilities. We make 80% of their most 6 profitable cereals. So the amount of money that we generate with the 1,400 of us is so, substantial to that business that we actually have the leverage to stand up and fight. We also have the demographics, right? I mean, truthfully, if you look at, a few years ago, 80% of the plant was either full of people who were retirement eligible or just walked in the door. So that meant either A, you weren't willing to fight, or B, you couldn't afford to. We're in a situation where, I've been preaching to my members about being prepared because the company was going to, oh yes, absolutely. You talk about, I knew the company was going to try to ram something just horrible down our throat. Horrible. Now I'll tell you that the permanency of the 2-tier that they were pushing, that's something that we were able to defeat, hooray, right? But at the end of the day, we're probably never going to see leverage like this again. And something that I don't think the unions did great jobs of is when they had the leverage, they didn't use them. When companies got leverage, they just step right on you, right? But we've had this blind loyalty to the corporations that we've worked for. We've been, you'd like to think that you create a relationship with your employer when you're someone who is taking a career. And, when you find out that, at the end of the day, that if they could save $1, they could care if you died tomorrow. It's very, disheartening, and it makes you really start to evaluate this relationship that you have, knowing how much money you generate for them. I've been coming to the table for a decade, and the first time I came, they were making $300 million, and that wasn't sustainable. And then the next time I came, it was 350, and that wasn't sustainable. Next time I came, 400 million, that wasn't sustainable. Now they're at 500 million. They still say their business model is not sustainable. And that's what I cannot understand. And across this whole country, it's accepted that profits can be put before people.
Absolutely.
And it really started with pensions going away and employers replacing them with 401ks. So then everybody's got some little bit of stock market. None of us are super rich. None of us are super wealthy, diving in and out of the stock market, making millions of dollars, but all of us own stocks. And we like to see those stock percentages go up. And at some point in time in this country, kind of like you talked about, people stopped, being nervous to cross a picket line. We became, as a society, if I can get 5 to 7% returns on my money, but it means you got to fire my neighbor and close his plant and take his job, screw it, I'll take to my 5 to 7%.
You are so right.
And we've literally stopped caring about one another. It's really became a very me first, I only society. And that's kind of what I was setting out to do, and my members were setting out to do, and hopefully the rest of the members were all setting out to do is, this contract was not about me, it was about we. And that's why we were fighting to get rid of the 2-tier system, not just elongate it, not just make it a little better, not just make it a little more passive for those that are currently in it, but to get rid of it and get back to a progression type system.
Well, every word you just said, not only do I agree with, but you articulated it so well, including how it turned us against each other. Desperate people are just struggling for survival. And when you're struggling for survival, you start dropping your ethical principles like caring for your neighbor. what you just said is so true. It's just been a moral breakdown of the values of this country. And with leaders like you, though, who are laying it down and saying it the way you are. I mean, there's no one in America who could hear what you just said and not know it's true. No one could hear that. People know that, right, Max? I mean, now it's like, it's just, and also I read, what the CEO makes over 11 million a year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dan, what was the figure you gave us of the CEO?
Yeah, I broke it down, to about $6,400 an hour. I believe I included the amount of time he spends on the golf course too. So
Right. Well, he's paid all that money because he's really good at exploiting his workers. And
Yeah.
one of the things also that started in the 1980s under Reagan was that CEOs before the 80s could not be paid in stock options. So once CEOs could be paid in stock options, it was to their financial benefit to squeeze money from the workers. I mean, you're leading people, but your own financial benefit comes from just increasing, stockholder value, shareholder value. The whole system just rotted from within.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to note too that our CEO in 2014 had since till now, that CEO position has had a 49% increase in compensation. He had a increase from 2019 to 2020. So, they're reaping the lion's share of these compensations, of the profits. So, we're just asking for our slice of pie. Like Trevor said, we're not rich. I'm not going to jump in my Ferrari and drive home from the picket gate. We're just trying to maintain a livable wage and maintain it for future generations to come.
And the dignity that it's not just the economics, it's the level of dignity. There's something that is insulting to people when we are willing to allow them to live in ways that make it hard just to provide for your family. And I think that's what people are responding to, the sort of moral rot at the center of this kind of exploitative business model. And like you said, you're not asking to be rich. If you want to get rich, that's fine too. But nobody should create wealth at the expense of other people having a chance to. And that's the problem with CEOs like that. His wealth is created at the expense of other people having a chance to. And that's just wrong. That's just wrong. And I love, I'm sorry, Max, who is the gentleman who is just speaking before Dan?
We've got Dan Osborne from
here. Dan is here. Who was on the
Trevor
phone?
Biddleman from Battle Creek.
Yeah. Well, Trevor's comments about the 401ks and the pensions, the way you laid it out, Trevor, historically, people really need to hear that. Did you speak? You said he's in Battle Creek?
Trevor's in Battle Creek. He was there.
How was this afternoon with Bernie incredible, Trevor?
Yeah, that was real awesome. To have someone come, of that stature and have that kind of following, and just the true labor leader he always has been. It was absolutely amazing. Everybody there was so supportive and happy that he was there. I'll tell you, it's kind of funny because actually he called me for the first time like 6-7 weeks ago, so like I'm just driving down the road. I get a call. I was getting all sorts of calls at that time, and this, this is so-and-so with Bernie Sanders campaign. And I'm thinking, okay. He says, he wants to talk to you. And I'm like do like an interview or like a podcast or something. Like, what are you talking about? Nope. He just wants to talk to you on the phone.
And then did he tell you I want to come out there?
Well, that time, yep. Again, this was probably 6 weeks ago at this point, the first time that we talked. And he said, of course, it was interesting. The call was supposed to come at like 7:00. And then I got a text from this number that said it wasn't going to happen until 7:30. Then I kept kind of going back, and I'm thinking, okay, there's been lots of people getting a hold of me. I think somebody might just be yanking my chain, So then when the actual call did come through, I was like, oh, okay, wow, I'm getting called by Bernie Sanders. This is pretty cool. And then, he said he'd like to make it out, but with his schedule rules and this and that, and probably couldn't happen. And then it was actually just last week, or maybe even earlier this week. No, it was last week. Yeah, last week. Call again. Hey, Bernie wants to talk to you for a minute. So I'm just trying to. Hey, Bernie, how you doing? And we kind of hop on the phone. He says, "Hey, look, I want to make this happen. I want to come see you. What you guys are doing." He actually said it kind of inspires him, which is awesome. That whole thing today, it was interesting because, typically when I got to get up and talk in front of a crowd, I'll kind of have some notes written down so that I, make sure that I don't miss anything. And also that I kind of stay in a flow of things. And today I had nothing. I literally was walking up to the podium still going, I don't even know what's about to come out of my mouth.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you say the things that you just said on the phone just now?
Actually, I've asked somebody to share the video with me because I truly don't really remember what I said. I remember when I was talking, I felt like I was going too long, so I kind of cut myself off. And then I felt like when I was, as Bernie was going, I was listening to him thinking, man, did I just talk for about 30 seconds and get out of the way? So actually I'm kind of waiting to watch that because I don't remember what exactly I said. I think I must have hit the points that I was aiming at because a lot of people said they liked hearing what I said. So must not have went too bad anyway.
Well, what you said here was really good. And I also want to take this opportunity, anybody who's listening, to remember that this is a fundraising live stream. And that's an important issue because these people on strike, that's the whole point. People don't go on strike because it's too financially difficult. People are taking a stand. And as we said before, people who are on strike at Kellogg's are not just striking for themselves. They're striking for future generations and really as part of a correction of the entire American economic system. So It's so important. And I'm sure there's a button there and all of everybody can be part of that. And I thought Bernie, I'm sorry, go on.
No worries. There's a link in our description underneath the YouTube live stream. We've also been tweeting out the fundraiser link pretty much the entirety of the time here. A bit of an update. We are now at $4,390 with a couple hours still left in the stream. So keep sharing it, keep sending it to whoever you are, rib your family members to get them to donate if need be. We have a bit of a lofty goal of $20,000. We are going to do our best to hit it tonight. I also wanted to take a moment to introduce a friend of our podcast, Dwight. He's the co-host of the Eat the Rich podcast and is a very good friend and comrade. And he's been waiting patiently to be introduced. So Dwight, if you want to say hi.
Good evening, comrades. I apologize for not having a video feed. I'm at the Winter White House and my handlers told me that they could only get an audio line out. So I apologize for that. I'll be behind this at the moment. What an absolutely astounding thing that we're seeing here. We actually on Eat the Rich, we did a episode on John Harvey Kellogg, but we're not going to go into all the details of his intricacies. Very interesting guy. So it's really interesting to bring it back to Battle Creek, Michigan. And it's very, very cool seeing the striking going on. I mean, typically, on a Friday evening, I'm spending my time looking at, the productivity pay gap that has been widening since the, late 1970s and the erosion of, like Marianne, you were speaking about before, like the living wage that people were being able to be paid on a single income family. These are the kinds of things that we like to review on Friday evenings. That in conjunction with the precarity of everybody's employment, as the capitalist sort of machine has been over the last 100 years, really, since there was a popular alternative to capitalism being, expressed in other parts of the world. They've been trying to erode our ability to have solidarity with each other. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't start thinking about like the ways in which our society is purposefully atomized to keep us away from ourselves, all the way down to our own like infrastructure and roads that keep communities separate. Not to mention, the interstate highway system that is literally driven communities of color away from their neighbors. So this, in my view of this, is, and especially over the research that we've done over the last few years through our podcast Eat the Rich, it is so total in its purposefulness to atomize us and take us away from any feelings of solidarity as workers. And to see this now, literally looking at the front lines of the American 21st century labor movement, and it is beyond anything more inspiring than I've seen in a long time. It is absolutely fantastic to see.
Right there with you, brother.
Ditto.
We love it.
Well, so exciting.
While we have this amazing group of folks on the call, and again, for folks who are watching who maybe just joined, we've got an incredible panel of folks on the call right now, including Dwight, our friend Dwight from Eat the Rich podcast, a phenomenal show. They do really in-depth, deep dives on figures like Kellogg. My amazing co-host Mel Buer, our brilliant studio production manager David Story is behind the scenes, and we've got the one and only Marianne Williamson on the call. We've got Dan Osborne from the BCTGM Local 50G in Omaha. We've got, and his union brothers and sisters, you can see them on the picket line behind him. We've got Trevor Biddleman here from BCTGM Local 3G. And we cannot thank you all enough for joining us this Friday night, for sharing this fundraiser and this live stream. Please give what you can. You were literally seeing, like Dwight just said, the folks that we are trying to raise money for. They have been holding the line since October 5th. They have, that whole time, costs rack up. Holidays are coming. It's getting colder, right? Whatever happens with this new tentative agreement, these folks need our support, and we need y'all to help us spread the love and spread the solidarity. And Marianne, I wanted to kind of toss things back to you, because I know you got a lot of thoughts on this, but like building on like what Dwight was saying about how we have all been so atomized, how we have all been so turned against one another. I think that, we've heard through what Dan and Trevor and others have said, like how that happens in the workplace, right? Because you have, two tiers of workers kind of looking over their shoulders at each other. Then you also have union and non-union workers who are told that they're basically enemies. So there's a lot of fighting amongst ourselves that is encouraged by mainstream media and so on and so forth. But you've also kind of like seen how like politics has sort of like played a role in that, like how the bullshit that goes on in DC is almost designed to keep pitting us against one another. But what we're seeing in struggles like Kellogg's and elsewhere is that when you are fighting side by side with your coworkers, doesn't matter if you're left, right? I mean, like it is workers versus bosses, and you come together across those differences. You stand in solidarity. So I wanted to ask, like, I feel like folks don't really know like how sinister it can be in terms of like why politicians are so invested in dividing us this way.
Well, first of all, I really appreciated both Trevor and Dwight speaking about this human element of what it has done to human community, what it has done to families. But Trevor was first talking about just, it doesn't even have to be somebody else in your workplace. It doesn't have to be union versus non-union. It's just the person next door to you that you would be willing to vote against their interests because you think that yours lie in getting that 5 to 7% raise in your own stock. So first of all, I was really happy to hear both Trevor and Dwight speak to that human dimension, because I think that that's what people need to hear. People really want to, so many times when we speak about these things only in economic terms, people kind of glaze over. But when you start talking about what this is doing to human beings, not only our relationship with each other, but also the despair that people feel within themselves. So much of the, deaths by despair that we have in this country, so much drug addiction, mental health issues, just have to do with the fact that people live in chronic economic trauma. Now, as far as the political issue is concerned, it was politics was the conduit, the election of Ronald Reagan and that whole crowd of of trickle down economic people. This had all been planned. The Powell memo, the Koch brothers, et cetera. I mean, politics was the headquarters for all this. It was public policy that did all this. I mean, these huge tax cuts, like the 2017 tax cut, where 83% of that $2 trillion tax cut goes to the very richest individuals and corporations. That's politics. That was a legislative action. This entire massive transfer of wealth, this has all been enabled. Once we open the floodgates to corporate donations, especially through Citizens United, but even before that, one Supreme Court said that free money was free speech. Washington gave away this country. Washington betrayed the workers of America. Let's be very clear here. And so what's happened, so yes, did it begin with the Republicans? Yes, but no Democratic president has stopped it. So what's happening now, as far as I see it, Max, is that people on the right and people on the left, I heard you say when I first heard you on with Peter Hager and Jen Perelman, and that was when I went, oh, he's so great, because I heard you say that if you're in an assembly line, you're in a workplace you're a Democrat and it's a MAGA guy, you don't care. And that's what it seems to me is starting to happen. People on the left and the right are realizing they are being oppressed by the same people. They are being oppressed by the same forces. And those forces, now this is my own personal political opinion, have completely taken over the Republican Party, but they have far too big a foothold in the Democratic Party. So neither political party has anything to be proud of regarding its stance vis-a-vis the American worker over the last 40 years. And I think that a lot of this is psychological as people are realizing this and realizing that we're going to have to do something. Now, Max, you and I had dinner the other night, because what we're dealing with is what everybody I know is dealing with. What exactly we do, we don't know. This is we're in that inquiry and in that questioning. But meantime, we see strikes like this, and we know that this is the tip of the spear. And once again, I just want to put in the fundraising plug. Mel was saying before they've raised about $4,000. It's a $20,000 goal for this evening. You can see from looking at Dan, you've got Omaha, you've got Michigan. These places are cold right now. Your costs of living are higher in the cold weather. So I think
we just passed 5,000 while you were saying that.
Nice.
Keep it coming, folks. We cannot thank y'all enough. And in building off of that, because we were talking about this at dinner the other night, Marianne, is like more and more of us are getting so fed up, right, with that kind of, I don't know, it just feels like we're constantly pitted against one another, like chicken fighting, right? And like, meanwhile, we're all getting robbed blind by, our bosses and these politicians and so on and so forth. And I think, like, on top of that, we realize that we're running kind of out of time to do something about it, because the longer we wait, the bigger that divide between the haves and have-nots, becomes, the bigger that divide between us and the decision makers in DC or in boardrooms becomes. And I wanted to kind of turn that into a question for folks here like Dan and Trevor and Dwight and Marianne, is like, I think that's one of the reasons that folks are so invested and inspired by what's happening in the labor movement right now, because we get so exhausted seeing how politics in DC goes nowhere, and we all end up frustrated, and we all are still getting screwed. But here we are seeing the living, breathing proof of different people, diverse ranges of people from different backgrounds, and coming together and fighting together for something that's important.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I wanted to ask Dan and Trevor if you guys had any sort of thoughts on that, like what solidarity looks like, during a strike like this, like what it means for y'all to kind of be in this struggle together, and how you would counterpose that with, like, the ways that the official politics in DC and whatnot try to divide us.
Yeah, Trevor, if you want to speak to that, I can walk down the street here. We have a fence that people have given us their banners in support of our strike. So while Trevor's speaking, I can walk down and show everybody the banners that we have. That sound good?
Sounds
Yeah,
good,
we can do
brother.
that. Yeah, I think when you talk about the solidarity piece, it's really huge. And right now, some of the things we got to do, we got to make sure that we stay in that lane. And I know right now we got a tentative agreement that there's some differences of agreement on, difference of opinion on. And I've really tried my best to make sure that we're staying on a positive message and staying on that whole solidarity message. The amount of, like he's showing you right now, the amount of other unions that have came and shown support and solidarity is nothing short of amazing. And to me, I think it's because they see how big of a fight this is and how impactful a fight this is going to be, right? You mentioned us kind of being the tip of the sword there piece, I think is what you said. And, that's exactly where we are, and, we got to be real careful here about making sure that we address the things we set out to address, so that the people that are looking at us, the people that are, being inspired by us, that we make sure that we show them that, when you accept a fight from a company like this, and they keep pushing you and push your back against the wall to make you fight, that at the end of the day you got to win, right? And that's what's going to win this fight for us is solidarity, us sticking together and us standing up together. That's what it's going to take. And man, that fence is amazing, brother. I like that.
It reminded me.
It's like
Sorry, go
half a
ahead.
block long, that fence, all of the signs. It's beautiful to be out there and see that.
Yeah, Dan, I guess, so Dwight, real quick, I just wanted to ask Dan, I guess describe what you're showing us for folks watching.
Yeah, so what I'm showing you is, I'll come out here and do a wider angle. This is a fence line along a main, it's called our 96th Street. We have another picket site here. We have 5 picket sites that we picket 24 hours a day. But I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So what these are banners from other local unions. That one's the transport workers, local 223. We got Brotherhood of Maintenance Way Employees Division. We got bricklayers. We got machinists and aerospace workers. What these folks have done is they've dropped off their banners, and usually when they drop off their banners, they'll drop off a check in support for our relief fund. I talked about earlier, we were able to release $220 to every member before Thanksgiving to help pay for their Thanksgiving dinners. And we were able to give an extra $150 to people at Christmas. And we had 489 $50 gift cards donated that we were able to give every single one of the children 18 and under to our members. So when we first started that, we were going to give a $50 gift card to each family, that had kids. But now, through people's generosity, each kid is going to get a $50 gift card, excuse me, for Christmas.
Oh, that's so inspiring. That's so beautiful. Yeah.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
We got some excited picketers here.
I love you.
We love you guys. We're with y'all.
Appreciate it.
Hey guys, yeah, great to see you. Yeah, you're on the live stream. We're here trying to raise money for you guys. We know you've been holding the line for 2.5 months, and we just wanted to send all our love and solidarity to you. We got Marianne Williamson here.
All the help from all the community, all the locals. It's been keeping us going this whole time.
People all over the country are watching what you're doing. Absolutely.
Yeah, it means a lot.
Solidarity, guys. We're with y'all in spirit. We know you're holding the line. We're doing what we can to raise money for you guys. But like Marianne said, the whole country's watching. We're inspired by your fight, and we want to do everything that we can to help support y'all.
And I hope all the other smaller locals see what we're doing out here, that, you know, we're not scared to stand up to the corporate giants and get what we deserve. So,
Oh yeah,
appreciate
David taking on Goliath, baby.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I think
I
that's
always
something
say,
that we
wake up
all
every
need to-
morning and do everything you possibly can to inconvenience those who deserve to be inconvenienced. That's sort of like a daily motto. Did you inconvenience the right people today? Did you needle the right people? My father used to wake up every morning. He used to go through the house going, beat the system, kids, beat the system.
Hell yeah. Trevor, sorry, did I cut you off there, man?
Yeah, just a little bit. That's what I was going to say to the brother there that from Omaha. You know, he mentioned how important this is to the other locals, the smaller locals that see what we're doing here. And again, you know, that's why I keep preaching about the long-term fight and what we're fighting for, and really the people that have been looking at what we're doing and how important it is that we hold the line and we keep this fight going. You know, at the end of the day, the things that the company is insisting upon doing, they're really ridiculous. You know, when we're sitting here at a status quo, essentially piece here, when we set out to fix a broken system, you know, and it's the inspiration that we've been given across the country, and you know, what everybody's looking forward to, you know, us kind of taking a victory, right? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we got to take a victory. That's where we need to be, you know? So, yeah, I think it's very important that everybody understands that there's lots of folks looking at what we're doing. You know, locally they're looking, across your region they're looking, and across this country they're looking. You know, and one thing I would like to kind of get back to Marion a little bit on, you know, some of the things we were talking about with the whole corporations and kind of the way they are, right? Yeah. And we talk about the morality of it, the people of it, right? You know, it wasn't that long ago when there was all the storms down south, and there was the gentleman that was down there that was selling water bottles for like $11 and $12 a piece, right? And everybody can see and say and look at that guy and go, what's wrong with you? You're literally in here taking advantage of a situation where people have to have these things, and you're just skyrocketing up this water because they can't even get to it. Right? Every single person can look at that and go, that's just immoral. That's wrong. You shouldn't do that. Right? But then you look at corporations of America, right? And they have fiduciary responsibilities to do just that.
Trevor, you are so right.
What they are supposed to do. And we don't look at it. There is no moral compass to capitalism that we currently live in. I think that's what used to be the difference, right? Everybody should be chasing something, right? Opening a business, chasing something to make this thing better, right? To invent things and do all that. But there has to be a moral compass to it. You can't do something that exploits people to the fact where they have no other option. And you're going, ha, supply and demand. You don't have it and I have it, and you're going to pay whatever I want for it. You know, there needs to be some kind of moral compass to the things that we do. And that's again, what we've lost. You know, there is no caring about anybody else, you know, but ourselves and where we're sitting, you know. And again, it's very easy to see on an individual scale, you know, but we sit back and this is what we expect our corporations to do. And then, you know, they turn around and they ship jobs out of the country, and, you know, they take everything and it destroys a community in its wake, you know, and nobody looks at or thinks about an entire community destroyed in the wake of somebody that's just doing, you know, this fiduciary responsibility now that we've attached to them.
Well, Trevor, I'm just a huge fan of yours. I have the same feeling of excitement listening to you that when I first heard Max. And what you were saying is so true, the damage done by unfettered, unregulated capitalism, how modern American capitalism has just completely gone morally off course, and the course correction that's needed. But you also said something so important that I can attest to. And I used to say this when I ran for president. I used to say this like when I would speak at colleges, and I'd say, kids, let me tell you, I'm not telling you, I'm not trying to whitewash what capitalism was before the 1980s. I'm not trying to romanticize it or pretend it was perfect. But I can tell you, because I was there, people at least knew, and there was a general consensus that the corporation was supposed to be good. Even if it didn't always make it, there was a sense in the culture, well, it's supposed to try. People are supposed to be treated well. And with the 80s and the ushering in of this complete delegitimization of the rights of workers, this legitimization of greed, the famous line, greed is good. What you're saying is so true. And children grew up without even knowing, I mean, just the golden rule. Just the sense that we got to treat each other fairly. And I think that your comparison to the water bottle is so great. There's something about the American character. When the average American sees one person harmed, they are likely to say, oh, that's not right. That's not right. But when it's a bunch of people are harmed, we too easily go into this denial and grandiosity. Oh, that's just business. Whereas with the guy with the water bottle, you wouldn't take that as an excuse. So I'm a huge fan. I hope that more and more people will hear you. Max, these guys and Dan and these voices need to be amplified as much as possible.
Marianne, what you said there about children watching when they were younger, you know, in the pre-80s capitalism. The voices that I think are increasingly disenfranchised are the Zoomers, for instance, you know, the kids that are maybe just now entering the workforce. I think the oldest Zoomer is like 22 or 23 or something. And this generation is, you know, as at present, millennials are the most economically disenfranchised generation in American history. Okay, that's us. We're jaded. We went through 9/11 and all that stuff. Okay, but we're hardened, right? But the Zoomers we're seeing, and this is a generation who, in my view, is being pushed towards a cliff. They are the first generation to grow up looking down the barrel of the climate catastrophe that is unequivocally heading their way, whether without any say of theirs, without any of their consent. Absolutely. They are walking towards certain doom for some proportion of them.
Absolutely.
And they have very little youth agency, which is what they deserve. Absolutely. As young people. And as an empirical example, in the beginning of quarantine, there were record numbers of young people that had done self-harm and attempted, and most of which were young girls, were young women, in fact. And so much of them, their youth is being robbed of them. Now,
it's totally true.
If I were in their position and I were looking at examples like we're seeing here, saying, wait a minute, there is an alternative to the dead end. There may be, you know, through solidarity, through workers coming together cohesively as a unit, maybe we have a chance. We, you know, think about it from their point of view. If they were listening to Democrats just this week alone, between the lack of admonishment of insider trading, nay, the exuberance of insider trading by the leader of the party,
Nancy Pelosi herself.
Yes,
Marie Antoinette.
The restarting, the restarting of student loan repayments when there is no economic indication to say that it is at all appropriate. The canceling of the Build Back Better bill, say maybe we could at least have a shot at making sure that I'm not going to die via drowning while I'm going to school if there's a rainstorm or something, which is happening. All of these factors could lead to an extremely downtrodden and depressed generation. And Dan on the picket line and Trevor, and I hope you see that young people especially are seeing this movement and understanding that, hey,
there is an alternative to this, because they understand better than probably any one of our generations, post World War II and the economic boom that came with it, understand that they're screwed, that there is basically no redemption to the current system that we have, unless you take a reactionary mindset, which if the opportunities to be propagandized by reactionary mindset is abundant. It's ubiquitous for them. But that's why it's important for us to get into those spaces and offer them the alternative narrative that they can grab onto. And anytime that I've talked to Zoomers that listen to the show or whatever, they're just like, holy shit, man, I had no clue that this was that there was an alternative like this, and now I'm awakened for it. So,
well, it's militant sort of revolutionary optimism, right? When you can see that there is another path, then you don't find yourself falling into that sort of reactionary doomer mindset. I think we all last year went through incredible emotional upheaval and trauma. And, as I covered protests in Minneapolis and in Omaha, and then moved into working with and talking to local activists who are now forming a basis of strike support for the Kellogg strikers. The biggest thing that I've taken away from that is that even in the face of what seems like a daunting and horrific future, there are still folks who are willing to say, nope, maybe not. Maybe we actually just kind of find a different way forward. And here's how we can do that. And we reach out to each other. And the cool thing, and this is something that I mentioned earlier in the live stream, was that I have seen activists who were fired up by last year, were radicalized by the protests, it's the first time they've ever entered politics. Some of them as young as, 18, 19. Last year was their first presidential election that they voted in. They found themselves galvanized by this political movement. And they are finding, just in my conversations that I've had with some of them, they've found avenues to continue organizing and to also reach out to striking workers, or how to, talk about unions for the first time and get that political education that they didn't have before. And I think it's, for me, over the course of the last couple of months as well, is also kind of strengthening my own political education. And it's made every day so much easier to take a look at. Max and I always joke about being, so sincere posting. We don't want to get into sarcasm and this feeling of sort of letting the existential dread turn us into nihilists, and so every day we see these inspiring actions. And that's, another thing why we wanted to do this for striking workers here, is because we are inspired by you guys. And we are so excited to be able to use this platform and bring together people who normally wouldn't be talking, to really kind of show you guys that you have support, and you always will. You're our neighbors. Of course you will, so.
Well, and in that vein, because I know we're coming up at the top of the hour, and we don't want to keep Marianne and Dwight too long, but I see, Dan, you got some folks there with you, and we're kind of here talking about the importance of standing together, the importance of solidarity across generations. I guess I wanted to toss things over to you real quick and see if you guys over there had any thoughts you wanted to share with everyone here.
Absolutely. As you can see, I have a young man here. He actually has 40 years in at Kellogg's. He just kind of looks.
Hell yeah, bro.
But if you guys wanted to, you could talk about your experience on what it's been like. The amount of hours your dad works, and what's that like for you when he can't get to your ball games, or because he's here at this building working. You guys go ahead and feel free to talk. Speak up. We'll say your name first.
I'm Noah. I've kind of gotten used to it over the years. Every time he's always cooking off, I've always thanked him for it, and I just savor those times that he's off, and
we're talking, so like, we talking the 12-hour days, 7 days a week. That's got to be so tough on both of you, on your entire family.
So I'm Mark.
He's actually my son. And yeah, it is tough because they demand so much out of us. And I can tell them, hey, I'm going to be there. And then all of a sudden they draft me over, make me stay for 4 more hours. And I got to call them and say, hey, sorry, bud, I'm not going to be able to attend that ball game because they're making me stay 4 more hours.
And you got to find a ride home.
You know, and does that affect his level of play at that point in time too? Because he's a little angry. You know, a lot goes into it that the company don't care about.
Mark and Noah, I honestly, I mean, this is my first time getting choked up on live stream, so forgive me, but seeing the father-son solidarity and understanding the weight that is on both of your shoulders, because the children are often looked at as an impedance, as like a roadblock to being able to exploit workers more by capitalists. And it is not only stopped it doesn't only stop at the worker. This follows through the entire family. The entire family works at Kellogg's, right? The entire family feels it every time that there's some boneheaded manager's move, right? That they have to just deal with because we are economically precarious. And what say do we have? The difference is, and Noah, this is why I'm so jazzed that you wanted to come onto this and speak up about this, is that you support your father, and your father is showing an exceptional example to you by having the guts to be out there and striking along with everybody else. So God, you guys rock. How cool is that?
Thanks, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
And as people were saying before, one of you was saying before, we're treating the entire Zoomer generation. I've been saying recently, it's like it's collective child abuse. You know, this government should not be run like a business. It should be run like a family. You want to set your children up to succeed. You know, it's like when Bernie said, you can't love America if you don't love its workers. And you can't love America if you don't set young Americans up to succeed so that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they can do great things. It's just we have public policy that does more to thwart young people in the actualization of their dreams than to support them in the actualization of their dreams. And everything that's being said here tonight, Max, you've got just a great group. I'm really grateful that I'm honored that you invited me to be part of this conversation of really eloquent, very well considered people. It's really powerful what you've got here.
I mean, we cannot thank you enough, Miriam, for taking time out of your Friday and to be with us, to lend your powerful voice to this struggle. I mean, like Dwight said, we're literally looking at, you know, the folks that we're in solidarity with, you know, Dan, you guys, everyone there at Omaha, like, you know, solidarity is much more than a word, right? You know, we are with you. We feel your pain, and we don't want you to have to endure that pain. We want Kellogg's to treat you the way that you deserve to be treated. We want you to have time with your dad, to be able to go to those T-ball games. We want you to be able to, Marianne was mentioning earlier, right? Like all those old sayings that we learned when we were kids have just gone out the window. Like whatever happened to work to live, don't live to work. Like Kellogg's at Warrior Met Coal in Alabama, you know, John Deere, so many of these workplaces are acting as if you don't have lives, or that, like, you know, that it doesn't matter that your kid's playing a baseball game. And I think it's, again, so inspiring for all of us and so necessary when so many of us feel so downtrodden, like we've been beaten back by, you know, all the stuff we've been talking about, whether it's our boss or our landlord or politicians who don't give a crap about us. It just always feels like we're kind of on our heels. And to see y'all out there on a Friday night, to hear Trevor talking about folks there in Battle Creek. And of course, we're also raising money here for the local in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and Memphis, Tennessee. Those folks couldn't be with us, but they're here in spirit. To see y'all kind of say, no, I'm a human being. I deserve more than this. Life, there's more to life than this. I'm not going to give up my life, you know, and my time with my kid just so you can make more profits. Like, you know, that's awakens something in so many people who I think have forgotten that we can fight for those things. And we, as Trevor said, we can not only fight for them, but we can win. And so that's why we're here
Yeah.
supporting y'all. And Marianne, I guess I wanted to ask you, before we let you go, if there's any like kind of words you wanted to share with Dan, Trevor, and anyone watching.
Just to keep talking, because I do think every day, we're taking an inch. I hate to use battle imagery. We have to come up with something different than war imagery, but it is like that. It's a process. It's a journey. It's every day. And I think the energy is rising every day. Don't underestimate the difference that you're making. Somebody's listening tonight. Even if they don't give $1, some of them are giving $5, $10, $20. Some of them maybe aren't, but they've heard something that somebody has said here tonight. Everybody was spoken. There's been such wisdom, such information, such insight into new ways that people are understanding what's going on. Each and every one of you, I know I felt that way, and I'm sure that everybody listening felt that way. Never forget, and that, don't, on these live streams, people hear and they'll listen later. Just keep going. And I think that's part of the solidarity is I'll wake up tomorrow and do it again if you'll wake up tomorrow and do it again. That's in the essence of it. And that we all know that, Max and I were talking about that the other night, that we kind of know each other is out there. And, one of us asks the other, will you help with this? Will you help with that? It's happening. What we want to have happen is happening. We just need to step it up. We need to keep doing it. We need to keep inspiring more people. And I think if I've always, Winston Churchill once said, you can always count on Americans to do the right thing after they have exhausted every other option. Americans are very slow to wake up to a problem, and a 40-year massive transfer of wealth into the hands of a tiny, it shouldn't have taken this long for Americans to go, hell no. But we're saying hell no now, in the most gracious way, of course. And I'll get up tomorrow and do it again if you'll wake up tomorrow and do it again.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with all of you. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Marianne.
God
We
bless you.
appreciate it so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Night.
Cheers.
Thank you so much for joining
Love
us.
and solidarity.
Thank you.
Hey, Max, if you don't mind, just parting thoughts for me, because I got to split too.
We're coming up next, my man. Go for it.
This one's for my buddy Noah here. In 2018, this is actually happened. This was a Freedom of Information Act thing that came out. A division of the Pentagon called the Joint Land, Air, and Sea Strategic Special Program did war games around what they called a Z-bellion, which would be a Zoomer rebellion within the United States. And they say here, like, a scenario in which members of Generation Z, driven by malaise and discontent, launch a Z-bellion in America in the mid 2020s. 100% real. This actually happened within the Department of Defense, that they were getting ready for the power that Zoomers and young people have. So just parting thoughts to say, man, that like you've got a hell of a lot more power than anybody else thinks that you might do.
Thank you.
You've also got an entire chat behind you, Noah, you and Mark. So everyone's saying, hang on, go, Noah. Yeah. So
Zoomers rise up.
Yeah.
Noah for president, I think is what we're saying.
I believe, Noah, you're actually announcing your presidential campaign tonight. Is that correct?
Yep.
That's change we can believe in. I'm all on the Noah train.
I love it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and just to, Dwight mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to say that I feel the same way to all of you, but Noah, like seeing you stand there on a Friday night with your dad, it kind of like made me tear up a bit, right? It made me think about how much it means, for kids to be there with their parents, because it's so easy for us to kind of feel like it's just whatever they're doing, it's none of our concern, right? We're worried about school, we're worried about sports and stuff like that. But my God, man, I mean, like just seeing you guys out there together, 2 generations of fighters fighting for what's right, showing us what love really looks like. I guess I just wanted to thank you guys and say again, we're going to do everything we can to raise as much money as we can so y'all can have a nice holiday. And we can't thank you enough for talking to us and for holding the line this long. But like Mel said, everyone watching are already super fans of you guys, and we're all with you, even if we can't be there in person.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Solidarity.
Be well, guys. Noah, please consider me for campaign manager. I'm very good.
Thanks for coming on, Dwight.
My pleasure. Anytime. Take care, everybody. Solidarity.
All right.
Solidarity, brother.
You were awesome, man.
Thank you.
Be well.
All right, so we've got two more folks coming on here at the top of the hour. I also want to make a quick note. We are now at $5,600 raised.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Outstanding.
We raised
That's
$1,000
awesome.
in
Thank you.
a half an hour. So it's good work. This is
Oh, yeah.
extremely important. And
Keep it coming, y'all. Keep it coming.
keep sharing the fundraiser. If you can't donate yourself, share it. Piss off your family by spamming it in the group chat. You know, I've been putting out tweets pretty regularly as well, so you're welcome to boost those if you are on Twitter. But looks like we've just got David Griscom coming in.
So we may have some other folks kind of hopping in a few minutes, but we do have, as Mel said, our dear friend David Griscom on the feed. What's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going? Let me make sure I'm getting y'all. You're not getting feedback from me, are you?
No, it's great.
Okay, good. I'm so stoked to be here. I just heard that, what is it, $5,600 so far?
Yeah. We've got 3
Incredible.
hours left, so plenty of
Wow.
time to make
Can
more.
I jump in for a second, guys?
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
So my phone's telling me I got about 10%. I'm going to go ahead and log off and jump on somebody else's phone, and we'll be right back. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Sounds good, man.
Okay. All right. We'll see you in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm kind of about in the same boat. I'll probably go charge my phone and then hop back on maybe here in a couple hours or something. But
That sounds
I did
good,
want to
man.
hear from David. David, before I got 6% left, so I can hear what David had to say. Maybe answer some questions if he's got any.
I mean, I'm just thrilled to be here with everybody. It's been really great, seeing the conversations we were just hearing before were so inspiring to me. I'm just really thrilled to be here and hoping that we could continue raising some money.
Oh yeah. And I guess Trevor, before we lose you, did you have any particular questions you've been wanting to throw at David?
Oh, no, not really.
I got one. How hard are you going to lose in the fantasy playoffs, my man?
Dude, I'm sorry. I think I'm ready to go. My boys, the Cowboys are ready. They're ready for the next couple of weeks. I gotta say, we got some easy matchups. I think I might be a sleeper for number one, even before the season's over.
Yeah. When you say Cowboys, you're talking about that's the name of your fantasy team. You're not a Dallas fan, are you?
Oh, I'm a Dallas fan, friend. You inherit it. You don't get born
birds,
here.
Man. Go Birds.
Yeah, man. David is like we're in a podcaster fantasy football league, and David is he's the Joker to my Batman.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, probably the favorite to win after losing Derrick Henry. And so I'm like, man, this sucks. So I'm hoping for a miracle, but Trevor, I'm going to beat him for you. In the name of Michigan, I'm going to beat David Griscom.
Hey, there you go. Anything to take a Cowboy guy down, I'm good with that. my fantasy season has not went so well.
Neither did mine.
One league I'm still alive in. The other three, dead last actually in three of them. It's like, ouch.
It makes you watch football in such a ridiculous way.
Yes.
But it's
outside
fun.
of watching the Eagles games each day, every Sunday. Watching football, you can't really tell anybody what the score of any football game was, but you can say, hey, my guy went for 216-2. I know that.
Trevor, were you a homer? Did you go for Lions players? Because I can probably explain why your team sucks if that's why.
No, really a lot of it was just timing was shit not working out. Miles Sanders did kill me this year. One of the leagues I bought in, I bought a team that was from a keeper league, so I knew it was a donation year. They didn't after I bought in, after we kind of did everything, they were letting me keep Clydesdale for an 18th round. And I knew that was because I didn't have these other keepers, but that was also, I didn't know that was because the guy before me had traded away my first round pick.
Jesus.
You know, so yeah, by the time I had no first round pick, then the very back half of the second, I grabbed Miles Sanders. So between Allaire and Sanders sitting out pretty much the whole season, yeah, that league was pretty much thrown out the window. I'm in the same boat with losing Derrick Henry. But in that league, that's also a
devastating.
keeper league that I got. So
so you're a winner then. Like you'll win in the long run.
Yeah. So, but we got a little sidetracked there.
Yeah, sorry, it's all love and solidarity until we're talking about.
We got 6 hours.
Football. Yeah, right. Yeah, we got some time left. So, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna hop off here for a little bit. Probably get the phone plugged in, and then get the kids to bed and stuff, and then I'll probably hop back on maybe here in an hour or so.
Sounds good, brother. Thank you so much.
Hear from you.
All right. Yep. And thank you for very much for everything you're doing. Appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime. And again, we'll be reminding folks we got 3 more hours on this live stream. We just passed the halfway mark, and we are approaching $6,000 raised for the 4 union locals representing workers at the Kellogg's plants that have been on strike since October 5th. That's workers in Battle Creek, Michigan, Omaha, Nebraska, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and Memphis, Tennessee. As y'all know, we are putting on this 6-hour live stream to raise funds for these striking workers and their families. You probably just saw that we had, some of those family members on the feed just a few minutes ago. And we may actually have Dan
coming back in, hopefully.
Okay. So we got Dan on someone else's phone coming back in from the picket line there in Omaha. We've got phenomenal friends like David Griscom. We just had the amazing Marianne Williamson. We just had our boy Dwight from Eat the Rich come on, lending their amazing voices to this important cause. So I'm actually going to step away for a bathroom break for 5 minutes, but I wanted to plug the fundraiser again. It's pinned in the live chat or in the description for the live stream right now. We've been posting it on social media. So please help us spread it around. Donate what you can. Let's get as much money as we can for these striking workers and their families. I think our boy David Story's telling me that we're a little over $100 away from 6,000 in the first 3 hours. So let's keep going with that. And I'll be back. I'm going to run to the restroom, but I'll be right back.
That's incredible. I want to shout out right quick if y'all don't mind.
Go for it.
I've seen some of our friends just noting on Twitter, the international community showing up. So we've got some Australian folks donating and spreading the word. And, it's just been something that, doing this kind of, talking politics and stuff online, it can feel a little, individual, but you remember that there is really this global audience out there. And all these people all around the globe are recognizing that like your fight is our fight and our fight is your fight. And it's just so powerful and beautiful to be able to be a part of these conversations and like to see people, showing up from Perth for our friends all across the United States right now as they're standing up for, fair wages and, respect on the job, man. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We also in chat, excuse me, I also have a cat who won't leave me alone. So I need to get a little closer to the microphone. Hi, Peach. Peach says, we love union workers. Go that way. Thank you. Yeah, we've got.
Hear me at all?
Huh?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep. Can you see me yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So
Well,
I'm super sorry to interrupt you there, but just jump back on. And the guys whose phone it is took off for a minute, and then it shut off, and I don't know his passcode. So we'll be here in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. But yeah, we've got people in the chat from Brazil. We've also got people who came in from Germany, it looks like. Solidarity from the UK. Yeah, greetings from faraway Germany. Solidarity. Have some fun tonight. Robert B says the battle may feel local, but Kellogg's is a global company. Folks all over have stakes in this. So, and folks are definitely taking the time to pay attention. There's currently some things moving around Twitter where Kellogg's removed their Kellogg's logo from the Pop-Tart boxes. And when someone asked, Kellogg's officially said it was because people tend to look at the Pop-Tart branding when they look at the box. And it's like, I wonder why.
Yeah. Well, it's, I mean,
You
it's
know?
pretty good if like you know, the concept of Kellogg's has been dragged through the mud, rightfully so, for not standing by their workers. I mean,
Mhm.
and that shows that the campaign is winning and people are really responding to it.
Right, right. And they're trying to trick people into buying Pop-Tarts during an unofficial boycott during a strike. But yeah, so we've had a lot of really good guests on, and you know, David, some of the folks watching may not know who you are or what you do. So if you want to introduce yourself really quick before we get moving forward into the next half hour or so.
Yeah, I'm a podcaster and journalist from Austin, Texas. I've lived all over the South. I run a show with my good friend Matt Leck called Left Reckoning, and the show is essentially about trying to tell stories about, you know, working people across this country, politics, and history, and sort of always trying to present it in a lens that sort of helps us in our political and social struggles. Before that, I worked on the show with my late friend and comrade Michael Brooks, who would have been honored to be hanging out with Marianne Williamson, who he very much admired and respected. And we sort of were able to build a show that had a very strong internationals bent. So that's a big part of our project as well. And, you know, I mean, it's really about trying to get people all in the same room and starting having conversations, because you realize as time goes on that like that's the most powerful weapon that we have is our solidarity, is our ability to stand together. And it's a lesson I've learned time and time in my life, both as a worker and in like this kind of, you know, role as a journalist now. So very happy to be continuing, you know, that fight today, and really stoked to be hanging out with everybody here and standing up for this particular fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long slog for the last 2.5 months. So, you know, it's definitely something that's near and dear to my heart, being from Omaha and growing up down the street from the Kellogg's factory. I mean, it's been a mainstay in my life for my entire life. Always driving by it, and getting a chance to speak with workers and to actually get to know them and to see their struggle and lend a platform, a voice to their experiences has been an extreme honor over the last 2 months. Truly some of the most important coverage I think I've engaged in as a journalist as well. So,
and this is just a really powerful time. I mean, I caught the tail end of y'all's conversation before I jumped on, and, you know, people were talking about optimism and sort of like moving past, you know, what people call like doomerism, you know, where you sort of like fall into like a slide of depression because like things are rough. People are standing out right now in the cold because things are bad. But the encouraging factor with all of this, when I always remind people when they're feeling a little bit down, is that it would be so much worse if we weren't seeing these kind of uprisings all around the country, right? The thing that is like, it's bad that things have gone to the point that they've gone, but the fact that people, instead of just taking it, are now standing up and standing together and building all these networks, you know, from these fights against Kellogg's to, you know, the solidarity we've shown with our friends, you know, at Warrior Met in Alabama and across the country right now, people really are standing up, and we're building not only the capabilities to win these fights right now, but in the long term, continuing to be able to support each other with our solidarity through politics and, you know, through things like this, raising money to make sure that people are able to, you know, to have a happy holidays together.
And speaking of, we just broke $6,000. So we officially
yeah,
raised
y'all.
$6,000 in the first half or
That's
so of this
beautiful.
live stream fundraiser, which is going to go a long way toward, you know, putting dinner on the family's tables as they head into the rest of the holiday season. I agree, though. I think that there's this tendency, and it's something that I've sort of fallen into myself in the last couple of years of feeling as though we are up against so much that where do you even start, right? And we had such a rupture last May, the sort of, for lack of a better term, perfect shitstorm of factors that created the conditions that caused, you know, what we saw last year. And I think in many ways, the sort of the nascent labor movement, as it's moving forward, this strike wave in the last couple of months, is a continuation of that energy. And it's really cool and inspiring to see folks, and we talked about this last hour as well, you know, this David and Goliath situation where you've got you know, a group of 1,400 workers at 4 plants who are just like throwing both middle fingers up and saying, we are not going to budge. You know, we're going to fight for this, because not only because it's important for us and for our coworkers, but because we know that people see this, and we know that we are informing future generations of labor activism, right?
I agree. I tell this story, you know, from time to time. I know Max has already heard it, so it's good that he's on a bathroom break right now. But, you know, this is like a really, these kind of moments, like knowing how to show up for members of our class, members of the working class, like it really can, you know, these kind of small actions sometimes that can seem small, like giving somebody $15, $20 to make sure that, you know, we're building this kind of, you know, solidarity across the country. And it has like a cascading effect. And I have my non-union story, or like a story that really changed my life. You know, I was working in, I'm from Texas, but I went to high school, and my early adulthood was in South Carolina, and I was working concrete jobs out there. And it was non-union. It is a very anti-union state. But it was, I learned a lesson very clearly that really changed my life about what happens when working people stand together. I was working on on a concrete site. We were basically laying foundation for a house. And I was like a young guy who essentially was hired because we had a boss who was a real son of a bitch. Sorry for not allowing to say those kind of things on here, but you know, and he was a bad employer, and he was trying to get somebody like me who would work for a lot less than the other more experienced concrete workers. You know, so I sort of have no idea, right? I come in and I'm just working this kind of job, you know, very culturally different. Like I'm like a, you know, a white kid, and these were mainly like Hispanic immigrant workers and Black folk from South Carolina, right? Very different backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, I'm working this job, and we're about to lay concrete, and the boss looks at me and says, like, do you have, you know, boots? You have to wear special boots when you pour concrete because they'll ruin your typical boots. And I said, no, I don't. He said, all right, well, I'll take you to Walmart. And he takes me to Walmart, and he buys me these boots. They're like $90, right? And he says, I'm gonna take that out of your paycheck. And I don't think anything about it because I'm 18, right? It's like one of my first kind of jobs like that. And I come back to the site, and the other guys look at me and they said, did he make you pay for those boots? And I said, well, no, but he said he'll take them out with a paycheck. And they looked at me and they said, well, that's not right, is it? And I said, well, you know, I don't know. And he said, well, does he make you pay for the concrete? Does he make you pay for the shovel? Does he make you pay for all these other things that we do? And I said, no. And they all walked up to him and they said, if you, you know, make this kid pay for these boots, we're not going to work today. Like, we are not going to pour this concrete. And they stood up for me, you know, just like some little snot-nosed kid who like probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. But it really changed my life because, you know, I realized that despite all of these differences between all of us, all these differences that society is trying to put in front of us, we shared one thing, is that we were all working people, you know, trying to make a living. And that and even more importantly, is like when we stand up together, we can win, and make, you know, make things a lot better for all of us. And that for me was like not just like a moment of like, oh, that was a nice thing that some folks did to me. I mean, it really changed my life, and realized like if we have each other's backs, like there's nothing that we can't do.
Right. Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, I came into understanding the importance of unions because I've never been in a union shop. You know, I worked in retail and the service industry for close to 12 years before I was able to get my bachelor's degree and now my master's degree. And that sort of solidarity didn't exist in many of the smaller businesses that I was in. But as I kind of brought in more political education from outside and really kind of started looking at the ways in which, you know, a shop that isn't collectively organizing gets collectively fucked over, you know, it became more important for me to really kind of dig into how I could join in on these struggles, you know, and that's why I'm a member of the IWW, and I'm constantly moving toward and supporting these types of events and movements because it's important. You know, if that were me in the future, I would hope that someone would do that for me too. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Max, we've got Caroline in the waiting room if you want to introduce her.
Oh yeah. So apologies. I had to take a break to get some more water and go to the bathroom. And I'm actually recording this from the Real News Network studio here in Baltimore because we have much better internet here than we do at my house. But I think someone forgot that I was in here, so they set the alarm. And so I walked outside, and then the alarm started blaring. I was like,
oh no.
I had to go
Oh
turn it off.
no.
Now my ears are ringing, but I'm back, and we have another amazing guest we wanted to welcome onto the live stream. For folks watching, we have our boy David Griscom here from Left Reckoning, a phenomenal show that everyone should watch and support. We've also got Dan Osborne, president of the BCTGM Local 50G down there in Omaha. You guys can see there on Dan's feed that he is there on the picket line in Omaha. We've had some great folks from the picket line hop in and share some words for us on the live stream. And we are now honored to be joined by Caroline Smith, who is one of the Columbia University graduate student workers who's been on strike since early November. Caroline, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here among such great company. And yeah, with solidarity with all you folks in Omaha and across the country.
Hi.
That's Dan. Caroline, meet Dan.
Hey.
Dan, meet Caroline.
Pleasure to
Pleasure to meet you.
I guess for folks who are watching, obviously we are raising money for striking Kellogg's workers and their families. Folks have been holding the line since October 5th down there in Omaha, also in Battle Creek, Michigan, Memphis, Tennessee, and Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And, as we've been talking about on this stream, it's so important for all of us to show solidarity with these brave workers and their families, to do what we can to support them. And we've also been talking a lot about how important it is for working people to stand together across all the boxes that people try to put us in to divide us up and say, oh, like only those workers matter and these workers don't, or only people in this state matter, only people in that people live in a red state, we don't care about them, and all that crap. And so it's been so great, to see. We had Hayden Wright from the UMWA Auxiliary down there in Alabama, talking about the Warrior Met coal strike that's been going on since April. And Caroline, I guess I wanted to ask you, for folks who are watching, if you could kind of tell us a little bit about what's been going on over there at Columbia University.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're actually in our 7th week of our strike. We are in the midst of negotiations with Columbia's management team. And it's tough. And I mean, it's tough for everybody involved. But I think we're so heartened. I mean, to see so many different folks across the country standing up for their dignity as human beings. I think this for me is truly, it comes down to an issue of dignity and justice, no matter what kind of work you do. So we're in a 7th week of our strike. We've had our stipends withheld, we've had our biweekly wages withheld, but we've had tremendous support from the community through our hardship fund. It's been interesting too. We've started to change tactics a little bit. So as the semester is coming to an end, it's harder to do the pickets on campus. I think it was last week, we shut down campus with a picket around all the gates of Columbia. It was incredible. People were holding hands. We had folks coming out from unions across the city. And then this week, our strategy was to take our protest down to the Board of Trustees. So we were down on Madison Avenue, protesting in front of Bain Capital, where co-chair Jonathan Levine works, as well as Lisa Carnoy of Alex Partners, just really trying to hit those pressure points, because I think it's so easy to kind of dismiss our issues. But I mean, it's not just economic issues, but it's about things like arbitration and protection from harassment. And Columbia can afford it, and they need to afford it. It's just, we can't say, oh, this is negotiable. It's just, they want us to give in, but we cannot. We have to protect all of our workers. So that's why I think we have so much fight and so much heart right now, even though, the semester is drawing to a close. So we're in a really, really amazing moment right now, but it's still hard.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's been kind of one of the themes of the night, right? Is it takes a lot out of you to go on strike. It takes a lot of bravery. It takes a lot of strength, but obviously it's incredibly taxing emotionally. Like as folks can see from Dan's feed, we got multiple generations of folks kind of holding the line here because, you know, as we said, it's, you know, when one member of the family goes on strike, the whole family goes on strike, right? You know, Noah was talking about, you know, Kellogg's pushing my dad into forced overtime means he can't come to my games, right? And so he's out there standing on the line with his dad. It's just an incredible thing to see. And I think like one thing that I really wanted to stress for people watching, right? You know, if you're thinking it to yourself, well, graduate students and student workers at Columbia, workers at Kellogg's, totally completely different things. You look deeper at what these workers are fighting for. Columbia workers and Kellogg's workers have been facing a lot of the same crap, right? You know, Columbia is telling the graduate student workers and other student workers who live in New York City that they're not going to get paid a living wage. They can't get dental, you know, basic dental healthcare coverage and vision and stuff like that. At the same time that Columbia is out here, you know, celebrating how much its endowment has grown over the past, you know, like year. At the same time, Kellogg's is over here telling, you know, workers, no, you know, you're not going to get the retirement benefits that you deserve. You're not going to get the cost of living adjustment that makes sense. We're not going to get rid of two-tier employment, right? At the same time that Kellogg's is seeing record demand for its product, right? And not only that, both workers, Columbia and Kellogg's, have both faced threats from their bosses saying, we're going to replace all of you. You know, it just happened this past, what was it, last week, Kellogg said, oh, we're going to replace all the 1,400 workers who are on strike. And thank God everyone rallied together and said, you know, screw that, you know, like, and so you had people spamming the job application site. You had workers not backing down and holding the line. Same thing in Columbia. You know, the provost or the president was just like, oh, we're going to replace everyone. And they were like, make my day, right? Let's see how you run a university without us, right? And so and then the two-tier thing, right? This is something that all of us need to fight against because it is happening everywhere. Caroline can tell you, in academia, we all tend to think that like if you're working in a university, you're wearing elbow patches, you have tenure, you're living a comfortable life of the mind. I can tell you, like I was a graduate student at the University of Michigan. It's not like that, you know, because you have some tenured professors, but actually the two-tier system has become like a four-tier system where you have adjuncts who are doing so much of the teaching. They're getting paid like $2,000 a course, no benefits or anything like that. You have graduate student workers like Caroline doing a huge amount of the teaching labor. They're getting paid way less than a tenured professor. And so I think it's just so important that just like Kellogg's workers, like you're seeing there on the picket line over there through Dan's video, are fighting for one another and saying, we are going to raise the floor for everybody. Columbia student workers are doing the same. They want recognition of everyone in their bargaining unit. And anyway, I don't want to speak for you guys, but I guess I wanted to ask, you know, Dan, Caroline, if y'all had kind of any thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a thought on that. You know, as far as Kellogg's publicly saying that they're going to permanently replace us, I've been a mechanic, you know, in this facility behind me for 18 years. And Mike here too, that's holding the phone. He's been a mechanic with me. And we could tell you, you know, we're still learning every day. You know, there's 1 million square feet in this plant, and it's full of machines. And our task on a daily basis is to fix and repair these machines, to troubleshoot them when they go down, to do preventative maintenance on them. And, you know, like I said, 18 years I've been doing it, and I learn every day. And if Kellogg's thinks that they could bring in a workforce of their own, even as operators, you know, these machines, they have personalities of their own, you know, and it takes a long time to learn the personality of the machine and get in tune with these machines it's not just coming in and pushing the start button and sitting back and relaxing. It's a tremendous amount of work. And it should be mentioned also that it's hazardous work. You know, there's rotating equipment. There's a lot of different energies involved, whether that's pneumatic or electrical. And you know, if you don't come in and you don't focus on safety, you know, you're going to get hurt. Like I said, it's a hazardous environment, and you know, unemployment rate in Nebraska is 1.9%. So who they're actually trying to get to permanently replace us, I have no scouring the country to try to get our you know, permanent replacements. And I can tell you for a fact that we know that there's a company called Amcon. They're out of Georgia. The CEO's name is Aaron Phillips, and they are hiring undocumented workers to replace us. I have information that proves that, and I'm currently working with an agent from Homeland Security and ICE, you know, to prove this fact. You know, I keep running into roadblocks. You know, working with the government is kind of slow going. You know, a lot of them don't want to get involved in a labor dispute, but that's who we believe is they're hiring to come in and permanently replace us. So, you know, I'm telling you guys first, I'm going to get that out in the media soon. We're working on that, but you know, that's huge. It's unfortunate that it's come to that. You know, and I don't want to. You know, these are people who are trying to, you know, raise families as well. These undocumented workers, and my fight is certainly not with them. My fight is, you know, with the companies like Amcon who are hiring these people and exploiting their labor. The CEO of Amcon is Kellogg's is paying him $1 million a day. Every
Wow.
he's supplying all the mechanics and electricians and operators at all 4 facilities, you know, for this strike busting company. And that's disgusting, and it's unfortunate, but you know, we need to shed light on that to the American people, what's going on here. But you know, like in Columbia University, like you said, who are you going to get to run a university? People can't just come into these, you know, universities and facilities and coal mines. I mean, these, you know, especially coal mines, that's dangerous work, you know, and these companies, they don't care about people and their health and safety. So I can tell you firsthand that you know, they could bring in all the people, they could bring in 10,000 people to try to take our jobs, but they're not going to do it as well as us because we're professionals. We're all professional cereal makers. We take pride in our work. That's a big thing too, right? That's what that union logo means on a box. It means there's pride being taken in that work, the quality of the food, and these temporary workers or permanent replacements. They don't care. They're just there to make a quick buck, and they probably know they're going to move on. So that's what I got to say about that.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, you know, because we even saw this, you remember back in the summer, David, I think we may have talked about this on your show, right? But what we've been seeing on top of the strikes, like at Columbia, Kellogg's, Warrior Met, St. Vincent Hospital, right? We've also been seeing record numbers of workers in the United States quitting their jobs, right? And so employers have been freaking out. And all the while on mainstream media, they're saying, oh, no one wants to work anymore, right? Workers have gotten too lazy during the pandemic. They've gotten these unextended employment benefits, and now we need to force them back into low wage work, right? And, you know, before they tried that, there were a number of businesses that were just like, okay, we're not going to pay people what they deserve. What we're going to do instead is we're going to try to plug the hole with, you know, we're going to find more desperate people to plug that hole, whether that includes undocumented workers or a lot of companies started using prison labor, or, you know, people who were formerly incarcerated and had a lot of trouble finding jobs.
like you said, Dan, it's like our fight's not with other workers. And like, yeah, like people who have been incarcerated, who, you know, want a second shot at life and who have had such a hard time before this. Like it's good that they're, you know, like getting jobs, but like really what's happening here is these companies that are raking in record profits, seeing record demand, they're just looking for any way possible to pay the lowest wage possible and rake in as much off the top as they possibly can. And I think it's because of workers like you all down there in Omaha. It's because of workers like you all over at Columbia University that they are actually being forced to say, okay, well, maybe we'll raise our wages a bit, right? You know, like, okay, maybe, yeah, you can't just replace all of that expertise that comes with working 18 years as a mechanic at a complex, you know, facility. Maybe it's not as easy as just picking someone up off the street and saying, hey, come teach this class in sociology, right? It's like, Carolyn, David, did you guys have any thoughts on that?
Well, I just want to throw to them and just note one thing on this, which is that, like, I think y'all are both right in saying that, like, you know, the Kellogg's executives and the folks making these decisions, they don't seem to really understand how these plants or systems work, nor do the administrators at Columbia. But I can tell you one thing right now that I'm very confident in, that if the folks who are on the picket line right now in Omaha and all the workers at Columbia were let into the room to look at the books and to say, here's what we can do, and here's how we can move money around, and here's how the things that we can cut, and here's what we can do to make these demands be met, y'all could do that in an afternoon.
Right. They can't do what you do, but you could do what they do and a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, something I was just listening to this conversation, it's so true. It's like, especially with teaching, it's not a transactional relationship where student submits paper, teacher submits grade. You know, it's about relationship. It's about, you know, passing on your research interests and your knowledge and building those relationships that happen over the course of a semester and beyond. And I think that's why we are so heartened by, we have a petition going around that over 600 academics in New York have signed to say that they will not replace their label. They would not accept scab jobs, which is, you know, is tremendous. But again, it's like, it has to come to that because the university sees it as a transactional relationship. Students need their grades because they pay tuition.
Correct.
And that just is, you cannot do that. It is, you have to treat workers fairly, and you have to deliver then by doing these things. And so, yeah, it's just, I love this. Yeah. Across, you know, industries across the country, these things resonate. And so,
yeah. While I was taking a break, I was listening to what Max was saying, and what you all have been saying, particularly about educational tier systems and what it's like being an adjunct. I work currently as an adjunct instructor at 2 separate campuses in Omaha because I'm not able to get a full-time job, right? One of those jobs is hourly and one of those jobs is paid on salary, right? And, you know, you get paid a couple $1,000s per section per semester when you're working at a 4-year university as an adjunct. And it's maddening to see, you know, you're working. I taught 3 sections at the University of Nebraska this last semester. And the way that they set up their hourly breakdown when you're on salary is a certain number of hours per week. They set me at 28.8 hours per week because if I hit 30, then they have to pay me benefits. And the university is not going to do that, right? Because I'm not a full-time instructor. And, you know, particularly in the humanities, the full-time positions are very few, and the chance for tenure track is also minuscule, right? And so you really do have this grad student workers, which I was a grad student worker before I became an instructor, and had to deal with, you know, the standards and low pay and, you know, these types of things. And at the University of Nebraska, if I remember correctly, there was a push for a graduate student union about 15 years ago, and 15 or 20 years ago. And the university came back and offered concessions, which the grad student workers on strike took because they didn't want to be on strike anymore. They felt they had won enough, right? And what that looks like is, you know, 70% subsidized health insurance that still costs you $1,500 a semester, you know, and that's factored into, you know, low wages And you still end up taking out loans because you can't afford where you live, because you're not getting paid enough, right? I think I got paid a grand total of like $18,000 for a single year, and you don't get paid through the summer. You work 8 months out of the year, and then you're on your own for 4 of those months because you have to take on jobs or loans or whatever else, and so you see this kind of fight across all industries at this point, where we have a group of dedicated workers, no matter what you're doing, right? That believe in our profession. And, in academia, it sucks because you create this classroom environment where what it should be is a place to build knowledge, right? To impart skills. I teach composition classes at the university, which is a skill that is necessary for students to be successful throughout 4 years of college, right? It's first year writing. And the amount of times that you sort of feel, whether or not it's spoken to you directly or not, you feel this pressure to turn it into a transactional relationship. And a lot of students also see it that way, because if you don't get good grades, you lose your scholarships, right? Then it becomes a gatekeeping issue where gates get thrown up if you can't do well, right? And we're living through a pandemic that has made it nearly impossible to not feel overwhelmed. And at what point are you penalizing people for feeling overwhelmed? You know what I mean? I have a lot to say about this. I think you and I should talk more, Caroline, because this is my industry. This is what I do on a daily basis. And I care so much. And you find yourself just stuck, especially as adjuncts. You don't have the benefit of a union. It's difficult to join one. It's very hard to unionize part-timers who are only on campus, 6 hours a week. It's nearly impossible. And most part-timers or adjuncts who would potentially be, vocal advocates in a union choose instead to just leave academia because it's easier and you get paid more, and you're not trying to organize across departments, which is a nightmare. Because departments don't talk to each other. So anyways, I have a lot to say about that. But, it's this divide and conquer strategy. They bank on this. Corporations, universities, small businesses, big businesses, it doesn't matter. They bank on the fact that workers are going to be pitted against each other. And then there's no chance for collective organizing, right? Which has been a main theme of our conversation for the last couple of hours, is that we have to really take in the concept of solidarity and internalize it and understand that it does not benefit us as workers to give into any sort of attempts to separate us and alienate us and make it difficult for us to talk to our coworkers and anything else. And it can be a monumental challenge, but it's worthwhile, because then we get to set these people on the back foot and again, throw our collective middle finger up and say, we don't want to do this anymore. So I admire both of your fights, Dan and Caroline. I'm with you 100%. I think it's vitally important that we continue to draw attention to these. And I think it's absolutely a worthwhile fight. So stick it out.
Well, I had a kind of thought on that. I thought that was beautifully put, Mel. But I guess for folks who maybe joined the live stream in the past hour or so, obviously we're here to show solidarity with, striking Kellogg's workers and their families, to raise money for them, and to, show solidarity with workers, who are fighting crucial battles elsewhere, like Caroline and her coworkers at Columbia, like everyone down there in Alabama at Warrior Met Coal, like everyone at St. Vincent Hospital in Worcester, Massachusetts, and so many other crucial struggles, right? And, solidarity really is, the most beautiful thing in the world. It's what brought us all together. It's what keeps us going when things seem at their darkest. And I wanted to kind of just underline that point, because if folks didn't see it a little earlier, Dan Osborne, who's over there, you can see him on the picket line from Omaha, Nebraska. And he's got some amazing friends there, including our boy Noah for president.
Um, and you know, Dan was showing us a fence there on the picket line with banners from all the different other union locals that have shown support for BCTGM Local 50G. And Caroline, I know, like you said last week, you guys shut the whole campus down, and there was an amazing show of folks from around the city. I was wondering if you could, if you guys could talk a little bit about that, about the support that you've gotten from your kind of surrounding communities and elsewhere. Like, you know, what has that support meant to you all?
Yeah, I can just say for us, I mean, the outpouring of support, both financially through the hardship fund that continues to grow. But I mean, again, we're continuing to drain it because we are continuing to not get paid. That has been tremendous, but also to see other unions come out, CUNY, PSC, NYU, GSOC, and then of course from across the country. So the University of Oregon, GTFF, has just been tremendous. And it makes us feel like we're not alone. And it makes us realize that we have to hold the line, not just for ourselves, but for everybody else in these fights. And that we will also show up for them on their picket lines when it's their turn, because it will be their turn, because management will continue to try to, you know, shortchange everybody across the board and cut people out of unions. And so it's just been a tremendous reminder that we're not alone in our fight. And it's so important to show, you know, both that, you know, physical and like the mental solidarity, but also contributing where we can financially with whatever means we have. So we're just so grateful to everyone who's shown support, both through the hardship fund and on the picket line.
And just Dan, I'm gonna toss to you for in a second. I just wanted to tell everyone who's watching, I just dropped the link to the Columbia Student Workers Strike Hardship Fund in the live chat there. We'll also share it on social media. If you guys want to hear more about that, I had Caroline along with some other brilliant co-workers of hers on Working People recently. They broke down the strike. We plugged the hardship fund link there as well. So definitely go listen to that. Follow the Columbia Student Workers account. Check out that hardship fund. Help them keep the fire burning as well. Dan, what about you, man? What is that kind of support from folks around Omaha and beyond meant for you all over there on the line?
Yeah, you know, if you walk with me, I got to go back to the fire because my whole body's starting to shake. So we're gonna go this way here. It's getting cold here, but you know, a quick example. The UAW Local 281, I believe they're out of Davenport, Iowa. They're donating 150 hams. And then they're going to drop the hams off tomorrow, and then they're going to run to Costco and they're going to buy all the sides for everybody's Christmas dinner. You know, it's things like that have really things like that. You know, it's humbling is what it is. You know, it's difficult because, you know, I'm just constantly saying thank you to people, and it's hard to put into words, you know, the gratitude that we have for people like that. You know, or IBEW Local 22 here in Omaha, they donated $20,000 to our relief fund. They're constantly bringing, you know, canned food and dry goods and things like that for our members. You know, I've done podcasts, you know, with people from France. I've done interviews with Argentina, Japan, Denmark. I did one from Sweden today, and it's just, you know, it's just amazing. Everybody's paying attention. This is shedding light, not just in our country, but across the globe. I mean, Kellogg's is a huge name, you know, and I hope what we do here and what we accomplish here helps people like Caroline and, you know, workers around the country. But, you know, we say the word solidarity. It's just not a word. It's not even just a concept. It's real. And we feel it. We see it every day. And, you know, it's just absolutely amazing to see and to be a part of. You know, it's a kind of like the Will Smith movie Collateral Beauty, right? I mean, you know, this, as hard as this has been for everybody, you know, that's the collateral beauty in all this, is seeing everybody come together, and you know, it's sweeping the nation. It's what it's going to do. I mean, we saw it in Starbucks. You know, we're going to continue to see it. We've had local shops reach out and say, hey, how do we unionize? You know, this is it's and that's, you know, that's just here in Omaha. So I think we're gonna start seeing momentum throughout the country. You know, hopefully Amazon can get it done, right? That would be huge. The guy's got so much money, he's got nothing better to do than send himself into space. That's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
You know, and meanwhile, his workers are having to pee in bottles because they don't get breaks. You know, that's insane to me. So this is in the end, it's going to make us all. It's going to give us more power. It's going to give the American worker a voice, and you know, like I said, just the outpour from the community and the nation it's mind blowing, is what it is, and I have a hard time finding the words for it, but it is definitely humbling.
Absolutely.
Well, and speaking of, go ahead, man.
Oh, I was going to say, speaking of solidarity, we have another guest coming on, Kim Kohlhaas, who is the president of the Wisconsin AFT, is about ready to join us. Hello.
And we may, and actually, like, let's bring the love in, because we also got our boy Brian Collin from Strike Wave, the phenomenal publication Strike Wave that everyone should be reading and supporting. They do such great work covering the labor movement, really like amplifying the voices of workers. So we love everything that Strike Wave is doing. So we got a really amazing group here. And, you know, I guess we've been trying to do this in like 30-minute blocks, but they're kind of bleeding into each other, and it's great, honestly. So just since we're at the top of the hour, I just wanted to refresh everyone's feeds and remind y'all that you know, we are putting on this 6-hour live stream fundraiser to raise money for striking Kellogg's workers and their families who have been holding the line in Omaha, Nebraska, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Battle Creek, Michigan, and Memphis, Tennessee since October 5th. The holidays are coming. It's getting colder. We got to help them keep that fire burning. And we've been honored to be joined by folks like Caroline Smith here from the Columbia Student Workers Strike there in New York City. We have our boy David Griscom from Left Reckoning here with us. And yeah, we have two more amazing guests joining us right now. Mel, do you want to introduce Kim?
Sure. Give me just a moment here. David, if you're ready to head out, any final parting thoughts before you wander off into the ether?
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I just want to say I'm so inspired and feeling full of energy talking to all of y'all. We really can do this if we, you know, continue sticking together. I mean, all across this country, we were saying it was a little while ago. It's like things are rough. We're feeling that they're rough, but it'd be a hell of a lot worse if people weren't standing up and fighting right now. And it's beautiful to see that, and hopefully that we can continue to, you know, to build movements, not just in this country but around the globe. So thank you all. Hope to see you again soon.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks
Dave.
for coming on, Dave.
Everyone go watch Left Reckoning.
A tally update. We have raised officially $6,543.
Woo! Awesome. Keep it coming. And actually, sorry to do this, Mel, but Caroline, I guess so we don't keep you too long. I know that you actually have to hop off in a second too. Did you have any kind of final words you wanted to share with the Kellogg's folks, with viewers? Please plug the hardship fund one more time.
Absolutely. We just, you know, from New York, we just want to say we're totally with you in Kellogg's, and we're just so heartened by your fight, and, you know, keep it up, hold the line, don't give up. We're all in this together, and we've got your back. So thank you also for everyone, your support too. Please donate to the Hardship Fund if you can. We'll definitely be donating to the Kellogg's Hardship Fund as well. So thank you so much.
Thanks for coming on.
Solidarity.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, top of the hour, another hour of great guests. Kim, if you would like to introduce yourself to the people watching.
I'm Kim Kohlhaas, and I'm currently serving as the president for AFT Wisconsin, which represents public educational professionals and state workers throughout the state. I'm really humbled to be in this space tonight.
Fantastic.
And Brian, my good man, you want to introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers?
Absolutely. So my name is Brian Conlon. I'm based in Raleigh, by God, North Carolina. I am a national organizer for the American Federation of Government Employees, and it is my pleasure, honor, and privilege to serve on the editorial collective for Strike Wave, which is a relatively newly founded, been around for a couple of years now, labor news nonprofit. And it's a joy to be back with Mel and with Max in this space again.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
It was 2020.
The beginning of 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, this was before COVID. This was while the Democratic primary was still ongoing. And we did that panel show where my audio was completely borked and it sounded horrendous for like half the episode.
It was a really good conversation though. Got to do that more often.
Yeah. And I know I said it before Brian hopped in, but I'm going to say it again. If folks if you like what you see on this live stream, right, if you want to learn more about the labor movement, if you want to know more about what workers are fighting for and against all over the country, you need to be subscribing to Strike Wave. You need to be following them. They do incredible work, the entire editorial board there. And yeah, Brian rocks. We're so excited to have him here. And, I don't know if Brian, Kim, if you guys saw him, but we do have Dan Osborne down there at the picket line in Omaha. Dan has worked at the Kellogg's plant there in Omaha for 18 years. He's also serving as the president of the BCTGM Local 50G. We had Trevor Biddleman, the local president from Battle Creek, Michigan, on a little earlier. And we are also here in spirit with everyone there at the local in Memphis and Lancaster, PA. So yeah, let's do this. So what are we in hour 4 here? We got more great, amazing guests here. Kim, I would love to know for folks to know a bit more about your work and what the struggle looks like there in Wisconsin, because this is something that I personally have a very kind of deep vested interest in. I'm recording on my end of the live stream from the studio of the Real News Network here in Baltimore, and I have the honor of getting to go to Wisconsin in the summer as part of a collaboration within these times to sort of report on a couple of really crucial struggles there in Wisconsin. And one of them is the fight of educators around the state to rebuild after 10 years after the passing of Act 10. A few years after that, Wisconsin became a right to work state. So I was wondering if you could just tell listeners a bit about your work and what the sort of worker struggle looks like over there in Wisconsin.
Great, thank you. I actually have been listening most of the night. Tonight I was making Christmas cookies, and in full disclosure, it was not for the adults and humans in my world, but for the 4-legged furry animals. So I was making dog biscuits and cat biscuits for all of the animals that are in my lives and in the neighborhood.
Oh, that's so cool.
A great way to spend my evening listening to these stories. They were amazing. And and that's what I really appreciate about the labor movement is it is about individuals who come together. We all have stories, we all have families, we all have real impacts by what happens in our workplace that we bring home to our families. And so this has been a really great space. I'm a multi-generation union member. My father was a union carpenter in southern Minnesota, and rumored has it my grandparents met on a picket line. But my dad's union job really allowed us to have the family that we wanted, where my mom was home with us when we were home after school. And one of the best things about his 40-hour-a-week job was the fact that he was there for dinner with our family. And so when I hear stories about Noah's family needing to make those sacrifices because of Kellogg's demand on his dad is completely unacceptable. And that's why we walk the line and stand in solidarity with him.
I wanted to jump in there if I could. You know, since this strike began, you know, Mark here as well as I, you know, first and foremost, you know, as men, we're fathers, we're husbands, and we're providers, right? So our strikes really so far hasn't been about our hours that we work. You know, it's about getting what's the word I'm looking for? It's about getting a piece of the pie and being rewarded for what we do, you know, for the company and what we've done and the sacrifices that we make. You know, we've missed first steps, we've missed first words, birthdays, you know, soccer games, my daughter's dance. I've missed multiple things like that in effort to be able to provide for the fact that they can dance. I mean, dance is super expensive. Yeah. But I just wanted to reiterate that fact. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but you know, we're not standing out on the street because we don't want to put those hours in. We're standing on the street because we have put those hours in, and we don't feel like we're being rewarded for that.
I think that's a very valid point. And feel free to jump in. This is your story, and we stand with you. You know, and in Wisconsin, we lost collective bargaining rights. I was a teacher in the classroom for 17 years, and I had a really great job. I had the life that I wanted to have. I felt protected in my workplace. I felt secured with having the ability to prepare for my classrooms. I felt like I could speak up for my kids, but I got to go home every night, and I got to have a healthy work-life balance. And the reason that I had that is because my local 202 out of Superior, Wisconsin, those teachers in the 80s went on 7 strikes in 10 years, demanding that we be treated like professionals, that we be given time to be professionals, and that we be paid as professionals. And I totally took for granted that that could be lost. I thought it was going to be there forever. And then in 2011, that was lost. And even though what happened in Wisconsin was one big moment where we had 100,000 people protesting and we had people all over the world coming to stand with us in solidarity, this has been happening in the United States for a really long time. And we've been kind of complacent to it until we get to the point where we can't stand it any longer. And that's where we are when we come to a strike. And Wisconsin, I do believe that we are very nice, polite people, but we do not have to have the boss's permission to do anything in the workplace. And that's where a lot of our workers are right now. They ask the boss if they're okay if we do this. They ask the boss if we're okay if we have an extra half an hour of prep time. And at some point, we need to draw the line and simply say, you know what? This is what is needed in order for us to have a healthy, safe work environment. And it's not acceptable to have to ask for it anymore. Right. And we're seeing that in public education in Wisconsin all over the state. One of the differences with public education is we have an opportunity to actually choose our boss by electing school board members. And so we're working with educators and other union members in all of our communities to find school board members who are going to advocate for quality public instruction, for quality professional time for the teachers, and for quality pay. You know, the work shortage all across the nation isn't by chance. It is totally by design from what has happened over the past 20 years in the industry. There were so many things that were said today during this time, and I had taken notes on what I wanted to say, and then pretty soon I'm taking notes on all the brilliant things that have been said, because so much stuff has happened with this. But one of the things that Miriam had said earlier in the night is like, we need to start making things inconvenient for the ones who need to be inconvenienced. We have to be in a position where the workers take a stand and say, this is no longer acceptable. We actually have a ton of power that we do not utilize in this state or in this nation. And it's really difficult having conversations with that because it's a scary place to be. Guaranteed walking that picket line is not the safest place you've ever felt like you needed to be. But it gets to a point where you have to make a decision as to what is acceptable and what is not. And I commend all of you folks on the Kellogg's picket line and everybody who's gone out on strike, especially during the month of October when we had so many of them. It's been so motivational, and all of your stories we bring back to our classrooms, to our state workers, and we share those stories with them and say, at what point do we draw the line for ourselves? So thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, no, thank you for kind words. You know, and you know, you talk about, you know, education. It's my hope that someday my grandchildren will be reading about this in a history book, right? And history is typically written by the victors, right? So I think, you know, we're going to win this fight. We're going to stand strong as long as we have to. And when our grandchildren read about this in a history book, it's going to be written by us, not Kellogg's.
Just want to jump in here. First off, the good news. We have passed $7,000 in donations. We are now at $7,333 in donations. Just in the last 10 minutes, we've raised
Thanks to everybody who's donated.
something like $400. So yeah, good.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all so much. Keep it coming. We love you. We cannot thank y'all enough.
Yes. So there's that. Also, while we've been on a live stream, in the last hour, More Perfect Union has a scoop that Kellogg's executives were sending emails to members of Kellogg's management bragging about the new tentative deal, saying that it was a done deal and that they're confident it will pass. Yeah, so there's that for you. Kellogg's is pretty confident that this tentative agreement will pass, and the language that they use is really condescending.
It gets even better because the email also instructs other managers and supervisors not to talk about the deal around the scabs, right? Because they don't want the scabs to realize that they're going away if this thing gets ratified. But like the language itself is honestly borderline inflammatory.
Yeah.
Like it is basically an insult to BCTGM's bargaining committee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I mean, Dan, could you say a little bit about that for folks who are watching? Like, because that's something that, you know, we've covered in my conversations with you and in like the reporting that Mel has done on the strike, is like just the disdain with which Kellogg's has treated the union and like the disregard that it has for the things that y'all are fighting for. Could you give viewers a bit more of a sense of just like how shitty they've been? Sorry, no, I didn't mean to swear in front of you, but how bad they've been, you know, at respecting the union at the bargaining table?
Yeah, you know, not just at the bargaining table. Well, I can start with the bargaining table. Larry Elliott is one of the Kellogg's negotiators. I'm not sure of his title. I'm sure it's got a lot of words to it though. But, you know, at one point he said that they were willing to spend $10 million a day to keep us out on the street. We believe they've probably surpassed, you know, almost $750 million now in their efforts to break our union, you know, and then they want to talk about, you know, our contract and our proposals being unsustainable. So that just goes to show you the level of for lack of a better term, sorry, Noah, plug your ears, shittiness that these guys are, you know, the lengths that they're willing to go to. You know, I talked about on a previous podcast with yourself and the coal miners about the injunctions and them using the courts to, you know, prevent us from our right to picket. There's an injunction against us in Omaha, and the day that injunction was passed by a court here, a Douglas County court, the they sent around goons and tried to offer us alcohol and get us to drink on camera and get us to break the law so they could turn it into a criminal case. So effectively, if we were to engage in that with these actors that they sent out, they could have turned it into, like I said, a criminal case, and we wouldn't be allowed to picket within 500 feet of the facility here. So, it's just there's no end to the lengths that they're willing to go to in the dirty pool that they're playing. They shut our insurance off from day one of the strike, and the John Deere strike, they were able to keep their insurance because that level is evil. We have members who have cancer and are battling cancer. We have members who have children who are need expensive medications, and so they're using that, and they're leveraging people's lives essentially to gain more wealth. I mean, that's really the bottom line for that, and it's disgusting. That's why we're still out here fighting.
Well, and I mean, I guess just for folks watching, I know there was a little bit of wind while Dan was talking. So if you missed the first part of that, what he was describing is that just like at the Warrior Met coal picket line in Alabama, workers there in Omaha had, Kellogg's is basically, weaponized business-friendly judges in the area to restrict what they can do on the picket line, where they can stand, how many people can be out there, what they can do. And Dan was describing at one point when the wind was kicking up, right, that the day that injunction passed, you had scabs basically trying to essentially lure strikers into violating the injunction so that they could then go back to the judge and say, okay, now they can't be on the line at all, right? And I just wanted to make sure that point wasn't lost on people. And if you want to know more about that, go check out the interview that I did with Dan and Larry Spencer from the UMWA over at The Real News. But Brian and Kim, I wanted to ask you both about that, like picking up on what Dan was just saying, because we're getting folks coming to this stream, donating, watching, more and more people are learning about what y'all have had a very intimate knowledge of for a while, right? And I know, like, for me personally, the more that I started to learn about stuff like what Dan is describing, it just clashed with what I was always told America was, and what I was told, the difference between right and wrong. It just seemed like, it was topsy-turvy, right? And so I think one question that I imagine is on folks' mind is, like, when you think about the money it's cost a company like Kellogg's to not come back to the bargaining table, like Dan said, like where they say we'll spend as much money as we need to make sure that the workers don't win. Like, I think people are like trying to think, it's like, well, why does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just pay them the contract that they deserve? I know that there are like deeper answers to that. So I wanted to ask y'all both, like, what is going on in the minds of companies like Kellogg's when they treat workers with this kind of disdain?
It's about power. It's always going to come back to power. There are plenty of unionized companies that are extremely profitable, extremely successful. Like, I remember reading, and Dan probably knows the state of play on this more than I do. Like, they were talking about removing BCTGM's union bug from the back of the products produced, right? Like, yeah. It doesn't cost Kellogg's a single cent to do that. But what it's about is trying to erase the union bit by bit. All of this comes back to, like, when you, like, it doesn't make sense in sort of the conventional short-term maximize gain kind of thought that is predominant in corporate America. But when you take a look at, like, what's happening at Politics and Prose, an independent bookstore in Washington, D.C. that is organizing with UFCW, I mean, this is an indie bookstore. You're talking about a unit of about 50 people tops. Like, and it's well regarded. It's hosted like plenty of left-leaning people to like for book talks and all this other stuff, and has hosted discussions with like Sarah Nelson. And they hired Jones Day to bust the union. Now, for those who are not familiar with Jones Day, it is basically one of 3 law firms that you could basically say are like the most evil law firms in the country. Like, you do not hire Jones Day if you're on the side of angels. You hire them if you are going to be doing some horrendous things. So it really is important. Like, Act 10 got rammed through in Wisconsin because it's about power and maintaining a system of power and disrupting and weakening the labor movement. In North Carolina, it is actually illegal for state and municipal governmental bodies to have a legally binding union contract with a labor organization. It is one of the last Jim Crow laws still in existence, and it is still on the books to this day. Again, it comes back to these folks oppose any kind of little d democracy that is going to take root in like outside of an extremely narrow way. And they're more than willing to burn $1 billion now to break the union, because they know down the road, 10 years, 20 years down the road, they're going to be able to make that and more once they are successful in destroying any workers' rights in this country.
Yeah, and I think, the reason why they chose now to do this, during 2020, they've made record profits. So they're sitting on all this extra money that they made off of our labor and off of our backs, and they're going to use that money against us. They profited $5 billion last year. So to me, they got a bunch of guys in suits and Harvard educated trying to figure out, hey, let's play the long game with these guys. If we could get them out of there, we could take them down from $30 an hour to $15 or $17 an hour. And they counted all their beans and figured out like, hey, CEO's making $11.7 million this year. If we can break the union in 4 years, he's going to be making $22 million, So I think that's why they chose now for this fight.
I think they're overplaying their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they really underestimated us. They think we're just a bunch of uneducated factory workers who don't know their left hand from their right hand, apparently. But we've been able to drum up the support of all the way to the highest office in the land right now. Bernie Sanders, here, the Nebraska governor. I've had Republican congressmen come to the line in support of us. So, they've truly underestimated us, and they've truly underestimated all the other labor unions around the country who supported us.
Oh yeah.
Dan,
oh, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Dan, y'all saw that y'all have made Kellogg's brand so poisonous that they removed Kellogg's from the Pop-Tart box, and they're saying like, oh, like this is just a plain branding thing, right? Like you've seen that, right?
Yeah, I actually the first time I heard about that was when Mel said that here on this live stream.
Isn't that great? I just find that so hilarious that they have to switch up their branding to trick consumers into buying the brand.
Yeah, I love the thought of like Tony the Tiger wearing like the fake mustache, like, so that you don't know that it's a Kellogg's product. But so, Kim, I wanted to, because I know we're coming up on the end of the 10:30 block, so I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Kim. But speaking of Wisconsin, I've been meaning to ask this of our boy Noah for president. How you out there in Nebraska with a Badgers hat, my man? How are you surviving out there?
It's all solidarity.
Yeah.
My dad's from Wisconsin, so I like everything Wisconsin, from baseball to basketball to football.
Nice.
That's awesome. Hell yeah. Well, as a Michigan man, I'm sorry that we had to whoop y'all, but I appreciate you. And Kim, I guess, like, speaking of Act 10, speaking of Wisconsin, I think like what Brian said, like, it seems to really be borne out in everything that y'all are up against. Cause it was like, this is something that I tried to cover in talking to different educators around the state, is like, Scott Walker, please correct me if I'm wrong, but like he sold Act 10 as like, look, after the recession, we're all hurting. We got to balance the budget, and we're going to do it by, these union workers are making you pay for their retirement, their health care and whatnot. They're the ones, who aren't paying their fair share. So it was a masterclass in, divide and conquer, right? Pitting workers against one another. But it was draped in the language of like, we got to balance the budget and get out of this hard time. Then when you look at the fine print, as educators, like yourself know all too well, and the rest of us had to learn later, is like, he's like, okay, well, if you're balancing the budget, then why is there a provision in here that means that every union has to recertify itself every year? And it needs to do that with a majority of the members, not just a majority of the voting people who vote, right? That seems like a very explicit, like, puncture wound in the side of the labor movement to try to kill it, basically. And that's not balancing the budget. So anyway, I guess I wanted to ask you, like, what that has translated to for y'all in Wisconsin.
Well, in addition to needing to recertify, we have to pay to recertify, and it's based on how many members you have. So we have locals that are spending their entire treasury dollars on recertifying every year, which is basically paying the government to recognize that they're there. The majority of our locals within AFT Wisconsin have chosen not to recertify. They have said, we are going to stand in solidarity with our coworkers. We are not going to interchange with the state government on this farce about whether or not we get to be a union or we don't get to be a union. And we are going to advocate in the workplace for better working conditions for ourselves and for our coworkers. So we're not going to be saved by the laws. We're not going to be saved by our governments. We really do have to make these demands on it. Collective bargaining rights did not come because we had a legislator who had a great idea. It came from the chaos that was created in the streets with all of the strikes and the disruption that we had to the workforce. And that's the only way that we're going to be able to get back to some type of stability and some type of equal playing field with the workers. It's there, as Trevor said, and Trevor spoke at our AFT Wisconsin convention. He was brilliant then. There is no moral compass when it comes to capitalism. And every time workers compromise, the workers lose. And we have to get to a point where we can no longer allow this. We have a teacher shortage. We have vacancies. We have school districts that have no counselors, no math teachers. They can't fill positions and they can't meet the needs of their students. And all of this is connected to the fact that Scott Walker did what he did during Act 10. And the solution at the state level, where we're going to get rid of their licensure requirements and anybody can fill these positions. Well, that does not solve the issue. Right now, we have legislation in Wisconsin that's going to allow 14 and 15-year-olds to work later and in the food service industry. And a representative of food service management actually said, this is the only way to deal with the worker shortage is to allow younger people to work. And I surround myself with really articulate people because I usually go off the cuff. And I screamed, the only way? Like, that's your only solution is to allow 15-year-olds to not be a part of their school activities so that they can go into work? And all of these bad solutions, when the reality is we have to start paying workers better. We have to start giving them quality workplaces so that they can have that healthy work-life balance. And that's the only way that we're going to get to that point is when we demand that we be at that point.
I mean, these bosses.
Sorry, I just want to cut in real quick and say that we have broken $8,000 for workers at Kellogg's. We raised $400 in 5 minutes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
keep it
great.
up. To the folks who are watching and the folks who are sharing, please keep it up. This every single cent goes to these workers on at the 4 plants, and it's going to help them have a much more enjoyable and fantastic Christmas, regardless of the outcome of this ratification vote on Sunday. So keep going. Next goal, $9,000. Let's do it.
Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. You know, we're at 10:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We got about another hour and a half left on this live stream. We've been joined by so many incredible folks like Brian and Kim, like Noah for president, Mark, Dan, everyone over there at the Omaha picket line, Marianne Williamson, Dwight from Eat the Rich podcast, Alex Winter. I mean, every one of you who's watching, everyone who has shared this live stream, the fundraiser, every little bit helps. This is the power of solidarity. We cannot thank y'all enough. And Brian and Kim, I wanted to, we're kind of keeping y'all a little over the block, but I know, Brian, you had a kind of follow up there. So I guess I wanted to ask you guys if you had any kind of final thoughts on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with what Kim said is like these bosses love to talk about the free market, right? And how the free market provides and how the free market needs to be handling this stuff and not government and all of this other nonsense, right? But then when the labor market starts, like if you know your basic microeconomics, if supply is low and demand increases, what happens? Price increases. Well, that applies to labor as well. And so with 800,000 people dead from COVID, probably another 2 or 3 million like severely impacted from long COVID or worse, or having actually like worked in places with poor ventilation that were essentially plague pits, like kitchen restaurants. Like they're gone, they're done, having seen that they were literally just sort of shoveled in there and expected to die just to make somebody's, you know, like entree for the night, and all the profit goes to the owner. Forget that, I'm going to go find another line of work, right? These people, the ones that are talking about an employee shortage, a worker shortage, all of this other stuff, they all love the free market until like the labor market acts like a free market. And then it's, well, we need to start considering going back to the well of child labor. Like it is perhaps like one of the most horrifying parts of the past 5 years is the return of ideas and concepts and policies that were once not only just vanquished, but had been rendered anathema to any kind of decent discussion. And the fact that people are quite literally talking about putting 14-year-olds working in McDonald's just so that folks can get their fries or whatever, and the bosses don't have to pay fair wages, it is a scathing indictment on our society.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and like another thing that you know people have been quicker of late to point out, right, is you know, because now we're also hearing, you know, all the scaremongering about inflation, right, and people often try to blame labor for that, right? It's like, oh, wages are going up marginally, so we got to jack up prices, and like, you know, basically, you know, it's all kind of pitted on the workers, and as consumers we're told that that's where our frustration should be directed. But I think it's been very heartening to hear more people say, it's like, well, how come, you know, Kellogg's approving, you know, billions of dollars in stock buybacks over the next 2 years? How come that doesn't, you know, like contribute to the price increase, right? How come the massive salaries that these CEOs are making, you know, how does that not factor into any of this? You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, another one of the most heartening things about the past couple of months has been seeing sort of like the campaign of digital terror that has been undertaken
Yes.
against all of these companies. Like the the complete shutdown of the scab acquisition efforts by Kellogg's, by folks online, has just been absolutely magnificent. But even
Love to
beyond
see
that, right?
it.
Yeah,
Yes,
love
it
to
is.
see it.
It is glorious.
Well, I think that's a good point to make, is that, you know, the digital nature of our communication is making this even easier for us to communicate with one another and to share stories from these strikes, and to also coordinate efforts to stop corporations from doing what they've always wanted to do, just got a chance to do it in a little bit more of a shadow, right? Now you don't.
But also
Lights
it's
on,
really
yeah.
hopeful because it's a different generation getting involved in a different way. You know, that's
beautiful.
one of the things about not having collective bargaining rights, is there's no rules. You get to be creative, you get to be fun. And we've got this whole generation of new workers out there who are going to do it differently. And it's going to pay off for the workers in the long run.
Yeah, I agree. I think these young
I
folks.
would just sound a cautious note about that. Just because you don't have collective bargaining rights, it does give you a lot more flexibility. Some of the folks who basically taught me what I know about organizing are the Farm Labor Organizing Committee.
Mm-hmm.
And farm laborers do not have NLRA rights. They do not have any rights at all whatsoever. And while that frees them up to do things like secondary boycotts and sympathy strikes and all this other stuff, it also means they have no structure, and they can be really brought down. Like, it is, I would bet money that most of them would trade a proper bargaining law and structure over the extra rights, because yeah. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Mel. I'm sorry.
But don't say you can't do anything because you don't have the rights.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's been one of the things I've learned from, well, folks like everyone on this call, from folks like Brian, Kim, Dan, and we also have our beloved friend, Jacob Morrison from the Valley Labor Report. Jacob, come on in. The water's fine, my man. It's late Friday night. Everyone say hi to Jacob. Hey, Jacob.
Yeah, that's right. Glad to be here. Just got a text from David saying I'm looking awful haggardy tonight, so I don't know what it is.
Well, it's what? It's 10:45, so David must be on beer number 4 at this point. In the
beer number 4. That he would be doing really good if it's only number 4. So
no, David is probably tucked into his. I tucked into a little bit of a gift that David gave me when me and Douglas Williams from Strike Wave went down to Alabama for the big benefit concert back in the late spring. So I'm guessing, if I had to guess, David has tucked into something a little stiffer.
Yeah,
especially since it's a Friday night.
I would say so. Yeah, glad to. It is a little bit past my bedtime, but I'll do it for the workers and for Max. When I was planning our fundraising stream, which was not to brag, but 48 hours. I don't know this.
It was longer than that, wasn't it? Wasn't it like?
Oh my God, I don't think I could do that. I'm feeling a little googly eyed, and
we were
doing this for 4 hours.
Yeah, we were originally planning for 54 hours, but we ended up cutting it a little bit short because towards the end, like we were getting donations and pretty regular, like a pretty good bit, but the last 12 hours or so, we really weren't getting that much, and so. What comes Sunday morning, we had been going since Friday morning, and we were just like, okay, like we're ready to go ahead and roll out instead of going all the way till like 3 p.m. or whatever. So that's what we did. But Max said to me something like, I don't do mornings or something, and I scheduled him for like 5 a.m. So this is payback, I guess, having me on past my bedtime.
I think I told Jacob something. I was like, I'm doing this for the miners, but you can go to hell. How dare you? But yeah, I mean, I guess for folks watching, this is really worth mentioning, right? Because as we mentioned at the top,
we would not be able to put on this live stream if it wasn't for the amazing David Story behind the scenes, bringing people on. He is running all the tech. He worked with us. He's volunteering his time. This man is a busy man already. And he's doing this because he believes in the cause. So you can't see him, but none of this would be happening without him. And we thank David and love him for that. And we were genuinely inspired by what David, Jacob, Adam, and everyone who contributed to that 2+ day live stream fundraiser that these guys put on for the strikers and their families at Warrior Met Coal in Brookwood, Alabama. Y'all may remember we had Hayden Wright from the UMWA Auxiliary on earlier this evening. Again, they've been holding the line since April 1st, 1,100 coal miners talking about a lot of the same things we've been talking about on this stream, right? You're practically a mile under the crust of the earth. If your spouse is in the hospital and you try to leave, you're going to get a strike. You may lose your job. All the while, your kids never get to see you. You know, like it's, again, so much of what we're hearing in different sectors is just that workers are being treated as just, you know, bare bodies to be thrown at a production system, and our lives, our families, our time away from work, they don't give a shit about that. Sorry, again, I'm swearing in front of our boy Noah for president, but the point being is that, you know, Jacob, Adam,
if he's
David,
gonna be growing up in a union, he's gonna have to get used to it. So I
that's
think
fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Mark.
You're fine.
So
sorry, I'm being long-winded. The point being is that what they did and what everyone did down there in Alabama to raise like upwards of $70,000 for striking miners was truly heroic. And it truly showed us the power of us coming together, even if we couldn't be there physically. And so in a lot of ways, we would not be able to put on this live stream if it wasn't for everything that y'all did, Brian and Douglas and Kim going down there physically. So I just wanted to make sure to shout that out. Anyway, Jacob, sorry, you were in the middle of saying something.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with that. You know, all that about David. He's really been key to what we've been able to do, to the extent that we've been able to do anything with the show. You know, he really kind of laid the groundwork for all of our all the tech stuff that we do, you know, to the extent that we do tech stuff again. And then the fundraising stream in May couldn't have happened without David. He was absolutely instrumental in that. And yeah, he's like one of my favorite people. He's a really good unionist, very dedicated, and you know, lots of pearls of wisdom. And David's in the chat telling us to get off of it. But yeah, we definitely appreciate that. Appreciate his work. And I'm really thankful for the
killer facial hair. He has a glorious beard.
He does. And I have very much beard envy, because you can't tell, but I haven't shaved in like 3 or 4 or 5 days. And this is what
I'm in the same boat as you, Jacob. This is I've been on break for like 2 weeks. This is the extent. This is it. This is all I got.
Yeah,
I don't get facial hair. My face just looks dirty.
Yeah. That's about the boat that I'm in. So, but yeah, I'm really excited.
Noah has a bigger beard than you right now.
He probably does. He probably does. Honestly.
Wow. Max, that was below the belt.
I'm sorry. I'm Team Noah all the way, baby.
Oh yeah. But I'm super happy to be able to jump on and support our brothers and sisters on the picket line, striking Kellogg. I'm only like 3 or 4 hours away from the Memphis picket line, and I still haven't been able to make it out. I am now off of work for Christmas, all the way through Christmas. So Lord willing, if I'm able to get some time, and I should be able to get some time, and if they end up voting down the tentative agreement, I'll definitely be heading out to the Memphis picket line next week before Christmas. So you know, y'all that are out there, be looking for me. Maybe I can bring some folks in tow, and we'll have a good time. But it hadn't been able to make it out yet, and so I'm very happy to be able to jump on and support this to the extent that I can.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you this much: my biggest regret for the year was not making it up to the BCTGM pickets in Richmond during the Nabisco strike. So
Mhm.
Jacob, man, if they vote this thing down, you got to be up there.
Oh yeah,
Two bids,
definitely.
for me and Douglas.
Absolutely. If
you can't
honestly,
make it
I'll
out there.
probably, let's see, it's the vote is going to be on Monday. I may try to head out there on Sunday. I don't have anything planned right now, so we'll see. But I have been kind of on and off, jumping in and out of the stream, and I've been making some cookies with my girlfriend. And so I don't know the people on the picket line right now, and maybe we've got some other people that are in the same boat that haven't met the folks on the picket line yet. So I'd like to hear from them some.
Let's do it. Yeah. So Dan, I don't know if you heard that, but we got people coming in on the stream, every hour. And so Jacob rightly kind of asked if we could go back around to you guys over there with folks introducing yourselves and maybe just giving us a little update on how y'all are doing. I know you said it was getting really cold over there. So how are you guys holding up?
Yeah, we're holding up good. We've had quite a few people take off. We do 4-hour increments. We picket 5 gates, 24 hours a day, in 4-hour shifts. Before we even went out on strike, I created the picket duty schedule. And, so if you work night shift, unfortunately, you have to picket the night shift. And so, that's kind of how it works. If you've ever worked night shift, I did it for 9 years, my first 9 years out here at Kellogg's, and night shift always gets screwed over. So, they don't get to see the firsthand the amount of support that we get. Typically people, if they're going to bring us pizza or sandwiches, they don't do it at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It's usually during the daytime. So if any of those night shifters are watching this, at any of the 4 locals, a shout out to those people that hold the line at those hours in the morning. They're resilient, and it's difficult. It's difficult for all of us. We've all had to go out and supplement our income with other jobs. We got a lot of people working at UPS or Amazon or Omaha Steaks. There's delivery drivers, people driving for Grubhub. Whatever we got to do to make ends meet, that's what we're doing. Some people are suffering worse than others, because I talked about earlier how they shut our medical insurance off. So if anybody's has medical issues in their household, whether it's themselves or their children or their spouse, those medical bills pile up, and they pile up quick. Cobra, the ones who have serious illnesses or conditions that they're battling, they had to jump on Cobra, and Cobra's about $3,000 a month. So that's what those people are having to do. And anybody watching this that's thinking about donating, that's what it's going to go to. It's going to go to all of us out here who haven't had a paycheck in over 2.5 months, for our cause. But we certainly believe in what we're doing here. We're fighting for livable wages, fighting for the middle class. We're trying to preserve the way this job has been up to this point, and has been for 75 years for guys like Noah here, who possibly someday want to, don't want to go to a university and accumulate $100,000 in student loans because they're not sure what they want to do. They could go into the trades, and they could go into the factory work like me and Mark here have done, his dad, and everybody here at the picket line who chose to do this, to support their families, to be able to own a home, to be able to own a car, and give their kids everything extra that you know kids deserve. We all want to do better than our fathers did for us, right? That's kind of everybody's ultimate goal. And Kellogg's so far up to this point has allowed us to do that. You know, we sacrifice a tremendous amount of time and work to do that, but you know that's what this job does for people, and we certainly want to preserve that. If you guys have any questions about our contract or anything like that, feel free to ask it. But you know, I think most everybody probably knows what's going on up to this point.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, again, just cannot stress enough to folks. We got an hour left in this live stream. Let's make every minute count so that we can raise those funds for folks to get, you know, the healthcare that they need, so folks can make up some of what, you know, has been lost over the past 2 months. You're seeing right there on the picket line, you know, the real flesh and blood human beings who have been holding the line since October 5th, and we've got to show up for them. So thank you to everyone who has donated, to everyone who's watching. Please donate what you can. If you can't donate anything, please share the strike fund or the fundraiser with your networks. Try to get other people to donate. And you know, we're kind of coming up on the top of the hour here, and I got one more bathroom break before to do, but I wanted to first thank, you know, everyone here, Kim, Jacob, Brian, and I wanted to ask if y'all had any kind of final words for Dan, for Kellogg's workers, or for anyone watching before we release you, because I don't want to keep you too long.
My my only words would be that, you know, that if I'm talking, you know, directly to Kellogg's strikers, is that, you know, whatever you do with the tentative agreement, I support your decision. I'm behind you all the way. And I know that so many people that are on participating in and watching this stream are as well, as are people behind striking workers all across the country, from the miners in Alabama to the nurses in Massachusetts and to y'all all over the country. And, you know, workers, y'all doing what you're doing, standing up to Capitol, standing up to the bosses, is very inspiring, especially for those of us in unions that you know, we don't really have as much of an option to strike. I am a federal employee, and you know, it's illegal for us to strike. And so you know, seeing y'all go up against the boss and you know, making a stand like you are is very inspiring. And you know, being able to support in my small ways is great. I love that. And you know, y'all have got a home in Alabama anytime that y'all want to come hang out, for sure.
Yeah, thank you for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, not only is it illegal for federal employees to strike, it's illegal for them to even talk about striking.
Yeah,
that's another fun little facet of Title V. I don't really have much else to say aside from war to the bosses, peace to the workers. I absolutely hope you kick Kellogg's teeth right down their throats.
Yeah. Solidarity with all of you. You made your goals very clear, and that was easy for the world to get behind you. And completely stand in solidarity with you. Best of luck on the decisions you make.
Yeah, thank you.
And Kim, before you go, I guess I wanted to ask, you know, as we've been asking the rest of our guests, what can folks watching do to support y'all over there in Wisconsin? Where should they look before we let you go?
You know what? Just keep hearing the story. And I highly recommend folks run for local office. No matter where you are in this country, running for local office is absolutely key to making sure that our communities are in the position that we believe they should be in.
As a final exciting update, we flew past $9,000 and we are now at $9,335 raised with an hour left.
Woo! Let's fucking go.
$1,000 in 30 minutes. So yeah.
Sorry, Noah.
Flew past.
Yeah, sorry, Noah.
Yeah, that was I'm not going to say that was all me, but I mean, I've been on in the last 30 minutes, so you know,
that is the X factor. Well, again, Kim, Brian, thank you so much for donating your time this Friday evening, lending your amazing, powerful voices to this struggle. We appreciate it so much. Everyone, check out Strike Wave. Everyone, support your local educators, support the struggle wherever you can. Like Kim said, run for office, make change yourself. That's what workers
Run
on
for
the
union
line at
office,
Kellogg's. Yeah, run for union office.
Listen to the Valley Labor Report too. Listen to the Valley Labor Report as well.
Read
Don't forget
Strike
that.
Wave. Yeah.
Read Strike
It's
Wave.
been so
there,
cool.
guys. I'm getting there. Subscribe to Strike Wave. Listen to the Valley Labor Report. Listen to Morning Riot.
TheStrikeWave.com.
There you go. Cool.
Yeah, you
Thank you so
absolutely
much
check
for
out
joining
Working
us.
People. It's terrible. It's awful. No one should listen to Working People. It's god awful. Don't do it. Terrible decision.
Brian just doesn't want you to hear that panel where his audio was shit.
That's fair enough.
Like this is all retaliation for Max making cracks about me and Jacob's facial hair. But Jacob, at least we can rest easy because we have much nicer hair than Max does.
That's true.
So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
How dare you,
I
sir?
mean,
how dare you?
Yeah,
Oh,
Max
boy.
Max doesn't have this. That's for sure. So.
Yeah, he doesn't have this, baby. Right there, all natural, baby.
My heart. All right, David, let's kick these guys off.
Bye, y'all.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Thank you
space.
so
Thank
much.
you, Jen. Thank you, Brian. We love you guys, and I think we've got some more folks to welcome on to the stream here. David, let's go ahead and let the next batch of folks in. Hey, we got our boy. Hey, where's Noah? Noah, look at John Shelton. You got a brother in arms here.
That's right. That's right. Well, I put this on Max because earlier you were, shit. I'm sorry. We're not supposed. Can we curse or not? But you were kind of shit talking academics, saying that we're all wearing tweed patches and everything. So I felt like I was going to really kind of,
I don't know, man. I'm wearing this sweater to teach. That's what I wear. Spooky Christmas sweaters is like my go-to. I don't think I own tweed.
I don't think anybody does anymore, man.
We just teach in sweatpants. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so great to have you guys on. I was saying before that no, we think of academics as like cushy jobs where everyone's got elbow patches, but we had Caroline from the Columbia student workers strike in New York, and having Caroline talk to folks there in the Omaha picket line on strike at Kellogg since October 5th, hearing them talk to each other about how, the fight against two-tier employment is happening at Kellogg's, it's happening in higher education, it's happening everywhere. And so it was really beautiful to see, workers in such different industries really able to kind of connect over these sorts of issues that working people are facing in industries around the country.
Mhm.
Few people know that better than our two new guests to the stream, who we could not be more excited to welcome here. So I guess let's see, we're on our final hour. I just wanted to say one more time up top, we have been raising money for striking Kellogg's workers and their families. We cannot thank everyone who has been watching, sharing, donating, commenting. We can't thank y'all enough. I think we can make it past 10,000 by the end of the stream.
Oh yeah, we're at 9,400 right now. So
Oh yeah. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. Thank you all so much. It's been incredible to talk to Dan Osborne there, president of the BCTGM Local 50G in Omaha, Nebraska. We had the great Trevor Biddleman on from the BCTGM local in Battle Creek. And we are here in spirit with Kellogg strikers at Memphis and Lancaster, PA as well. So I just wanted to give one more top of the hour shout out to all of you, to all of the amazing guests, and remind folks to please donate to the fundraiser. 100% of what we raise is going to be equally divided up and sent to the 4 strike funds.
So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's keep going, and let's introduce our audience to our amazing new guests. Let's see. So Mr. Stash, I presume, could you please introduce yourself to the live stream watchers?
Sure. My name is Randy Bryce. I'm a union iron worker from Wisconsin. Been involved with workers' issues. Probably dove in the deep end when Scott Walker was elected governor in Wisconsin, and we saw what he did to start shredding unions in our state. And it was just one test example that was used throughout the country. And we fought back. We were able to bring hundreds of thousands of people marching in the streets around the Capitol doing laps. But still, we were up against all kinds of dark money coming into the state. And, he was able to use divide and conquer too successfully. And it's great to see now in the country that different types of unions are starting to come together. There's a new public support for workers of all kinds, and it's a good thing to see. So anytime I hear that their workers are standing up for themselves, and because nobody likes a strike. You don't get money. I'm sure you've talked about that this evening. Nobody wants to go on strike. It's a last resort, but it's something that workers, when they find their power, it's something that needs to be done. So I'm very happy and honored to be asked to be a part of this.
Well, we cannot thank you enough for doing it. It really is an honor to have you on the stream. We're just kind of talking to Kim Kohlhaas from Wisconsin there about what workers in Wisconsin have been dealing with 10 years after Scott Walker rammed through Act 10, which was really just a nuclear bomb dropped on the labor movement, gutting of public sector workers. I mean, it was just really, really awful, as y'all heard Randy say.
He referred to it as dropping the bomb. He literally referred to it as dropping the bomb.
Yeah, it really made no no bones about it. And I guess that thing, like when people tell you who they are, believe them kind of thing, right? And right. Of course, we have the great John Shelton here. And John, do you want to introduce yourself to the live stream viewers?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, it's great to see you, Randy. And before I introduce myself, I just want to give a shout out to Max and Mel for putting this together. I mean, y'all have been on for 6 hours now, or almost 6 hours. This is really incredible. I've been listening to a lot of this, and just the number of people that you've had, the number of rank and file workers, the union leaders. This has just been really an incredible event. So, thank you for organizing this. But I'm John Shelton. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, as you can tell, probably. And I'm a professor in a department called Democracy and Justice Studies, which is pretty much the only department like it, I think, in the country. And I'm trained as a labor historian, so I study this kind of stuff for a living. And so this strike really is historic. I mean, for a couple of reasons. Number one, this two-tiered work system that has become all too common. We have to win this one, because we have to show that we can actually stand up and stop this dividing workers, along those lines. And the second reason really is because of this idea that the threat of striker replacement, which is something that should have been rectified a long time ago. It was never the intent of the Wagner Act, to allow employers to fire and replace workers who are using their basic bit of, bargaining leverage. So, this is something that I study. It's really important. And I'm also a union member. So I'm a member of my own higher ed local at UWGB. And I've been elected to my 4th term as vice president of higher ed for AFT Wisconsin. So Kim is basically my union president. As everyone saw, she's freaking amazing, and we're lucky to have her. I don't know where we'd be without her leadership. But yeah, so I'm coming at things from that angle too, both a union member as well. So yeah, it's tremendous to be here.
I'm glad you're here to help us with the last hour or so of this stream. We also had another person join. I know that Trevor from Battle Creek kind of handed out the Zoom link to some folks on the picket line, I think. And I think Mark called in. And if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, that'd be great.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
My name is Mark Gregory. I'm out on the picket line here in Battle Creek with Local 3G. I've been at Kellogg's for 2.5 years.
Hell yeah. Well, welcome to the stream, Mark.
Welcome.
We can't be there physically, but we're there with y'all in spirit. We're sending nothing but love and solidarity to you and everyone on the line, and we're going to try to raise as much money as we can for you guys and everyone at the other locals.
Yeah, we're a little under $400 away from 10,000. So, and we still got
That's really great.
50 minutes left. So, yeah.
That's really great. We really appreciate all the help, and it's really been outpouring for the help that we've been getting. It's very relieving that the support that we've gotten.
Good.
And you know, I was wondering, Mark, you know, we've been honored and fortunate to have you know, Dan Osborne and the good folks there with Local 50G down in Omaha kind of giving us updates on the picket line. We wanted to ask you know, how it's looking over there, how y'all are doing, how you're holding up. And if, I guess, for everyone watching, if you could give folks a sense of the vibe over there.
Well, I'm like this.
Well, it's cold again tonight, but we got a lot of people coming by, and we're really hanging tough. It's strong out here in the picket lines. We had a good rally today. Senator Sanders come out and seen us today, so we've really he's really brought up the morale of the troops.
Good. Very good.
He's good at doing that, isn't he?
Very motivational.
Yeah, my man can give a speech. And you know, like that you know, I wanted to connect that to what you were saying earlier, Randy, about you know, because I think that what Scott Walker did in Wisconsin, you know, it can't be, we can't talk about everything that we've been talking about on this live stream, right, you know, without sort of looking at Wisconsin, because it feels like it was kind of like it's a test case for what people like Walker want to do across the country, right? And part of that is to break the back of labor. And we're seeing people fight against that, like Mark at Battle Creek, like Dan and everyone in Omaha. I guess I just wanted to ask if you could talk a bit more about how devastating Act 10 and right to work was in Wisconsin, and how it plays into the larger picture of like what we're seeing happening now with this kind of strike wave.
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, it needs to be brought up that it wasn't just an attack on workers. I mean, it you know, workers were attacked, but the reason that we were attacked was it was a political attack, because workers had traditionally supported Democratic candidates, and they wanted to just break the back of labor as a result. It was a punishment, if you will. And they used divide and conquer. I mean, it's not something that Scott Walker ran on when he ran for governor. If he would have said, I want to bust unions, there's no way he would have won. Because even during the recall, he had 30% of union households voted to support him. He lied, you know, lied through his teeth, and he went after public sector workers first. And he still had, I remember calling, there were 2 building trade unions that still were standing up to him. I remember calling one of them, and I was like, look, as close as we work together on the job site, it would be great to see you marching with us in support of the public sector unions. It's just a matter of time. It's like once you start that line, you're in line to walk through that door and get your head chopped off. And I was told, well, Randy, if you were politically savvy, you would understand that what we're doing is going to keep right to work from happening in the state. And I talked to him, and I said, you know what? If what you're telling me is true, you're going to be my hero. But if not, you have my number, and you can call me, and we can discuss this further. Well, he never called me back after Right to Work came up. But it was, and he was, Scott Walker got caught on tape. talking about we're going to use this divide and conquer strategy. We're talking to Diane Hendricks, who's has to be the wealthiest woman in the state of Wisconsin that owns ABC Supply, and you know, he went from there. He won the recall by lying again. You know, people asked, "What about right to work?" He said, "It's never gonna make it to my desk." Well, I could swear he had a smile when he did finally sign it. Not only that, I mean, another thing that they did too when they took control was they totally gerrymandered the state of Wisconsin. 53% of all voters statewide voted for a Democratic candidate. In 2018, every single statewide Democrat that ran won their election. So 53% of the people voted for Democrat, but yet out of the 99 seats in the state assembly, 63 of them went to Republicans. And now it was proven, it's hard to prove gerrymandering, but what they were able to do was come up with a formula that talked about throwaway votes, wasted votes. And that was a formula where they could prove that gerrymandering actually took place. Not only that, but because of Freedom of Information Act, they were able to get a hold of the emails that talked about the process that was in place. And they had 5 models to choose from. Every model from like a lean slightly to the right to the extreme version, the extreme right. And they chose 5. They chose the most extreme version that they could choose. Now, not only that, they took the, I ran for state Senate at that time too, when this was taking place. And the person I ran against, I remember calling him out. They brought in Republican state reps and state senators, let them look at the maps, but first they had to sign a secrecy agreement stating that they would not talk to anybody else about the maps that they saw. So that's just to give you a little background on how elections are taking place in Wisconsin. And now it's, 10 years later, where it was like, we need to elect a Republican governor to at least stop the hemorrhaging. What we did, Tony Evers was elected governor. The first thing they did before he was even sworn in was hold a special session to try to strip away as much power as they could from him. Now, going back to Act 10, the way that it was done, it wasn't just a regular piece of legislation. It was added into the budget. So that makes it almost impossible to remove. It's not going to be like a simple bill with the, that goes through the state reps and the legislature and then makes it to the governor's desk where he can just sign it to outdo it. It's something that's part of the budget. And I'll never forget when Scott Walker was called to testify in front of Congress. And Dennis Kucinich asked him, he cornered him, and you can find this too. Google Scott Walker and Dennis Kucinich, and Scott Walker was swearing it's going to save, it's going to be able to make Wisconsin, it's going to allow us to balance our budget. That's already in the state constitution. Every year we have to have a balanced budget. But Dennis Kucinich took it one step further, and he said, can you tell me how much money attacking the public sector unions is going to save Wisconsin money? How much is it going to save? Walker admitted it's not going to save a penny. Again, it was just a blatant political attack on workers. And the state's been suffering ever since. But we've been able to, fight back. He went further with right to work. Not only that, but they took away prevailing wage, which allows for, you take an average wage of, take a geographic area. So all the jobs that would have like state money tied into it, that has to be paid prevailing wage. That prevents an out-of-town unscrupulous contractor from coming in, doing a shoddy job, collecting their money, and heading for the hills, and have somebody go and do the work to fix it. That was something that was taken out too. They also took away the ability to have project labor agreements on jobs that use state money. Private jobs, you can still do that. Now, project labor agreements are agreements where everybody sits down before the job takes place and you go over who's going to perform what duties. There's also generally a non-strike clause so that, if one of the building trades unions has their negotiation going on and they decide to go on strike, that job will continue on. So there's no work stoppage. Private companies use it. Private projects still use it. And it might not sound like a huge deal, but one of the things that we were able to do using the project labor agreements, I worked on a Northwestern Mutual Tower. And we were able to, because we're always trying to bring in, minorities and people that, because building trades have traditionally been, a lot of white guys, majority white guys. So the ironworkers have been trying to bring in more people of color, and using the project labor agreements, we were able to have a mandate that brought in like 30% minorities that lived in the area that were under or unemployed. So we were able to bring people and employ them and get them the training to be able to have a career. And now, the apprenticeship, we bring people off the street. It's a 4-year program. It's skills that can't be taken from you. You can go work anywhere in North America with your journey person book. And it's a great skill. I mean, it was my ticket to the middle class after working 2 full-time jobs at the same time and not having any benefits. But we've seen that this is what the Republicans are trying to attack. Our ability to be able to participate as a member of the middle class. There's no college loans that have to be repaid as a result of it as well. But this is what the Republicans are going after. It's not just, they're taking money from the rich, and it's a race to the bottom, basically, is what it is. And we're seeing it right here in Wisconsin. I remember I spent a birthday in Michigan when they went right to work as well. They passed it, in the lame duck session. But it's just dirty the way that the Republicans have been fighting against working people. And I mean, these strikes, it's, it really sickens me that the things that they've been doing and they've been getting away with, and trying to, take poor people and put them against each other, sharing cookies. Meanwhile, the rich guy has all the cookies. And it's like, that guy's trying to take what you have. And it just has us fighting at each other like a bucket of crabs. And that's why it's great to see programs like this that are standing up for working people, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to defeat it. We don't have the money. We can get enough money to help these striking workers. So anybody that's listening, please contribute if you can. That's why we're here. It's about every nickel and dime that we can rub together to help people that need it. There is enough to go around. It's just the fact that, the bosses are thinking they can get jobs done without the workers. And as we're seeing with all these strikes that are taking place across the country, they're getting popular support. They're getting, we have Joe Biden has been the most pro-labor president we've had, talking about strikes and supporting them. Senator Sanders, I had the privilege of being a national surrogate for him, traveling literally across the country, trying to help him get elected. I've spoken with him at length. He doesn't just talk it. I mean, as you saw in Michigan today, he'll travel wherever there's workers are under attack. And that was the reason I spent every free weekend I had trying to help get him elected. But we do. I mean, Secretary Marty Walsh, Department of Labor, a union laborer, the NLRB is, there's hope. There's hope. But that hope isn't going to mean anything unless we do things to stick together for people that are willing to put it all on the line and go on strike.
Right.
They are the heroes. They're the heroes of this show.
100%.
I think, just to build on what Randy was saying, which I thought was excellent. I mean, what we've seen in this country, to kind of bring together both the public sector attack and Act 10 and, what's happened in the private sector, it's been class warfare from above for about 50 years now, right? I mean, we've seen these attacks in the private sector. I mean, going back to the 1970s, efforts. I mean, the stuff that Amazon did, that's not new. That's been going on since, corporations in the 1970s made a conscious effort to try. I mean, there's a whole industry around this, right, called the union avoidance industry, continuing to rake in massive profits while, trying to take more and more from workers. And so as I think Randy said, I mean, what happened in Wisconsin was really kind of a political extension of that, right? Like, how do we decapitate any possible kind of political resistance that workers in public or private sector would have, And so in that sense, Walker really was, and I mean this not even necessarily in a pejorative sense, it was a corporate tool, right? I mean, that was very much the goal, but I think, the reason that Republicans were able to do this, and I think we should be honest about it, is because for too long, too many Democrats abetted that kind of class warfare from above, right? I mean, so you go back to the 1970s, the Carter administration, labor reform was, if there was a significant effort to reform labor, it failed by 2 votes in a Senate filibuster. Jimmy Carter put way more effort into trying to break the filibuster to get the Panama Canal Treaty than he did to try and get labor law reform, which would actually outlaw a lot of the practices that, you know, corporations like Amazon use. In the 1990s, right, the entire reason that Kellogg's can even try this striker replacement stuff is because Bill Clinton spent more time in his administration, in his first term, negotiating NAFTA, getting Republican votes for that, by the way, instead of passing a bill that would ban striker replacement. I mean, the AFL-CIO and unions across this country worked very hard to get Clinton elected, and he put very little effort into doing that. And so, there's lots of other, examples I could use. But when you have Scott Walker come in 2010 in the context of this economic crisis, which was a legitimate economic crisis, and say, I'm going to make the business climate good, and the way to do that, to give people jobs and to prevent, these good jobs from leaving, is to break. Randy's right to say that he didn't campaign on that, but he did on the campaign. He said, public sector workers are the haves and everybody else are the have-nots. So he did, I think, signal it a little bit, and then comes into office, got a decent amount of support from some working people in the state, right? And part of that is because Democrats were on the hook for negotiating things like NAFTA, which cost people in Wisconsin hundreds of thousands of good jobs, working people in Wisconsin hundreds of thousands of good jobs. So where I'm encouraged, and I think Randy's absolutely right, I mean, we're seeing a lot more pro-worker Democrats these days. I mean, Randy's a great example. The kind of campaign he ran, I think is something that was inspiring to a lot of people in the state. My partner is in this. She's one of those folks in the state legislature now, the very heavily gerrymandered state legislature, and she's got this idea called the Economic Justice Bill of Rights that draws on the promise of economic justice going all the way back to FDR, actually, and trying to chart that as the course for Democrats in the future. I mean, Bernie Sanders, speaking out today, right? I mean, and I think he and it's not just Sanders, of course, right? It's the whole movement behind him has changed the trajectory of the party. Like, I don't think Biden would necessarily be saying the things that he was saying if it hadn't been for for Sanders and many of the other sort of insurgent politics that's been happening in this country. So that's where I'm encouraged politically, but I think we have a lot to learn from in the past 4 or 5 decades, and how the left has really needs to I think be critical of some mistakes that we've made.
I agree. I think it's really important to kind of continue that thread of, Bernie Sanders and other major leaders have really helped keep a spotlight on the resurgence of a labor movement in the last couple of years. And it's going to be interesting to see who kind of takes up that mantle in the future as well. Hello, sorry, my cat. And I think you're absolutely right to say that often politicians will end up becoming, corporate tools with deeper pockets for the lobbying that happens than listening to workers. I'm curious what you think about, I haven't really paid attention as much as I should about the progression of the PRO Act, and if that's going to make it anywhere near a presidential desk at any point in the future.
Well, I don't know what Randy thinks, and I'll let him weigh in, of course. But I mean, I think the Biden administration, as Randy said, has said all the right things about supporting workers. Now, we know the PRO Act, which, by the way, the PRO Act is probably the most worker-friendly piece of legislation in this country. I mean, in terms of unions and building industrial democracy, the most worker-friendly piece of legislation since the Wagner Act. I actually think even beyond the labor reform efforts under Carter, certainly the Employee Free Choice Act, effort under Obama. I mean, this is a comprehensive bill that would really move the needle for workers. Amazon would not be able to do many of the things that they did to break to put their thumb on the scale of that, election. Kellogg's would not even be able to threaten firing, these hardworking men and women at these Kellogg's plants if the PRO Act were passed. The problem is we know it's going to take breaking the filibuster. And I mean, it's hard to know exactly what Biden thinks about this. I haven't heard him come out and unequivocally say we need to break the filibuster. The filibuster needs to go for a number of reasons, right? Mm-hmm. Voter rights, of course, but the filibuster just fundamentally is anti-democratic. The Senate is already, an undemocratic chamber. I mean, these states with very small populations have outsized power to begin with, and now you're going to give them 60% of the votes. I mean, that's nuts. So long term, we need to break that for a number of reasons. But that's the only way the PRO Act happens, is if we start doing that. And so it's nice to hear, Biden speaking on behalf of striking workers, but we desperately need the PRO Act to pass, and that means, probably in the next year, assuming that the infrastructure bill gets passed at some point, we're still waiting for that, the Build Back Better Act. But assuming that happens, I mean, having a robust conversation about the filibuster, that needs to be the next thing. And I think Biden's, I'm gonna say this very unequivocally. I think his presidency is a failure if the filibuster is still in place.
Looks like I came back at the most opportune moment. Sorry, I had to refill my water bottle, splash my face, go for a bathroom break. We've been doing this live stream since 6 p.m. Eastern time. We got a half hour left on this bad boy. I think that we are just about to break $10,000 raised over the course of the live stream.
Nice.
Again, cannot thank everyone who has been watching, who has been sharing, commenting, donating enough. You guys are amazing. You're the real MVPs. And again, as we said at the beginning of this live stream, as we've been saying at the top of every hour, everything that we raise is going to be divided up equally, and we're going to post how much we raise, and we're going to disperse it equally to the 4 strike funds for Kellogg's workers in Omaha, Nebraska, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Mel, did we got an update?
Yeah, someone just donated $1,400, so the total is now $11,915.
Beautiful.
Baby.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Incredible.
Awesome. Well,
incredible.
Thank you. I don't know who that was, but thank you. That's
Anonymous donor.
amazing.
Not sure, but yep.
Man,
They're the
that is
best kind.
awesome.
They're the best kind.
And God, thank you.
They're clearly somebody who's opposed to the filibuster. I think that's
Yes, clearly it. Incredible.
Exactly. That's what got him to donate, was John going at the filibuster. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, please.
I think it was the Packer hat, to be honest.
The only team without an owner. Come on.
Right. I feel underdressed.
And Dan, I don't know if you could hear me over there with all the traffic. Could you hear that we just got a $1,400 donation? Oh, I think you're muted, Dan.
Don, you're muted, Don. There we go.
Yep. No, I heard that. That's amazing, and I want to thank Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous.
Yeah, again, just whoever that was, thank you so much. Look at that. Got my boy Noah for president out there, holding it down up there. So what, you guys are on Central Time, so it's 10:30.
Yeah.
You said you guys are doing 4-hour shifts. Are you guys getting ready to head home, Dan?
Yeah, we got we've had a couple people from the 11 o'clock shift show up a little bit early, but yeah, we're getting ready to head out. I got to warm my bones up, man. Once that chill gets into your bones, it's hard to get rid of it. I don't know if you guys were watching the video while you guys were talking, but we had a couple guys out here chopping firewood, to keep the fire going. And, no matter what happens with this vote, if it gets voted down, if it gets rejected, we're all these fine people here we're going to hold the line. We're going to do what it takes.
Hell yeah, man. Well, again, we are with you 100%. We will stay with y'all for as long as it takes. You know, and hell, if we got to do round 2 of this thing, we'll do it, right? But we, as everyone has said, you know, we can't just kind of nominally support, you know, workers' struggles and then forget about them when a new strike crops up, right? We gotta be able to kind of share the load, and we got to stay committed. We got to see these struggles through, and we got to make sure that our brothers and sisters on the line win, right? Because that's how we build momentum. That's how we empower ourselves to actually bring the kind of change that needs to happen in this world. And it's coming from folks like Dan there. It's coming from folks like our boy Noah, his dad Mark, everyone there holding the line.
I want to give a shout out to this is Dusty here. I don't know if you can see him.
Hey man.
Hi. So Dusty's been out here every single day, 7 days a week. Come on in the light so everybody can see you, Dusty. So I don't know if you can see that right there. Kellogg's purchased those generated operated lights for every one of our gates to keep an eye on us. But anyway, it actually works well for newscasts and podcasts and live streams, so everybody can see us. So thank you, Kellogg's, for running their diesel fuel all night long, every night since it started. But anyway, Dusty's been out here anywhere from what's the longest shift you've done, Dusty?
16 hours.
16 hours.
Wow.
He's here every day. He's been solid, man. He's a great guy. And, you know, that's the kind of people we have here, you know, willing to be out here when some other people can't be here. Dusty will take your shift for you.
Man, that is incredible. It's an honor to meet you, Dusty.
Yeah.
Sorry we can't be there in person, but we're with you in spirit. What do you can I ask what you do over there at the plant?
Processing cornflakes.
Yeah, speak up a little bit. He runs a cornflakes line in the processing side. If you didn't hear that.
Yeah. Man, I mean, like I think that's been another really important facet to all of this, right? Is the more that people learn about the strike, the more, you know, Dan, you were describing the work that you do, and now the work that Dusty does. Like, I mean, we were talking about this a little earlier, right? When Kellogg's was saying, "Oh, we're going to replace everybody." How are you going to replace someone like Dusty? How are you going to replace, you know, someone with that level of commitment and knowledge? Like, it's just BS.
All I say is good luck to them, because they're not going to be able to. You know, we're irreplaceable. You know, the level of dedication and the knowledge that we have in our craft is irreplaceable, especially when you're replacing them with people who simply just don't give a shit. They're just here for a quick buck. You know, they take no pride in their work. I've seen pictures. You know, we have our buildings and trades on the inside, still going to work there. That's a whole nother story, but you know, they send us pictures of their craftsmanship and what's going on, and there is no way I would feed that food to my children right now. I'll tell you what, it's I've seen pictures of mold and conveyor belts that fall on the ground, and they just pick them back up, put them on, don't even clean them off, and start the production back up.
Man, yeah, I mean, you know, we mentioned this earlier on the live stream, but I guess for folks who weren't on at that part, you know, you never cross a picket line in general. On principle, you don't cross a picket line. But you know, I would just say, I'm not you know, projecting onto anyone else, but I would say that I sure as hell don't want to be eating cereal that Scabs made, you know, and I'm not going to put that in my mouth. I'm not going to put it in my kid's mouth. And so anyone watching, you know, if I imagine if you're watching this, you're already not crossing the picket line. You're not buying Kellogg's products, but for your own, you know, safety, I would say at least think twice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you know, Dan, God, it's been incredible, man. Like being able to see you guys on the line, you know, to see the faces of y'all holding it down there in Omaha. It was incredible to hear Trevor and Mark from Battle Creek. We know that you've had a long day, and that you're cold. You were running meetings this earlier today. Folks were kind of getting up to speed on the new proposed tentative agreement. So I can't ask you to you know, hang on longer, because I know you got to get home. But I guess, you know, since we're kind of wrapping things up, I wanted to ask you, Dusty, anyone there on the line, if you guys had any sort of final words that you wanted to share with people watching, with Randy, with John, with me, with Mel. I guess anything else that you guys wanted to say before we let you go and to go get some sleep.
Let me ask the guys here. Anybody got any final words? I love you. Okay.
Woo! We love you guys.
Kobe, what do you say? You want to know what I got to say? Yeah, no, he live stream. Say it. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, we're officially over 12K, so
Wow.
$12,000 raised in 6 hours. Pretty good.
Amazing. 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 And thank you, Max, for putting this on. Absolutely. Thank you, Mel, and thank you to everybody who's been on and solidarity with us out here on the line. You know, we're absolutely humbled, and I don't know how to put it into words how to thank everybody for this.
Thank you.
Solidarity, brother.
Solidarity, guys.
Solidarity.
Yeah, solidarity. Hold it down. Please get some rest. Noah, my man, you know, keep being you, you know. I mean, like, you have become the celebrity of the live stream chat. Everybody watching has been loving Noah. We can't wait for Noah to run for president and be the change that we need to see in this country. But yeah, we're just sending all of our love to all of you guys out there on the line. We're going to try to raise as much money as we possibly can before this live stream is over. Mel, John, Randy, I guess if you guys had any final words you wanted to share before we let Dan and everybody go.
I just talk. Oh, go ahead.
What kind of employer is going to fire people that want to go on strike and replace them right before the holidays? I mean, there's no more Kellogg's products in this house, and this is a great time to make an example of an employer, which is something that we need to do anytime somebody goes on strike and feels a need to put their livelihood on the line in order to demand good working conditions, good and safe working conditions. I mean, we saw what happened at John Deere with all kinds of accidents. That's what happens, you know. You get what you pay for, and union workers are well trained, and it's not just about dollars and cents. It's about being productive, because if you weren't productive and you couldn't justify your wage, you would have been cut a long time ago. Meanwhile, look at the profits. You know, always follow the money. Look at the profits that Kellogg's is raking in. Look at how much your CEO made. They're not hurting. They can afford to pay these workers what they're worth, and they've given their lives to produce for Kellogg's. The very least that Kellogg can do in return is pay them what they're worth. You guys need anything? Let me know. I'll be around here as long as you guys are out on that line.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
And I just want to say, you know, I'm insanely proud to be an American. That might be a popular thing to say these days, but in a lot of quarters. But one of the reasons I'm proud to be an American is because our country is all about when people recognize injustices, fighting to make them better. Right. That's a through line through our history, in spite of whatever, you know, differences we have, whatever, you know, ironies there are. Whatever contradictions there are. I mean, destroying slavery, fighting the Depression, winning World War II against fascism, and working people putting in the work. I mean, you guys have been out in the cold this entire time when we've been doing this. I mean, to make your brothers and sisters' lives better and the lives of your children's better, your lives of your children better. That's what the United States is all about. That's what American democracy is all about. And you guys are living it. And I'm so inspired, and just thank you for all the work that you've been doing. I mean, everybody's watching this, and we support you. We have your back.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for coming and staying out for the last, 4.5 hours, Dan. Every time we talk, it's been illuminating and incredible conversation. And I am truly honored to know you. And I hope that you sleep well and warmly tonight after such a long shift out tonight. So appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Sending solidarity and love to all of you. Happy holidays. We are with you as long as it takes. One day longer, one day stronger.
Absolutely, brother. Amen, brother.
Thanks, y'all.
We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, it is.
So I told everyone I was going to start crying at some point on the stream. I don't know if it's because I'm tired. I don't know if it's because of the solidarity, but it's coming. But we got a few minutes left here. I mean, geez, John and Randy coming in on the graveyard shift, helping to push us across that final stretch. Cannot thank you guys enough, and can't thank you for everything that you do. I wanted to ask if you guys had any kind of final words for the live stream viewers, any sort of messages you wanted to leave folks with before we wrap up.
Yeah, if it hasn't come for you yet, it will. If you're a worker, you're going to be under attack. It's about profits. It's a race to the bottom right now. If we don't stop it right here and right now, you might as well just push everything over the cliff, because we're going to be too weak to be able to stand up. But there are going to be people that are looking for a job to pay pennies on the dollar compared to what everybody else is making. That's where we're headed. That's why all these people that are giving up everything, willing to risk everything, to stand up. It's not just for their company they're standing up for. They're standing up for every single worker, which is why every single worker, especially if you're working right now, you're collecting a paycheck, if you can give a couple dollars, it's so important to help these people struggle, especially during this time. I remember a few years ago during the Kohler strike, same thing. It's cold, people are freezing. They tried installing the two-tiered system. That's going on everywhere. Whether you belong to a union or not, unions, I mean, you need some kind of representation. Unions are democracy in the workplace. If you want to have a voice, organize. If you don't have a union, organize. If not, help stand up for someplace that is fighting for you. And that's exactly what these striking Kellogg's workers are doing. It's not just about them, it's about us. And it's just a matter of time till it comes to us.
That's so well said. And I would even take this into the political realm. I mean, our democracy is in peril, right? I know our democracy's never been perfect. This is not the thing we're going to debate in the last 5 minutes of this conversation. But the very concept that everybody gets a vote, that we all get to play a part in the decision-making process. I mean, these things are under duress, and they're under duress because we've allowed, I shouldn't say it that way, because we've had powerful forces exact warfare on us to destroy it, right? And so too many people in this country feel disempowered. They give up too many people give up all of their rights when they go to work every day, right? They live in these petty dictatorships where people humiliate them, where people make them feel that they could lose everything at any moment, where they're constantly trying to take everything from them. And that's whether you're in the Kellogg's plant or you're where I work. I mean, that, to your point earlier, Max, people in higher ed are not insulated from this. It's all about extracting more labor, whether that's a tenured professor or somebody who's teaching a class for $2,500. It's all about extracting more from people. And these powerful folks, the corporate interests, the Jeff Bezoses that have just so much money that they don't even know what to do with it, right? They won't stop until they have everything. They won't stop until they've destroyed the entire concept that individual people, ordinary people who work for a living, should have some level of dignity and a say in what their lives look like, some level of agency. That's really what it's about. They're not going to stop. And so the only way that we're going to continue to maintain a democracy, much less make things more democratic in our politics, in our workplaces, is by fighting for it. And I'm just like, you talk about tearing up. I'm just like so inspired by everything that's happened here tonight, the workers that have joined us, and this event that you all have organized. So thank you. And for those of you who are still out there wrapping up, like if you haven't donated yet, now is the time to do it. And if you've already donated, come on, it's Friday night. Donate one more time, right? I mean, like this is the time to do it, because if you want to stand with these workers, like this is how, if you can't be on the picket lines, this is how you do it, because they need resources, right? They need resources both to make up for the paychecks that they're losing, but more importantly about morale, to know that people are standing with them. So please kick in a few more bucks, and just thanks to everybody for being here.
Yeah, buy a beer. Give like $5. How much would you buy them a beer if you met them in a bar on a Friday night? The only answer to organized greed is organized labor.
Well said.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, Randy Bryce, John Shelton, thank you guys so much for coming on the live stream and lending your powerful voices to this cause. We raised a lot of money with you guys on. Truly, yeah, appreciate you more than words can say. So thank you for spending part of your Friday night with us. Thank you for standing up for working people. Really, really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you both.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. If you have another one, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Absolutely.
Well, solidarity, guys.
Solidarity. Have a good night, guys.
You too.
Have a good night.
Man, so here we are, with what we got, seven minutes left.
And then there were two. All right. So as it stands with 7 minutes left, the total is $12,000 and $12,486 that we have raised. 10,000 of it we've raised tonight alone. I want to give a shout out to the folks who have been offering such great analysis in the comments in the chat. I've been watching the chat for the last 6 hours, and everyone's brought such wonderful insight. And, including a particular chat who, continually has brought the conversation toward the true intersectionality of the labor movement and what it means to align yourself, not only with just the larger working class, but to understand how intersectional the working class is, right? Indigenous and Black liberation struggles are inextricably tied up with the labor movement. And as I've been saying in the stream over the last couple of hours, what we are seeing is a continuation of that energy that was born out of, the eruption of last summer. And I think that I would be remiss if I didn't make at least a brief mention of it. I'm so glad that we got the chance to sit down for the last 6 hours. And man, it's been 6 hours. I'm a little googly eyed. We're in the last 5 minutes.
I caught my tile here on the Zoom, and I was like, oh Jesus, I look like hell.
I'm a little cross-eyed. But it's been extremely, extremely good to sit down and talk to these folks and to see the good that it's doing for folks on the line. And I'm extremely grateful to Dan for spending so much time out in the cold, because it is cold outside. It's like 30 degrees outside. And letting folks on the line see what we've been talking about and having them join in on the conversation. It's been a beautiful, beautiful experience. And I am so humbled and honestly flabbergasted by the amount of money that we put together. And, every single cent is going to each of the 4 factories that are currently on strike at Kellogg's. They have their ratification vote coming up in a couple of days. And even if they ratify, they've lost 2 months worth of wages. So the fact that we can send off $3,000 to each of the factories relief funds is going to, not solve all of the financial suffering that has come from, courageously standing on strike, but at least kind of ease it a little bit. And we could not have fucking done that without you guys. And, holy shit.
I mean, because it's been a wild week as we've been planning this, right? Because we, basically once the last tentative agreement was voted down and Kellogg's announced that they intended to replace workers, that's when Mel and I reached out to Dan and we were like, all right, what do you need? Like, we're going to put this thing on. And it was really, the results of the heroic efforts of everyone that you guys saw tonight and a lot of people that you didn't see, right? I mean, we've had a lot of friends and comrades like help us network, basically people getting other people to come on. John, Shelton, who you just saw, a dear friend of ours, he was just like, hey, let me get Randy on, right? And there were folks who couldn't make it tonight but who still helped like share the fundraiser. If folks were following us on Twitter, the great Crystal Ball couldn't make it to the live stream, but she sent in a really lovely message of solidarity that we blasted out and tried to get folks to try to drive folks over here to the stream. Marianne Williamson, coming on and lending her voice for a whole hour, talking to folks on the line, sharing to her 2+ million followers. I mean, like, we wouldn't have been able to raise that much money if she didn't really help us gain that visibility. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I think that that's kind of where I am at my mushiest, 11:58 mood, right? Is I'm just so overwhelmed by the power of solidarity, by the love that is still left in this world, and the beauty that is still left in people, and how much we do want to share that, and how much we do need it, right? Because when we feel it, we never forget it, right? I'll never forget this night. I'll never forget the exchanges between, folks there on the picket line in Omaha. I'll never forget all the little acts of kindness that made this possible, all the things that David's story, I won't embarrass you, David, but all the things that David did to make sure that we could do this thing, right? Brian hopping in and saying, hey, do you need someone? I'm like, yeah, come on, man. Like Jacob
Right.
coming in past his bedtime, Hayden Wright from the UMWA auxiliary in Alabama, calling us from, the strike pantry and showing us like the fruits of all of their work. And they've been on strike for, since April, for Pete's sake. Caroline Smith coming on from the Columbia Student Workers strike, even after Columbia has also threatened to replace those workers there, right? And seeing, I think that's another thing. I know I'm kind of rambling here, but like, I think, Mel, you and I had said at some point here, right, that, this is a media project, right? We as media makers wanted to help how we can using the tools that we have, and these are the tools that we best know how to use. And it can feel on a day-to-day basis, right, that those tools don't amount to very much, especially when you allow yourself to get so sucked into the bullshit online and the crap that we're encouraged to kind of participate in, right, where we compete with one another, where we're always trying to one up each other on social media, where it's seen as like cringe to be as sincere as we've been for 6 hours on this live stream, and where we can get so caught up in our own sort of back and forth debates about who is and isn't a worker, who deserves our solidarity and who doesn't. I've seen discourse cycles online last for weeks of people saying like, are
you know, grad student workers are they workers or are they not? Like, do they have anything in common with manufacturing workers? It's like, man, you know, we put two in conversation with each other, and within 5 minutes you could be like, okay, well, all that online bickering is just bullshit. Like, this is what it means to actually stay committed to people, stay committed to one another, right? If you keep that front and center, right? If you keep that fire in your heart, if you remember who we're doing this for, you know, who we are in solidarity with, that's got to be your North Star. That's got to guide what you do, how you do it, and how committed you stay to it. And so I just wanted to thank everybody who watched tonight. I wanted to thank everybody who shared our live stream, our fundraiser. Geez, can't thank everyone who donated enough. The fact that we were able to raise, you know, $12,000 in the span of 24 hours for folks who desperately need that support, because of that love and solidarity and togetherness. And I mean, like, that's enough to keep me going, you know, the next day and the next day, right? You know, that's the fire that we all have to keep burning within us, right? You know, no matter how cynical we may start to get, no matter how defeated we may start to feel, if we stay committed to one another, and we keep that fire lit, we can really change the world, you know. And I do believe that, and I thank you all so much for helping us keep that fire burning. Thank you, David. Thank you, God, everyone who joined, Randy, John, Marianne, you know, Hayden, Jacob, you know, Brian. You guys all know we had an incredible amount of people. Thank you to Dan, everyone at BCTGM who donated their time, who shared their stories with us. We couldn't have done this without you. We love you all. We hope that this helps in some little way. And we are with all of you watching, everyone at Kellogg's, all of their families. Noah, my man, Noah for president. Thank you, everybody, for all your love and support. Thank you for, you know, keeping that fire burning. Thank you for watching, and I'm about to go pass out. What do you think?
Yeah, same. I'm gonna go crack open a beer and pass the fuck out. For anyone else who's watching who maybe didn't get a chance to donate, this fundraiser will be live until tomorrow. So if you want to share the fundraiser link, you're more than welcome to. We'll be taking it down tomorrow morning. So if there's anyone that you haven't poked for a donation, let us know. We'll send our little vibes out to convince them to donate. Otherwise, we will be posting publicly the final total, then the total sent to each of the striking factory plants, minus GoFundMe's bullshit fees. Okay, so thank you so much to everyone who helped us tonight. That's it. That's all we've got for you. I am gonna go get drunk.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mel. Solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever.